Hello and welcome to the FTR event Sim 3D Sportscar Challenge. Today you're going to be joining us for round 3 of 6, this time at Donington Park Circuit. I'm Daniel Zippy Salmon, and joining me into booth tonight is Robert Rob Kobe, Howler Racing himself, making his debut appearance in the series, working the cameras, the scenes, and keeping the show checked and in order. At least he's going to try. I mean, he's got to work with us. We have our very own Daniel Costello. Let's take a quick look at a track description with Rob.
Well, we got Donington Park, really nice, flowing track, lots of tight corners, lots of opportunity for passing, lots of drafting. The S's, Melbourne, Hairpin, and Goddards are probably going to be the places to pass and where we may see some really, really tight racing. Right now, tracks at 18 degrees Celsius. Pretty cool, so drivers should have some really, really good grip. Expecting to see some really, really good racing here tonight.
Oh, it's definitely going to be good, and I'm a little bit biased, obviously, being from the UK. I have been fortunate enough to go over to Donington Park, and I do find one thing the sim doesn't necessarily get into context, and hopefully with some fantastic camera work from our comrade there, Mr. Costello, I'm sure we're going to see it, certainly as you go through the earlier parts of the course and even into some of the laters as well. You see such a huge, what's the word I'm looking for? Like the vertical climb, you know the word I'm looking for, the sheer depth of
those
the
elevation
track.
changes. Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly the word I'm looking for. Thank you, sir. The elevation changes. Same with Brands Hatch as well. But today we're going to be in for a treat because obviously we've got the Sim 3D Sports Car Series. We get to have multi-class racing, ladies and gentlemen. And speaking of which, let's take a quick look at the standings. Let's see where we're at now. Certainly, it's been a little bit. We've been about a month since the last one, so LMP3s, these guys should be well practiced up, and it looks like we got a bit of a battle going on. Nobody is really running away, with Goyo Autosport first with 50 points, Longshot close behind him with 47, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix right behind him in 45 points, but then again, 4th and 5th is a dead heat right now. 34 points for Stage 1 Racing, 83, and Eagle Speed Academy. Then Huge Ass White, I'll say Huge Ass as well. Probably the best represented team in the series. Not like they've got several people in several classes, so this is going to be good. I'm expecting to see certainly great points from them. Longshot Racing UK, I'm pretty sure they did really good last week, last month as well, last race even. And Stage 1 Racing UK, Stage 1 Racing 72 at the bottom there. So let's take a quick look at the GT3 Pros. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we have pro and amateur class in this series, so something for everybody. RPM Racing is currently in the lead with 87 points. Then it gets a bit closer again. Prismatic Motorsports Athena, I believe they're the all-ladies team, that one. Absolutely great with 69 points. Art Sim Racing 2 with 66. Then it starts to get a little bit more spread out. Brabham Esports GT3. Actually, I remember last week, it's not last week, I obviously can't tell time. Last month for Bathurst. Absolutely phenomenal drive from them. Insane drive, really somebody to watch out for today. So that 162 car, keep an eye on it. That AMG, absolute stonk performance last month for Bathurst. FTR Esports Black there with 50 points as well. We're going to cut down a little bit. We've got a bit more of a battle. Freeway fight for 6th right now. We've got Art Sim Racing 1, Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle, probably one of my favorite names. Closely followed by one a bit further down, but Rosado Motorsports as well. I remember they were all very patriotic team there. They are tied right now for 7th, but 11 Temps Racing and other people you want to watch out for as well with 42 points in 9th. This is my favorite team name, Squadra Veloce. Just sounds exotic by Fastlane Motorsport. They're there with 34 points. That's your top 10 with Digitrack Sim Racing Team, Sim Racing Grid Phantom, Fastlane Motorsport, Arctic Racing, RPM Racing Blue, and FTR Esports White. So again, you've got another couple of battles going on there. You can see between 12th and down to 16th. Only a handful of points in it, 3-4 points separating all of them. So potentially we could see a bit of a move around in the standings today. And then we got Eagle Speed Academy B in 17th with Track Limit Racing there with 9 points in 18th. And until the GT3 Amateur Series as well. We've not quite got as many people competing in that one, but we still do have some in there. As I said, 11 Temps Racing, somebody to watch. They are tied right now with Squadra Veloce. Both of those guys on 55 points. Digitrack Sim Racing team, they're currently holding third with 39, but Arctic Sim Racing pretty close behind, only 4 points in it. So again, potentially a podium position to be fought for today. FTR Esports White there in fifth with 30 points, followed by Track Limit Racing, Backmarker Racing Orange, Equipment Geek Racing, and Prismatic Motorsports Minerva, closing out the field in ninth. Let's take a quick look now at our GT4. Now, just the one class for the GT4, 13 cars participating in it right now. And as I said, Huge Ass, they're there with another team there, Huge Ass Gold, in the lead with 70 points right now, with Talk Freak Racing behind them with 50 points. A little bit more spread out in the GT4 field, I'm finding. Huge Ass Blue there with 40 points in third. Samsoy GT4, they're there as well, fourth with 30 points. Then it gets a little bit closer again. We've got a bit more of a battle going on. So DX Druids and Huge Ass very close together, 2 points in it, followed by Eagle Speed Academy in seventh for 20 points. Dead heat right now for 8th and 9th with Vasado Motorsports Apex and Sapphire Simsport Alpha. Breaking down a little bit there, we've got FTR Esports in the GT4 with 11 points, WM Racing with 9, Vermilion Motorsports with 9, and then sadly, Kabort Motorsport is yet to score a point. And that's the standings now. I believe we're going to have a quick look at qualifying next. And the beautiful thing about qualifying here with the Sim 3D Sports Car Challenge is it's a staggered qualifying. So even though the session is open, they send it out. The LMP3s go first, and then it's the GT3 Pros, the GT3 Amateurs, and then the GT4s get to have a crack as well. And the beautiful part about that is that you don't have the issue of having like a slower car holding you up, compromising your line. And Donington, it's not the hugest of tracks, so definitely, you can find traffic to be an issue, especially some corners you want to really get that ideal line. But as we're getting in there, we see Antonio Alvarez, the huge ass white car. He's currently in third in the pit lane right now. And yeah, it should be good. Rob, have you driven Donington yourself there, sir?
I have driven Donington, not in real life, obviously, but yeah, I love the format for the qualifying. Much more realism, very, very close to the way they do it in real life. You don't have to deal with, slower class cars while you're out there doing your qualifying. So, just open track. The only thing you really have to deal with is another car. And Donington is wide enough and has enough flow that you should be able to hit in a really good lap. If you can get behind somebody, grab yourself a little bit of a draft, maybe move yourself up into the qualifying a little bit, might be helpful.
Oh, absolutely. As you can see here, Dan McFarlane currently for the LMP3s. He is the pole sitter. Now, we've seen absolutely fantastic pace from this gentleman. As you can see, really, really using the track limits there, absolutely pushing it to the limit, carrying as much speed as he can down that straight. I'm trying to open the track map that I put in Discord, and obviously I failed at that, so I'm going to try and open it in another tab. But you can see here as well, especially you want to grab momentum. This is where you get to really see the elevation changes, as we were talking about earlier. Certainly, as he's going to go around this right-hander here, you're going to see, and the sim does give you a little bit of reference, but I can tell you, having been stood at the corner that he has just passed and looked up, and I've seen the Renault Formula 1 cars going around there, he doesn't quite get the full grasp of just how tight it is. Now, we were discussing just before we went live on air about is it the national track, is it the GP track? Now, this is where you're more in favour and I'm more against, because I like the national circuit, but as you can see here, McFarlane, he is being sent around the GP circuit into what I believe is the Melbourne hairpin.
Yeah, for these classes, the national, I like the Grand Prix for LMP3 for multi-class racing, just because if you jump into the S's, you have the Melbourne hairpin. Kind of gives you a chance, gives you that opportunity where you're not full out and coming into a braking zone. And if you've got a couple slower class cars paddling in front of you coming into Redgate, I mean it's kind of it's a splitter. It helps split up the classes a little bit and maybe give you a little bit more opening within your own class and to let faster classes through. So yeah, I am more for the Grand Prix, but I mean the National is just as fun to drive as the Grand Prix for sure.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I do find as well that is one thing about whenever you're making a race series or even thinking about joining a race yourself, I find first thing I look at is the track. Is it a track I can drive? Is it a track I have to learn? How strong do I feel I am there? And I tease myself saying, right, I'm believe me, my buddies very much get on board with this. Is it a princess-approved track, as I call it? And actually, Donington Park is one of them, you know. And also being British, I'm a little bit biased, you know. I'd like to say that I could drive it better than others, but I'd be lying, you know. not something I want to do, but
yeah. I have the same problem. I mean, I'm Canadian, so I mean, Mosport, Canadian Tire Motorsport is my home track, and I mean, it's a track I actually struggle with. But I mean, I'm at that track a couple times every year. I've walked the track. I know the layout of the track. It's just, but it seems like my home track or anybody's home track seems to be the one that you struggle with the most because you think you should be able to do really well at it.
Oh, definitely. I mean, a lot to be said for having, you know, not only that, it's just seat time as well, but if I go like really down to my roots, you know, as far back as I can go, Cadwell Park would actually be my track. And I'm not sure if you ever driven it. Sadly, it's not yet on the iRacing Sim. Subtle hint there, Mr. Greg West, if you're listening. Thank you for watching the stream. Obviously, thank you for watching our race series. But Cadwell Park, you know, would be a hell of a track. It's more inclined for bikes, I'd say. But that is the end of qualifying there. We've just wrapped that up pretty nicely. Obviously, and we're going to be set for a good race. Now, this isn't a short little sprint race. It's actually 4 hours, you know, and we do get such events such as yellow flags, full course cautions, and certainly at Bathurst last week, we did see the flags come out. The race directors, the race stewards, they definitely had a lot to go for, a lot to do. Certainly, you can imagine Bathurst with 3 classes of car, four you know, classes total. You know, it was a busy time, for sure.
Yeah, I think a lot of our action we're going to see at the hairpin. Just you know, these LMP3s, they've got somewhat, you know, they've got enough downforce that they can really, you know, get through these corners. And I mean, Craner, Old Hairpin, Starkeys, I mean, it's a very flowing part of the track, and the LMP3s can take this, you know, take that entire sequence of corners pretty fast. Whereas with the, you know, GT3s and the GT4s, you kind of got to lift a little bit. You don't have as much grip. Your car's a little bit heavier. So it's going to be interesting to see how these LMP3s maneuver themselves around this traffic on this track.
Definitely. I know I tried driving the LMP3. I actually joined the guys for a session at first. And I'd never driven the LMP3, and to put it into context, this is just how talented this strength of field is. So, LMP3 is a quicker car. I think we can agree on that. And my best time in the LMP3 was like I was at the back of the field with GT3s, closely matching my time. But anyway, let's have a quick look at the grid. So I'm going to lead us off there. We've got Dan McFarlane yet again sat on the pole in first place. He is Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, car number 23, with Hans Blankart. Great to see him up there as well. Another good strong runner there with Station Racing in second. Daniel White on third with Antonio Alvarez next to him in fourth. Look at the third row. Iro van den Linden, he is there in fifth with Alex Bayens right next to him in sixth. Aubrey Kondo in seventh with Simon Huber in eighth. And that is your LMP3s as we take a look at the GT3s as well now. Aidan Neat there in first with Brabham Esports GT3. I did say there was somebody to watch, and as you can see, I'm not yet a liar. This is good. Thank you for keeping me honest. Charlie Nielsen sat next to him in second with Robert Lancaster there in third with Stefan Laguin next to him in fourth. Miguel Terres from Rosado Motorsports. He is there in fifth with Richard Carfraud there in sixth. FTR Esports Black. Justin Clerk for Backmarker Racing. Razzle Dazzle. You've got to mention that team, right? He is there in seventh. Raf Rajinders. He is there in eighth with Art Sim Racing 2. We look at the fifth row of the grid there. Tyler Campbell, FTR Esports Gold with Alice De Vries in Arts and Racing 1 right next to him in 10th. Matthias Ronzani there with Eagle Speed Academy, the 184 car in 11th, with Landon Patmore in 12th with the 132. Rob, please carry on, sir. Take over.
So yeah, we'll have a quick look here at our GTM with Mark Baxter-Jones and the Intense Racing team on pole for that, alongside Thomas van der Zoon in the Squadro Veloce. And then we have Jiggy Tracks Sim Racing alongside Arctic Racing. Then we have in fifth, we have Backmarker Racing Orange with Track Limit Racing beside them. And in seventh and eighth, we have FTR Esports White with Equipment Geek Racing.
And that was the GT3 amateurs. Tell you what, let's have a look at the GT4s. Please, Rob, carry on, sir. Carry on. You're doing a stellar job. Keep going.
Well, in our GT4s, we've got Greg Hubler takes the top spot in the for the GT4s in Samsoy GT4, alongside David Barraclough in Torque Freak Racing. next row is Sapphire Simsport alongside DX Droids in third. Then we have Austin Tucker for Huge Ass Gold. That is such a great team name. Alongside Brian LeBlanc, another huge ass. So, teammates side by side for the start. Kenneth Bracken, Jonathan Olsner in 7th and 8th. And then another huge ass in 10th. And Justin Melka, FTR Esports, is taking up 9th place.
Oh, definitely a fun grid, But that's the beautiful thing about having like a team name. If you can make the commentators laugh, you're going to have people cheering for you, supporting you. As commentators, we can't have biased favorites, officially speaking, but you know what? I'm all for it. If you want to root for somebody, you go right ahead. It's our job to present the story, not to necessarily give you our opinion. And while I try and do that as authentic and honest and openly as possible, I am, every now and again, I'll have somebody who I'll cheer for. And you know what? I can get behind one of these huge ass cars anytime, But we are about to go green very, very shortly. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you guys are looking forward to it too. Strap in, pull the harnesses tight, and get ready because they are about to hit that gas pedal very, very soon. Maybe not too soon. They're not quite finished the pace lap yet, but I'm all excited. Come on, hit the button, let's go.
Yeah, definitely want to see these LMP3s take off. Want to see this entire field take off. Nice gaps between them. So everybody's going to have a little bit of open track per class to start this race, which is good. Probably a good. With the speed of these LMP3s, probably thinking maybe. What are you thinking? Maybe 5-6 laps before they have to start dealing with traffic.
It definitely won't be long, I know that, but I do find as well the caliber of the drivers in this series, generally it's very clean passing. I mean, if you can imagine an official endurance race, especially that first time round, it tends to get a little bit spicy, a little bit hot. These guys, it's professional, it's certainly the driving is to a professional standard. You don't see any turn one sanders if they're trying to win it. These guys are very respectful, and that is actually one of my favorite things about this. It's very polite, respectful series, and yet the competition stays intense.
Yeah, definitely. And as you said, I mean, this is my debut here with this series, so I just have to ask, and I'm assuming these guys don't have any fast repairs, so definitely with a 4-hour race, you're going to be looking at trying to keep your car intact, maybe even giving up a little bit just to get yourself near through the end without putting any damage on your car.
You are exactly right. If they've got fast repairs, nobody told me about it. They definitely do have to keep it clean. It's certainly, when it comes to endurance racing, it's very similar to building an engine. I suck at both, but, I like to have a go every now and again. But cleanliness is godliness, and certainly any little damage there, if you start losing 2-3 temps a lap, it accumulates. It's a bit like, I'm not a financial guru either. If I was running the country, I'm sure we would have been deficit and having civil war at this point. But if you put away a little bit, that can steadily grow. It grows, it escalates.
Yeah.
Attrition. I don't know. You know the words I'm looking for. Just pick some and throw them at the screen.
Yeah, as we can see, the LMP3s here, leading into Melbourne. The Melbourne hairpin. So going to be. 2 more turns, and these guys are going to get the green flag. Everybody's going to have to tighten their belts, get all set up, and go ready for some good long racing.
Oh, I'm absolutely looking forward to it. The suspense here, if you guys are excited at home, well, I can tell you, being in the booth, it's a bit like, that first time you ever get to go drive a car, stuff like that. It's just sheer excitement as we are about to go. They're coming around that final chicane. I'm going to try and mute my other sim as well. There we go. And come up, hit the button, damn it. We're off. We're green racing. There we go. As you see, Dan McFarlane, he is covering that line at the minute. Single file so far. I don't see anybody yet making a move. Dan McFarlane there, he's trying to pull away from Stage 1 Racing 83, and it's a clean start so far. The GT3s are there you go, they're just starting to come across the field now. I can't imagine it's going to be quite as squeaky with these guys, but they are off, they are green, and they are certainly pedal to the metal. You can already see there, further back, 2-3 cars wide, but again, it's looking pretty clean. You got to remember as well, you've just done qualifying, tyres are hot. This car is not going to feel the same. Rob, are you seeing anything on your end? As you see 911 taking the grass slightly?
Yeah, I just saw that right over. Just get a little bit loose through the corner there as, GT4s get underway here too. With the first corner side by side, we've got Torque Freak and Sayfire coming in side by side here, trying to move themselves around. Everybody's spreading out a little bit. Nice clean start pretty much for every class in the field, which is always a good thing to see. You don't like to see incidents on the first lap. See a slower car in front of them there. I think remember the GT3 car having a little bit of an issue there.
Yeah, it could have been actually the one that went off a little bit earlier. Sometimes though, taking the grass is the safer option. 100%, you always want to take the grass rather than have contact. It's certainly, it doesn't feel good at the time, but in the long run, it's definitely the way to go. But as you can see here, oh, that's a GT4. That's one of the huge, that's Eagle Speed Academy that's off. Kenneth Racken, the 384 car, he appears to have taken the scenic route there, but we're back here with Christoph Van der Put, Richard Corfrell of the FTR Esports WAC. I believe he is a race admin as well, one of the league admins, I apologize. League organizer. So you know what, I'm just going to give him a quick shout out. Thank you for doing what you do and providing not only these guys a great place to drive, have fun and compete, but also for the amount of work and effort you put into organizing this. Thank you very much. As we got a car backwards there, that's an AMG David Barraclough Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab, the 381, and it appears to be John Travolta and Nicolas Cage as his face has come off.
Yeah, it looks like he might have had some. I'm not sure if he had any help here as we ride on board here with Dan McFarlane, and you see he's opened up a 1.6 second lead over stage 1 racing. Just nice and smooth, nice and clean through the corners here. But as I said, this is endurance racing. Drivers will battle here in the GT3s. Whoa, a little bit of a touch there in the back.
Oh, definitely. I'm on board with Chase Small right now on my own.
Between these two here, that may not end well for either one of them. That bump in there.
Yeah, I'm on board with Chase Small right now. I'm watching from like a car side view of the battle ahead of him. And certainly if I'm this guy, he can't sit back and relax and try and hope that these guys are going to take each other out. Because, you're not going to get that in this level of field. But certainly, I don't know if I want to be putting myself into that battle just yet. Let the tyres get warm, get comfortable in the car, get back in the rhythm of things. Certainly, as they go through that chicane there. Yeah, I'm definitely like, make sure they go through that chicane there, keep things clean. But you're saying earlier to me that this Melbourne hairpin, you reckon this is going to be a top passing spot. Do you want to talk a little bit more about where you think these hot spots for passing are going to be? Is there any, places that you want to make a move?
Well, the Melbourne hairpin is a really good place to pass if you have enough faith in your braking of the car to be able to take that inside line and just take away that inside apex from the other car. And it is, and the elevation changes on this track as well really affect your braking and how you come down into a corner. So, really, there's not really that many spots on this track where passing is not available. There's so many areas where you can catch the draft. You can cut underneath them in the corner here. You can see, down through, they call this, we've got different names for all these. I just call it the S series because, you're left, you're right, you're left, you're right, you're downhill. And then, so it's a handful in just about any car you want to drive around here. So it just depends on what kind of faith you've got in this car.
Yeah, definitely. I understand exactly what you're saying myself. The Beamer, particularly for the GT4s, I've never managed to get on with the brakes in that car. But however, you give me the BMW M4 GT3, that is my go-to car for endurance racing. We saw Chase Small there. He made a great pass. But let's have a quick look at a replay. What we've got coming up on the action now. Something must have happened. The director generally gives us good replays. David Barraclough, this must be the incident. What happened there? Can we get that again?
Looks like he just hit. Yeah, it looks like maybe he just went for a trail brake and the rear end just let go on him. That's a really, unless maybe he might have had a hardware issue. That is something that will happen in the iRacing. That hardware issue will take you off and put you in a wall.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he maybe caught a bit of grass potentially as well. The way that the car pitched so rapidly, it was just like it almost like put a McDonald tray into one wheel and hit the brakes and he went. But as you can see here, Alistair Vries there, I don't think they're any relation to Nick de Vries, and if so, I don't know if he'd want to admit it at this point after his brief stint in Formula 1. Oscar Piastri, very great.
Daniel, I'm watching the timing here. I'm watching Huge Ass White, number 37, Antonio, kind of falling down here. I'm just wondering if maybe he's had an issue. Somewhere on track. He's just lost the, he was in third. He's just dropped down now to fourth. Wondering if maybe he had a moment that just didn't agree with him, but looks like he's lost some of his pace.
Definitely, you know, it can happen, you know, and if you're going to start doing like pit strategy and stuff like that, 5 laps in is not the time I would do that. You're just going to basically give it right away. You don't want to make an extra pit stop. And then not only that, you know, I don't know about yourself there, Rob, but for me, I like being in traffic. That is when I am strongest as a competitor, as a driver, and I love to talk about this in broadcast as well, but psychology of racing the person, not just the track, is one of my favorite parts of driving, you know. I like to psych the guy out in front of me. As you can see here, Raf Regindas, I do hope I'm getting that right. Certainly, if we don't want to keep a tally on how many names I butcher this evening, but certainly you can see here, he is riding the 911 of the car in front of him, the Fastlane Motorsports 145, and you can see they're pulling away a little bit from the guy behind him as well. That would be the, I think, the other Art Sim Racing car. Yeah, just pulling away a little bit of the gap. You know, at this point, you want to try and stay with the draft as much as you can, as much as possible, because it's not just the performance side of it, but you're also going to save fuel. That other car punching a beautiful hole in the air for you. Excellent camera shot there. That is showing that beautiful elevation change. Thank you, then, Mr. Director. Oh my gosh! And I've done it again. I'm so bad.
Look at this, 4 wide in traffic coming through. That is just amazing to do in these cars. So much downforce. I'm actually just looking at my timing screen here, and I'm seeing Simon Huber, Long Shot Racing, is 4 laps down. Whoa, we have another incident.
Yeah, chaos, panic, and disorder. It's as if I've been driving the car, but that's definitely not what want to happen. And this is what I said, the first time you go round, often I find it gets a little bit spicy. These guys are a lot better than a lot of the officials I've ever been in, but you can see that really shook up the order a little bit. But currently, Eagle Speed Academy is leading the, no, I stand mistaken. I don't know what I'm reading. I've got a timing screen I'm reading, and I'm reading the wrong thing. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, apologies. They seem to have come out unscathed so far. Dan McFarlane just absolutely motoring that car along, pulling them away about 2.3, 2.4 second gap so far. But then after him, you got Huge Ass White, 7 seconds behind him. So this is working pretty great, but they are battling with Stage 1 Racing at the 72, and then Goyo Autosport there in 5th. As we look as well, we've got the GT3 Pros. They seem to be pretty close together so far. The amateurs spread out much, much forward, and the same with the GT4s. Everybody's really spreading out a little bit. This is the car to watch for me, the GT3 Pros, the Brabham Esports car. Absolutely sending it, completely sending it. And I love the paint as well. British Racing Green with gold. Yes, please. I'm sorry, I'm biased, but that is my paint scheme right there. Well, I wish.
Nothing wrong with being a little biased. I mean, we all have some, you know, we all have our favorites, and I don't care if it's us or it's those guys in the live booths on TV. I mean, we all have our favorites. We all have our guys that we want to watch, and by all means, got to watch them. As you know, we look at Dan McFarlane here, has just put down another best lap, 122. So he's cruising along, but he hasn't really had a lot to deal with. I haven't really seen him come up with any, you know, I don't think he's had any battles that he's had to try and work his way through traffic. So just driving along, and again, this is, you know, 4-hour race. So I think a lot of these drivers might want to just settle down here and say, you know, let's get through the first pit stop and see where, you know, where we all stand. As we saw, as you know, we look back, we saw a little bit there with the LMP3s, a little bit of contact. You know, maybe slowing the cars down a little bit. GT3 Pro right now is being led by Aiden Neat. Brabham Esports GT3, looking at the timing screen here just to see. It looks like Charlie Nilsson in RPM Racing is a little bit quicker than he is in the last lap. So definitely not somebody who's going to want to sit in second for very long if he can put it to Aiden there.
Well, you say that, I'm just looking at the I ratings of these two people you're talking about. So Aiden Neat for the Brabham Esports, the 162 car, he's 6,066 I rating. Charlie Lund Nielsen, he's not exactly a slouch either. He's 7,200 I rating. Like, these guys are, you know, they are very talented drivers, certainly a lot more than me. I thank you for watching the stream the other day. But we're going to have a quick look at the replay here. Let's see what's got going on. Hopefully, is this the event we saw earlier? No, it's Ivo van den Linden. Taking a little bit too much of the sand there. Thankfully, no damage from that.
Not pleasant to the underside of these cars, so yeah, it's not something you really want to do. Looks like he's okay. You know, should be okay with the car. The car should come back to him. He should be, you know, fairly smooth. Not any damage. Maybe a little bit of an undercarriage scrape, but he should be okay here as we ride on board here with Thomas. Whoa, and it got turned around.
Yeah, I think we're going to give the director the blame for that one. That wasn't a commentator's curse. He'd already span it. So we're just going to say that Thomas van der Bosch, he's camera shy at this point. The Squadron Veloce by Fastlane Motorsport, the 246 car, you know, he's keen to, maybe not so keen to get some screen time when we see that happening. But, you know, it happens. It certainly, I always found as well, the 911, I had a really hard time trying to keep the thing straight. I believe the fuel tank is in the front of that, so it should still be quite balanced. But I always found driving that car, I don't know what it was I did. Maybe it was my driving style. Potentially, potentially, you know, I wondered if there's some rule I was breaking in driving that car that, you know, it was sometimes spin out on me.
Yeah, it is one of those cars where you really, you know, it can get very, very tail happy on you, especially as, you know, it's actually more tail happy when a full fuel load. The car becomes more stable as the fuel comes out of it, and you lose some of that front weight, and the car balances itself out a little bit. But yeah, definitely a car you gotta hang on. And I was just gonna say there too in that replay, I mean, excellent job by him. You know, he could have hit that wall actually pretty hard and give himself a fair amount of damage. Really good job keeping it out of the wall, keeping the car clean. Gives him the opportunity to come back at it and put himself back into the battle.
Definitely, but as you can see here, there's 1, 2, 3 huge-ass cars, I believe. There's GT4, GT3. No? Are they all GT4s? Huge-ass view, huge-ass black.
GT4.
What have we got here now? I think one of them, it's because they got yellow and blue. What? Yep, there's two all GT4s. There you go. Huge ass, definitely. They're trying to not only just, you know, score success in the GT4 field. Mercedes
got
is
some
GT3.
GT3s trying to get through them here, and you know, good. Yeah, GT3 kind of, you know, he's pushing, but it looks like he just, you know, he's just waiting for his moment. Ooh, that's a little risky.
That was tight.
That was a pushy move. But yeah, definitely he's trying to get through there. But yeah, I don't know, that for me, that was a little bit pushy, and that's our leader. So I mean, do you really want to be that pushy when you're
looks like we just changed voice server as well, so that's good. Yeah, Rob, do you want to carry on with your point there, if you're here?
Yeah, we just I was just carrying on that, you know, he's leading the GT3 right now, and just, you know, I don't know if I'd want to push the car that much. He's got a 3-second lead over, you know, second place in GT3, and just pushed his way through there, and it could have ended very badly as we get a car going off track.
Yeah, you can see there's a absolutely phenomenal battle going here. Are they 3 wide right now? 3 wide, pushing for 4. You can see the doors closed on the Mercedes behind him, and I'm starting to get more appreciation for this Melbourne hairpin that you were saying about. Originally, I'd hate to admit my track knowledge is not as good as it could be as they go into Goddard's there, but you know, I preferred the national circuit. But the more we're getting into this race, I am having more appreciation for that mystical turn 11 there of Melbourne hairpin. As you can see, it just adds up another passing opportunity as they head there into Redgate and then on through turn 2. Now, Craner Curves turn 3, which you're going to see them head into just a moment. I always find that the car gets quite light there because you've got to try and slow it down right about here. You just got to try and slow it down a little bit. As you said, the elevation really affecting the braking. You try and force it round the old hairpin, and certainly, you know, you want to run a little bit deep into the sand here as they go through under Starkey's Bridge, through 6, and then into McLean's. Now, this is a good opportunity to pass, certainly, you know, go through McLean's and then try and force it into Coppice. Carry as much momentum as you can before you go onto the Starkey Straight.
Yeah, it's definitely all in how you approach the track. You know, there's a few, I don't know, like you've done this in real life, but I mean, I know in iRacing, there's a few little bumps there that, you know, just kind of elevation changes. There's a bit of a crest that can really upset the car if you take it a little bit too tight. You know, you can see the car go off a little bit here. These guys are using up all the track. They're really battling here. Great to see in the opening parts of this stint. I mean, again, 4-hour race. I'm surprised these guys. I mean, I'm not surprised. That, you know, these are professional drivers. They've run this series. They're gonna battle for everything they can. And but yeah, some great racing here. As we got another side by side out of what are we out of there? We're out of Goddard's area on the front straight.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars together as well. And for me, when you start getting several cars together, it means that sooner or later there is going to be incidents, as we've seen a couple so far. But you know what? I don't think I've seen anybody actually really hit the pits other than that one car, which looked like it had lost its face. But you can see here the GT3 is just trying to get through. That's a BMW GT4, I believe, and that Ferrari is through. Now, I can't say I've driven the latest Ferrari yet. I've not been driving too much. You see another Ferrari going past. The AMG's trying to make a run, and they're all kind of bottlenecked up behind him. 2, potentially 3 wide now. As you can see there, he's got a little bit of a draft. He's going to try and hug the inside. He's going for it, and that's contact.
That was a tap. Yeah, no.
You got to remember, risk versus reward, and you know what? I think it worked out for the guy who initiated the move, but maybe not so much for the guy who's just got sent off. We'll see if the race stewards have a look. You know, perhaps that was my view of the incident there. But hey, we're not here to make decisions. We're just here to tell it as it is.
No, I'm here to make decisions.
What's your opinion, Rob?
Actually, I think he just got into the corner a little too hot. He couldn't get the car to rotate for him, and he got into him. Definitely his fault. But as you said, I mean, this is we do have live stewards, so maybe they're going to take a look at it, and we'll have to see what happens there. But yeah, maybe just a little bit too aggressive into the corner. Saw the door open up, and I mean, I know myself, and I'm sure you have too, Zippy. Sometimes you're coming into a corner and you see that opening and your eyes get really, really wide, and you just, you either miss your braking point or you just push too hard, and it can end badly for you, and unfortunately do some damage to somebody in front of you that you're actually trying to overtake.
Definitely. I mean, I'm quite an aggressive driver when you get me in traffic, and maybe not as aggressive as Rosado Motorsports and Miguel Torres. I don't know if you could fit a smoke paper in that gap at that point. I mean, they were close. Like, you didn't need to get the tape measure out. You just got sheets of paper to see just how close he was. But Miguel Torres for Rosado Motorsports giving us a show right now as we're having a look here. There's Max Jones in the 11 Temps Racing Team. He has got... That's a different battle there. So this is different classes because Rosado Motorsports is not...
Well, this is our leader in GT3M, Mark Baxter. He's got he's kind of running away with this here. He's got over a 13-second lead over second place Arctic Racing. So, for him, it's, settle in, relax. You've got a good gap. Just run your race. Don't push the car too hard. Really nobody, he's really got nobody to worry about right now, which is, the way you really want to start an endurance race for sure.
I think I figured it out. So Rosado Motorsports, they are currently in 4 for GT3 Pro, and that is the GT3 amateur race leader right there. So you know what? If I'm Rosado Motorsports, I reckon I am going to go and, yep, that is exactly what's happening. I am going to try and stick to the rear bumper of the 11 Temps Racing Team, and honestly, I'm going to try and save fuel, because potentially, if I have a quick look at his laps right now, so, excuse me, he did a best lap of 127.2, was the 11 Temps Racing Team. Currently the best from Miguel Torres was 127.5, so you know what, they're pretty similar matched at this point. I look at the I rating though, the 11 Temps, there is a bit of an I rating here, it's about 1,500 difference, so we'll see as it goes on. I mean, I rating, while it is a little bit of an indicator, it's not a golden rule per se. I mean, I know yourself, your I rating, it's not as high as realistically you drive. You're more skilled than your I rating gives you credit for. It's false advertising.
Oh,
you can see that guy there.
Yeah, I've started to learn to kind of ignore the iRacing, the I rating on drivers, just because the only way you gain I rating is by running official races, and there's a lot of drivers that are members of leagues. Myself, I'm a member of like 3 different leagues, and I do more racing in my leagues than I do in actual officials, which would build up my I rating. So yeah, definitely it's I just like following a driver, like you were saying earlier. You prefer to be in traffic than all out on your own. And we got a replay coming up, what happened here. So you can see Justin coming in just really, really hot here. Yeah, maybe just came in a little bit hot. Couldn't get, oh no, you got, another car kind of turned in and thought he was past him there, kind of clipped him a little bit on the left rear quarter. That's kind of an unfortunate little incident. I'm sure he's not happy with that, but yeah, maybe it's just an incident, just didn't realize he was still there and made the turn and unfortunately clipped him.
Yeah, it looked like he went in a little bit hot there. The back marker razzle dazzle car, but let's have a look here. We're back with Rajinder here, the 198 with Arts in Racing 2. He's currently running pretty good so far. He's there's actually a freeway battle. Yeah, freeway battle between 3rd, 4th, and 5th going on, and they appear to be quite close together. We've got I've lost my train of thought now. It's gone. There we go. Nope, it's gone.
Yeah, we got an LMP3 here trying to work his way through here. And this is where it gets scary. I mean, especially if you're battling for position, sometimes you just, all you want that LMP3 to do is say, you know what, just give me a couple minutes here. Let me settle down. Let me either make my pass or make an opening for you. And unfortunately, a lot of times, the faster class cars are like, man, I'm losing too much time behind you. They try and bully their way through. Look at this, 3-4 wide as we come through here. That's good driving by all these drivers holding on. And that LMP3, he's being very, very patient. I will give a huge shout out for him for the patience he's showing behind this battle in front of him.
Well, sometimes that's the way you got to go. I mean, just the LMP3 versus the GT3, there is a speed difference, but it's not as great as, say, like an LMP2. They don't have ABS either, so you can definitely lock up the brakes, and then you're just going to suffer throughout the rest of the stint. But you see here, Will Coffey of Long Shot Racing there, he's making a nice clean pass past the GT3, so that's good news for him. But, when I drove the LMP3, I found on the straights, there really wasn't that much in it. Like, in the corners, they definitely had a bit more grip, so you got to weigh up the risk versus reward. And I don't know if you know the gentleman. I'm pretty sure you would, Mr. C.R. Reed. I don't know if you've met him before, but he was actually my iRacing mentor when I started this, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. But yeah, he taught me low risk, high reward, and I'd like to say I often preach it. But as you can see here, these guys maybe could do with a lesson here. As you can see that, he was going to go and try and take the draft of the LMP3, try and pull himself through with it. But no, he's still going. Stefan Le Gruen, the Belgian driver of Fastlane Motorsport, in a battle. We're trying to take a place ahead of him and now having to defend from behind him. As we see here, our director is currently flying a chopper, very talented individual as he is. We've got a shot there of Melbourne hairpin. But Stefan Le Gruen, the Belgian driver, he is still going, and he's currently in the middle of that fight.
Yeah, I definitely love seeing the hairpin, just seeing all these cars come into the hairpin. And as I was saying, that's one of the reasons I love this layout. Because if you can get a good exit out of that hairpin, you can actually pick up you can really take over the car in front of you if you're in the battle for a position. So that's why I was saying, the hairpin and Goddards are probably your prime passing points where you've actually got, it's really going to come down to how deep you can break the car and the line you take through the corner. As we're on, we've got Stefan and back with Dan McFarlane, our leader, who's got a 15-second lead right now over Stage 1 Racing in second. So, just driving along, just doing his thing, and sure, he's quite comfortable right now.
Yeah, he's definitely having a good drive. I'm wondering, are you seeing the 13 car Long Shot Racing? Is that showing up for you? Because on mine, it's disappeared. So I'm wondering what's happening there. But...
right now, I've got Simon Hubert down 15 laps. So I'm almost thinking, is he still even in the session at this point? I don't know how long ago something happened to him, but yeah, he's been going laps down here for a while. So yeah, according to our director there, he has exited the session and he is no longer in the race.
I did think I saw something about an incident. Actually, I'm going to have a quick read of the, so there was an incident between 226, okay, this is a few minutes ago. There was incident number 1 between 145 Fastlane Motorsport and 122 FTR Esports Gold under investigation. And there was a penalty awarded. I say awarded, it's not awarded. You didn't win a 5-second penalty. You got penalized.
LMP3s in the, are LMP3s in the pits?
Potentially. I'll have a quick look. Let me just...
I'm just looking at my time screen and it's looking like, it's looking like we have pit stops here going on for the LMP3s.
That is definitely a short tank. I believe they run a 75% fuel tank, but I'm watching the stewards chat right now, and it is lighting up like a Christmas tree. So the FTR Esports Gold was given they retained a position from an off-track move. They were penalised. They've got a 5-second penalty. And then there's another incident being investigated right now. The 83 car of Stage 1 Racing and the 233 of Digitrack's sim racing team, they are under investigation as well. So we'll keep an eye out for that. We'll see if that comes a bit later there. But, here we go. No further action for that one, so that's good. So, okay. Going pretty good so far, just a 5-second penalty. So nothing too crazy. Jeffrey Belk there, the race control, who is giving us the feedback. Don't get me wrong, if the teams are unhappy, you now know the guy's name. I don't know his address, but even then, you know, please don't go and hunt the guy down. I'm sure it was a legitimate call.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at so we've got I've got a lot of red going here on my timing screen. So we've got wholesale pit. I think we had wholesale pit stops for the LMP3s. 18 laps on a tank of fuel. So I'm just trying a new timing screen for me. So I apologize if I'm getting it wrong as to why everybody's going red on me.
Yeah, I'm finding similar right now. Like I've got my timing open and it's kind of having a moment, but Dan McFarlane is currently out on track. If I look at Hans Blanket, he's out on track. Long Shot Racing, Will Coffey, he's out on track. So okay, it looks like they're out and about. So yeah, some fun, fantastic things happening here. I think as well, do we have another timing thing to potentially? We'll see. Our director, I'm sure, will look into that because he knows what I'm using. I don't know, I'm potentially getting confused with another series as well. It does happen. You know, there's a lot going on. And as we can see here, Alexei Piskunov, I like the sound of that. Alexei Piskunov, there we go, Backmarker Racing Orange. He's currently in 7th place for the GT3 Amateur, and he is hot on the heels of FTR Esports White, the 223 car. In a little battle for themselves right now, Ferrari versus Ferrari. Now, have you driven this this new GT3 car yourself there, Rob?
I know a lot of people are going to hate me for this, but I am not a fan of the Ferrari. I've never really been a Ferrari man, and I know a lot of people are, you know, really love their Ferraris. See how just cranks it around the hairpin there. Good, just and now he's got to run. But yeah, I've really never been a Ferrari fan. Anytime I've driven it, I don't know, I just couldn't seem to get comfortable in the car, which I've had people tell me is just strange, but I just can't seem to get comfortable in the car. I can't seem to figure out the balance on that car and how it really wants to be driven.
I can't say that I've driven it yet because myself, obviously, I generally always go towards the Beamer myself. Actually, the Beamer in this series is not as highly representative as some of the other cars. The Porsche being very popular, the Ferrari being even more popular again, but they are tied into the car as well. So that's why we're not probably going to see too many of the new Audi out because basically put, you know, it wasn't around when this season started. So, you know, don't be looking for one of those. But you can see here Richard Corford, the league organizer there, he is hot on the heels of the Art Sim Racing 2 car, the 198 versus the 121. Again, Ferrari versus Ferrari. And as you can see here, he's got the move. He's on the inside. I believe they're going into the Melbourne hairpin there. And they're going to go down the straight, heading into Goddard's. Potentially a switchback move here, as you can see here. The other car is not yet done. He's certainly trying to push as they go through Goddard's, and I'm wondering if they're going to get an inside line on the exit. Yes, they do. It's a switchback there as they're going to head down into Red Gate.
Yeah, a little bit of a wiggle. Tried to put the power down a little bit too quick there. A little bit of a wiggle. It means he's going to have to gather it up here before he tries to make a move and go out, you know, take that position back. But yeah, definitely a good battle going on here. He's going to get a, you know, really good. Got to kind of handle it down through here, but you know, if he can please stay with him down here through. As I said, I call this the S's. I can't go through all the corner names. You know, they're going to come to Coppice and then they're going to get on the straight. If he can keep them there, he may be able to get them into the S's or even at the hairpin if he can get underneath them.
Certainly, you know, it's certainly not a battle that's over yet. You see, Raf Rishindas is the guy he's fighting for the Art Sim Racing 2. That's a beautiful thing. I've got the stream open. I'm trying to multitask as a man and as a blonde man, especially. This kind of has its challenges at some point as we can. Quick cut back there to the 11th 10th race team. Mark Maxer Jones, he is still in the lead, but that is the Rosado Motorsports car next to him. Now, the Rosado Motorsports, I believe that's the car in 4th place of 156 there. You know, they're getting caught up in traffic a little bit. I think that's a GT4 ahead of them, but yeah, that's a GT4, and they are pushing through. Rosado Motorsports, I think, just trying to stay with these guys. You know, they've been behind them for a few laps now, and you can see the Rosado Motorsports GT4 just ahead in there, but you know, you just want to try and keep it clean, and if you find a good car to match pace with, you know, that's a good way to go. I mean, one fast lap is one thing, but with so much traffic, I mean, you can't necessarily rely on that fast lap data to be 100% accurate. You know, you need the space, you need the time to have that clean lap. And then, as we got one of the GT3s is off there, I believe that's an AMG GT3, Brian LeBlanc. GT4, apologies. The AMGs do look so similar. I do apologize. The 339 of Huge Ass Blue is off, and I'm just going to commend him waiting for a safe moment to rejoin there. Perhaps we'll get a quick look at that in a few minutes. But Justin Michaela there for the FTR Esports GT4 now.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you there, Zippy. Yeah, it's, you know, kudos on him just waiting for him. And I mean, I know myself when I'm in some of these races and, you know, you get something like that happens and you got to wait for all these cars. It can be so devastating to your, you know, just your rhythm and just yourself going, oh my God, come on, give me an opening and let me get out, as you watch, you know, 3-4 cars get around. Look how close we are here coming into the well, I call it a chicane, but they call it the S's. I don't know. You UK people in your naming, I don't know.
I take no credit for that. You know, if I invented words, you know, I'm not sure we'd be able to say them on air there, Rob. So, you know, it's certainly giving it a good battle so far. It looks like we got a third car in the mix as well, BMW GT4. But let's have a quick look at that replay. Brian LeBlanc, the Huge Ass Blue, 339, as you can see there, that is going, just heading up to McLean's, I believe, and that's an LMP3. Oh!
Well, no, he was kind of, I mean, the LMP3, yes, very, very bad on him, but he kind of locked up his rears there, and I saw his rear end starting to slide out to the left a little bit there. So, you know, but I mean, definitely that LMP3 should have given a little bit more space coming into that corner, maybe braked a little bit earlier to give himself a little bit more space in there. A little bit of aggressive for me, but yeah, I think that's, I think he would have lost it anyways had that LMP3 not been there. The LMP3 just kind of enhanced it on him, which is really unfortunate.
Well, I'm just having a quick read thinking there's going to be an incident for that one, but there's not. There's something else. There was incident number 3 was between the 321 FTR Esports GT4 and the 145 Fastlane Motorsport. That's the car we've been watching with Stefan Lagoon, the Belgian driver, driving. There is a 10-second penalty at the next stop for that car. So something has definitely gone on there. Somebody is not happy. So, you know, we're going to see them potentially thrown out the pit order there. So that's another thing as well. Obviously, if accidents happen, it throws away your pit schedule. I mean, you can plan for a 4-hour race, but this is the thing. We've got live penalties that happen, you know, 5-10 seconds. We can potentially stop and goes, drive-throughs as well. But also as well, if you get a yellow flag, I mean, thankfully we've not yet seen one. Certainly at Bathurst, understandably, we had a few of them pop out and a lot of laps on a yellow flag, but any pit strategy is completely thrown out the window. So you really have to be able to adapt quickly, you know, and be flexible. And, you know, do you fuel save, you know, do you send it all the way? As you can see there, is that contact? No, I'm looking very close. It looks like the Respado Motorsports GT4, if we get eyes on that there. Raj Rajinder's just trying to get past there as well. You can see them further up the screen there. Oh, potential chaos ahead.
Well, it is always chaos, you know, with endurance racing, and you know, once again, you know, really happy to be here. This is I love endurance racing, but my first time with these ones. But just what I'm hearing, I mean, the start, the way they spread everybody out, we have live cautions, we have live stewarding. I mean, this is probably the closest you'll get to real life watching endurance racing. You know, penalties handed out on track, and you know, it can throw your strategy all right out the window, or you know, maybe the other guy gets a penalty and you, next thing you know, you're up 3-4 positions. So I definitely love this format, definitely love the way they've got this laid out, and some great racing so far. A few little incidents, but not really anything horrendous at this point, which is, you know, other than, you know, as you say, some of the penalties that have been handed out, but I mean, nothing really egregious at this point, I don't think. Well, everybody's kind of trying to do their best to keep it clean.
And I'm just seeing there that the race control is saying that they are including the reasons just to help us, guys. Thank you very much for doing that. We do appreciate it, Jeffrey Buff there from Race Control. But you're 100% right, and particularly what I liked about the qualifying format as well is in the UK, it's a growing thing, is that you go to track days and stuff like that, and that is the way that they would do it. You would have like run groups per se, and obviously you're not going to send out like a little 140 horsepower mini with like a 500 horsepower muscle car. I mean, you say that, you see Retro Goodwood races, they'll fight toe to toe potentially, but you get the idea. You know, it feels like a legitimate track day, and I really like that, and it creates a good atmosphere. But we're on board here with Christian van der Put, the 220 car of Arctic Racing. He's currently in second, but I don't know how long he's going to keep that, because Digitrack Sim Racing Team, the 233, is right behind him, about 9/10 of a second. They're potentially going to try and make a move here. We'll see how the traffic comes into it. And that's another thing as well there, Rob. traffic can turn a 1 second gap to a 2 tenths gap, but it can also go the other way. It can turn a 1 second gap to a 2.5, 3, 4 second gap. It depends on when you get to get by.
Well, and that's the thing too with endurance racing. I mean, when you've got multi-class on board, and I mean, I know myself, I'm usually driving, like if I was in this series, I'd probably be in an LMP3. I mean, I love the LMP3s. I love the GTPs. I did love the LMP2, but they're going to be kind of putting that off. So, but, you want to use the traffic to your advantage. If you've got a guy that's on your tail and you're coming up on traffic, you definitely want to kind of line yourself up with the traffic that you end up putting him behind the traffic and maybe getting him stuck. So we see a little flash of a car here as they go through the hairpin, but you can just see the different lines through the hairpin and how cars can get out of there so quickly. And that's one of the reasons I love this corner, and I love this corner on this layout for multi-class racing.
And I was just reading here, there's another Stewart, incident number 4. Now, this is the one we actually watched earlier. It was Huge Ass Blue, the 3.9 car, and then Stage 1 of Racing 83. That was driven by Hans Blanket. That's where we saw the GT4 kind of catapult off the track a little bit, pushed into the grass. That is currently under investigation by the race stewards. In all fairness, I'm expecting there to be an outcome for that. I don't think it was intentional, but it was a driver error, so we will see what comes from that. I can see the race steward there typing away, but currently we've got Antonio Alvarez in a huge ass white car. He is currently running in 3rd place, only about 8 tenths, 9 tenths behind the Stage 1 Racing 83, and that is under...
Oh, 10-second penalty for the 83 for that one. And I mean, he's running 2nd right now in the LMP3 class, so that's really going to move him down the field when he serves that penalty. So yeah, just unfortunate. Didn't feel like the car was going to lose it, but yeah, that penalty's gonna hurt for him for sure.
Yeah, he is definitely going to feel that 100%. That's going to throw a curveball to the mix. It's not necessarily something you ever want to do. Penalties do not generally mean podiums. It's, if you're going to spend time in the pits, that's maybe not the way you want to do it. But good time to have a great break potentially. But 10 seconds, you're not going to get too much out of that. But as we're looking through the field now, we've got Huge Ass White currently 3 tenths back from Stage 1 Racing.
Yeah, for me right now, if I would have received that 10-second penalty, depending on where they are for fuel and how the fuel loads are here on the LMP3, at this stage, I'd probably jump in, serve my penalty, and get it done and over with, and get back out on track. I wouldn't want to be running around for very long with that 10-second penalty hanging over my head.
Definitely not. I know I did a race the other day where we tested to see if the meatball flag will make you serve the pits. But let's have a quick replay here, see what's happening. Beautiful graphic there. That's Alexei Piskunov in the 225 car. He is all alone. That's good. That's a bit too much track there, and you can see he's gone off. Okay, nothing too crazy. Mowing the grass. I would have thought the groundskeepers would be pretty on point, but a little bit of touch in the gravel there. But you know what? It's a safe rejoin, so thank you very much. He could have gone on a bit sooner, compromised other races, but he didn't, so thank you for doing that. But we're live back with Antonio Alvarez, the 37 car, Huge Ass White, and he is absolutely riding the tail of Stage 1 Racing 83, who is going to have to serve that penalty. But I don't know about you, I'm not going to duck straight in. I'm not going to serve that any sooner than I have to, because personally, I've got a battle going on, and I'm going to try and hold up this guy or challenge him or try and force him into an error. Certainly, if you're Antonio Alvarez, you've got the guy, you're going to beat him overall anyway at this point, as that is Rosado Motorsports GT4 car. He's stopped to get a view of the action, not necessarily the best place to do it in the Melbourne hairpin.
Yeah, definitely a strategy there, but I mean, if you look at him, ooh, really heavy braking moment there. Really had to gather it up. But yeah, I'm sorry, I disagree, Zippy. I mean, they were coming up on traffic. This guy's going to run you. You've got this 10-second penalty. Again, this is a 4-hour race. We're only 40 minutes into this race. Jump in, grab your 10-second penalty, get it done and over with, because there's, all kinds of traffic. We've seen some, really kind of iffy incidents here. Who's to say that Huge Ass White doesn't have an issue later on in the race? Long race to go, and yeah, I don't think I'd want, if I was a team leader and it was my teammate driving, I think I'd be telling him to come in the pits and serve that 10-second penalty, get it done and out of the way.
But here's the other flip side to it, though. If you can go into, I have to confirm with our race stewards, but myself, if that is a 10-second you got to stop penalty, I would sooner serve a pit stop and then stop and serve it kind of deal. I'm not sure if they can do that here, but myself, you can't do it at the same time. So either way, I don't want to have to go into the pits unless I have to, even if it's fuel, if it's for my penalty. So I would almost be inclined, wait until I have to pit, get my fuel, get my tires, do that pit, and then serve the penalty on the next time by. I would sooner do that. That would be my approach.
Yeah. That, I mean, that does come in. I mean, again, I don't know why my timing screen is showing LMP3 is a lap down. I just don't understand that. But again, it's all based on fuel load. I mean, for all we know, he's maybe 3 or 4 laps away from actually doing a pit stop, so I would understand that. But I mean, yeah, I mean, if you were halfway through a fuel stint, I don't know if I'd wait till the end of my fuel stint to serve that penalty, especially with all of the traffic on track and everything. But again, you know, everybody has their different strategy calls, and that's what gets you in an endurance race, is just the strategy calls.
Well, not only that, if the yellow flag was to come out, I mean, I don't know of any reason. If the pits were open, these guys do shut the pits. I'd like to say I'm better in tune with the whole race schedule and the rules and stuff like that, but it is a lot to go by, and this is a beautiful part about this series as well. But knowing the rules, that's a big send there from Christopher Van der Put, 220 there. Hopefully it's a different class car because the closing speed was just insane. But knowing the rules here, you know, they definitely, the race leaders, I mean, there's team managers in this series. That's where this is at. You know, there's people who are not driving there or out. They are spotting there and making the tactical decisions, as we're trying to do as well from the booth. But, you know, knowing those rules can have a big difference on the effect. I know we saw somebody at Bathurst who was penalised because they pit when the pits were closed, and they were penalised for it, and rightly so, because they gained hugely by doing so. So if you could time a pit potentially, you know, I'm going to keep that as a potentially, can I try and get better value for that, you know, if like a yellow flag occurs or a big incident.
Oh, we've got LMP3's pitting. Stage 1 Racing is pitting. Huge Ass White is pitting, which means they will serve their penalty at this point. Now, just noticing, informed by our director there, that they actually can't take the penalty in their pit. There is a pit penalty box zone, just like there is in real life, where they have to pull up to and stop to serve their penalty.
That's almost like hockey at that point, you know. Do you get to, you know, flip off the guy who put you there? Can see their mechanics from here. Do one. Not everybody will necessarily be agreeing with penalties. You know, it depends on the driver as well. Sometimes I screw up and I'll say, you know what, that one was on me. I know when I've done endurance races, there's one particular person who comes to mind. He reminds me, and he'll go, if I have an incident, he goes like, look, you know, you did the Dan Salmon Classic, 1 car back, 2 cars back, and throughout the race, that number of cars goes, by certainly a 4-hour race, I'd say we'll probably be up to about mid-20s car back, and I sent the move, you know. So, as you can see here, Stefan as well, Stefan Lagoon, he is going into the pits. That is a GT3, I believe he has a penalty as well that we'll be seeing. Tyler Campbell there, and very intricate, very intimate, pit mover there, but we'll have to see, is that a pit box? Yes, that's a pit box. We have to find out where exactly the penalty box is. I believe it could be on the pit exit. I'm not too
it is
sure.
on pit exit. Yeah, it's at the end of the pit exit. There is an area where they stop to serve their penalty. So this is pit box 1, so they would have to move just forward there to get into the penalty area and serve their pit penalty according to the picture I'd received. Okay,
so I'm very quickly looking at a... Damn, that is a wrong car. I was going to say, Stefan Lagoon they were in an investigation earlier, the Fastlane Motorsport car, and it wasn't them that got the penalty. So, damn, I can't watch them. Oh, hang on. No, they do appear to be in the penalty box. I might have been right, initially. Yeah, that's right. They are basically sat behind the safety car. That appears to be where the penalty box is. You know, there's a bunch of fans there giving them stick, and yet they are off again. That is awesome. I love that. That is so cool. Absolutely awesome.
Yeah. Again, like I said, I mean, you know, my first time here, and I mean, just to me, this is like watching, you know, real life Michelin Pilot or you know, that I watch all the time. Is, you know, you have areas where you have to go and serve your penalty. You can only do this at certain times. You know, starts are done this way. The live stewarding, possible caution flags. I love this format. I'm really enjoying just everything I'm hearing and how they lay this out, I'm really looking forward to this next 3 hours and 15 minutes of racing, and just see what comes out. I mean, for SimGrid Racing, Phoenix and the LMP3, probably a pretty happy driver right now, almost a 12-second lead over second place. So, settled in, nice and quiet. Art Sim 1 Racing and GT3 Pro, 2.2 seconds lead. Very, very close there. Two Porsches side by side. Who gets the better run out of the corner as they come down in here? Now, this is going to be the tricky part in these Porsches. The Porsche can get really, really loose down through here.
Well, the good part about it is they aren't in the same car, but this is something we haven't talked about yet there, Rob. Setup as well. So some people, if you want to save fuel, you really got to go for a lower downforce setup, but I'm not too sure I would at this kind of circuit. With low downforce, even though you could save fuel, you kind of to the tires, that only works if you don't overdrive the car. Now, myself, it has been known to happen. I can be quite forceful with the vehicle, but I would generally think I would want a more of a medium downforce setup here. I mean, there's some long straights, but there's some long high-speed corners as well.
Yeah, it all boils down to risk reward. I mean, I think definitely with an endurance race here, I would definitely want that extra downforce, because you're going to be using up your tires. You're going to be running as far as you can on your tires. You're going to be using up, I don't believe they had tire limits here. So, I mean, you could do a wholesale change every time for fuel. But, I agree with you there. I think I just want to have the downforce with the elevation changes and how fast and sweeping the section from Redgate to Coppice is. That extra downforce is definitely going to help you down through those corners in the downhill.
Oh, for sure. I mean, certainly you're going to want it. As we see here, that's Ivo van den Linden, and they are in a battle right now. Sico Pass of Asado Motorsports GTV. Iso van den Linden there having a nice battle in the LMP3s. You see he's gone a little bit wide there, and they barely make it round the chicane as they're heading down towards the Melbourne hairpin. And this is one hell of a fight going on. Stage 1 Racing 72 car, the Ivo van den Linden. I'll see who he's fighting. The Eagle Speed Academy, the 84 car right next to him. And I say right next to him, these guys are going wheel to wheel.
Yeah, you got a really good exit out of the hairpin hitter. Might actually try and take him might try and go a little bit deeper here. No, he's going to run around the outside. Just hold on to it. Got a little bit loose there, maybe a little bit too tight on that corner. Probably could have got a little bit better run out of there. Now, stage 1's open up a little bit of a gap here, but we'll see if he can gather it back up here and close back up on his rear end.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, certainly he's going to be getting the benefit of the draft from the car ahead of him, but we'll see now. They have portioned up a little bit of a gap. It's almost a second at this point, so we'll see. I mean, is this a short-lived battle? Is this one that's going to keep coming back? Ivo van den Linden, I have seen drive here in the series, and he generally does not disappoint. He is a man who will go into a fight, and he will definitely, try to. But you can see here, we've got traffic ahead of him. It's not going to slow him down. Greg Hubler there in the Sam Sawyer GT4, he is now in the pits. I'm not too sure. A lap down? No. Not too sure about that one. Alexander Bueller here, the 338 car, Jazz Black. We saw them go flying off earlier. They're thankfully on the track right now as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to get caught up myself here on some of these here as we got another, we got Huge Ass Black just entering the pits there. It looks like everybody's pretty much going for full wholesale changes. That was one of the updates that iRacing did, which I was so happy they did it, where now you can actually fuel the car and change your tires at the same time, just like real life. You used to have to wait for your fuel before it would do your tire changes. I'm really glad they've made that update, and I'm sure a lot of these drivers are really happy that that update has now occurred.
I have mixed feelings on that. See, I remember doing Spa 2021. It was the first time like my iRacing team did an event, and we actually got second for that event, but it was beautiful because at that time it was before the tire model was where it's at, and you could do tires and then fuel. It was like that. You could have a lot more tactical decisions in the mix, and I remember certainly it was like 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon sim time, and I did 3 hours straight on one set of tires. And I remember I brought the left front in on about 4%, and you could tell it was on 4%. I'd have to look at the sheet, but man, this thing was canvas when I brought it in. And I missed that tactical side. Being tires and fuel at the same time, you kind of lost that. and then the tire model as well. I've not got to experiment with it too much yet, but even though updates is sometimes good, I do miss the tactical side of it. Sorry,
Well,
Irie.
no worry. I mean, I agree with you. I mean, for that aspect of it, I agree with you completely. What I would like to see come next is, especially for the iRacing actual endurance series, like when they're for their special events, is tire limits. Because that's what it is in real life. I mean, you can change your tire, take your fuel all at the same time, but you've only got so many sets of tires for that run. So even the 24-hour, they do have a tire limit. So definitely, I'd like to see that come in, and then that will definitely make people strategize a little bit more, maybe even do triple stints on tires, stuff like that for any endurance series for sure.
Well, certainly it will be an interesting thing to add to the mix as well, certainly in an endurance, but then even more so where like rain is going to be coming soon as well. But we're on board here with Brian Crawford, the 211. That's the 11 Temps Racing team. Now, they had an absolutely great start to the race so far, nearly an hour in, and they are currently sat pretty. They've had a driver change there. Brian Crawford now in the car, and he's been put in a good position. The car came in, it didn't have any damage, it seems to have good pace, This is a good spot to be in, and you can see there he's got the 111 car ahead of him. That's RPM Racing Blue now. They are in the GT3 Pro category. So certainly, you know what, if I'm Brian Crawford, I think I'm going to try and stay behind this guy. I'll see how the pace is, but it's the same car, basically, potentially a different setup. We'll have to catch up. I'm going to talk to potentially, oh dear, what was that? Hang on a second. Hold on. I see smoke. No, it's just an LMP rocking up. We're going to have to talk to some people from some of the teams later, hopefully. I want to try and catch up with them, see where they're at with setup. But, it's a good place to be in. Get in the car, it's clean. That's as a driver, that's what you want. You want to get into a spotless car, a clean car.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing is, too, I mean, if you're running GT3 AM and you're holding tail with a GT3 Pro, that's really going to give you confidence to know that, hey, you know what, you can drive at the level of the pros, and that it's, I mean, I've been there, and I mean, it just feels good when you're right on the tail of somebody that, and I mean, even going back to what you said, sometimes with the iRating, if you end up on the tail of somebody that's got 1,000 or 1,500 more iRating than you do, and you're holding with them, I mean, it's a huge ego boost. Sometimes it can give you too much of an ego boost, but it's definitely something that makes you feel like, yeah, okay, you're competitive and you know how to drive the car.
I'm 100% with you on that. I know you saw me racing the other day, and I was battling with guys who were definitely above my weight class, but then again, I'm about 140 pounds. Pretty much everybody is above my weight class, unless it's a 10-year-old, and even then some of them have got me beat. But I don't want to get in a punching fight with a 10-year-old. That's a whole other world of do not go there. But you see here, we got Ralph Regindas. He's still in the car, so he's gone for a second stint there. And is that Richard Corporal he's chasing? I'm expecting it to be. It's a FTR Esports Black. Let me just double check that here. FTR Esports. Trevor Anderson's in the car now. Okay, perfect. I believe Richard Corporal was in that earlier. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but these guys are still battling out on track. As you can see here, we're back with Brian Crawford for the GT3 Amateurs. He's having a good race, 27 seconds ahead of the second place. I mean, that is an excellent spot to be in. And you know what? He's got, like you said, he's got traffic. He's comfortable. It's a non-stressful environment. There's no need to push it 11 temps at this point. You've got a nice steady gap. Keep the car in one piece. Keep steady and just try and keep the car, clean, spotless. Don't get out and buff it. Just try and avoid any little nicks. Off tracks as well. I mean, I'm not too sure if these guys get penalized for instant limits, but I imagine they probably do. Otherwise, every chicane, you would be certainly exploring that limit very, very aggressively.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would definitely, in these kinds of races, it doesn't hurt your iRating, but very, very close. That was a last-minute reaction. Really good job on his part, just hold it off there. He's got this is Brian Crawford, 26-second lead over second right now, and he's holding on to GT3 Pro P3. So, I mean, definitely, really good job for him to just back out of it there and say, you know what? Not worth it. need to keep my car clean. And I love this shot on board here as they come down through what I call the S's section. And just seeing the changes in elevation, how much dirt they're grabbing, how much curve they got, and this uphill and this braking point right here is just one of the scariest, because the turn is at the initial turn is so tight that it can really throw you off, because the apex for that corner is literally right at the crest where the elevation of the pavement changes.
Yeah, it's certainly a blind corner going into this contest, and that's certainly learning the track. It took me a lot to drive it. Now, I've not been fortunate enough to drive any racetrack other than my local one, which is something I would like to fix at some point. You know, being in Canada, there isn't as many available, and then I'm right on the East Coast, so realistically, it's my local track or nothing at this point. But, you know, I'm not getting any younger. We'll see what happens in the future there, but certainly, you know, driving in real life and driving on sim, we've seen some people do it where they're going to turn both, and there's a whole other set of forces and inputs, I guess is a good word, inputs, where you don't get them in the sim, and you know, and the sim is, however amazing, it does get you certainly a lot closer. You just have to add in the whole factor of, you know, if I get this wrong, it's going to hurt in real life. But I'm really pleased with these guys. Certainly, you know, it's keeping clean, and the good thing about sim as well, I mean, you can put in as many practice laps as you want. It's going to cost the same. I mean, I'm excluding stuff like internet bill and power bill and stuff like that, but you know, it's a lot more forgiving, because certainly a set of tires for this is probably $3,000–4,000. You know, I mean, I'll tell you what, I'll try and find that out.
Now we got a replay coming up from our director here. What are we looking at here? So this is the 248. Ooh, just car got loose on the corner. Is he going to catch it here? No, he's going to get off track. Yeah, it looks like he just kind of outbraked himself, and the car broke loose on him. We come back on board here with Regenders. I don't know how. I apologize if I'm pronouncing it wrong.
Believe me, there's some people's names I get it wrong repeatedly. I know you've been in broadcast where I've done such a thing, but
no, I never.
Oh dear, I'm trying to find how much it costs for these tires here. Hang on a second. So,
well, yeah, I know even when they come here to Canada, when the IMSA series comes to Canadian Tire Motorsports, I mean, it is only a 2.5-hour sprint event for them, but I mean, they only get, I believe, 3 sets of tires. And I mean, you watch the Michelin guys, you can actually sit there and watch how they do all the tires, which I think is just amazing. But just to think, like you said, of how much, we got an LMP3 around.
Oh, we'll get a quick replay of that. I'm just reading something from November 2021, Michelin Motorsport. They say for a GT3 Cup 992. I'm going to say that's pretty close as a reference. And it looks like for dry tires, it would be, so the fronts would be 667 each, and then the rears is 772. So I was guessing about $3,000. What's that? 1,200, 1,400. I'd say that was pretty damn good. I'm not going to argue with that. But
now, is that one set?
That's one
or is
set.
That's one set. So now calculate that over a 4-hour race. That's a huge chunk on tires for sure.
Definitely. You know, I'm happy to support my tire supplier, in which case for IMSA, I believe it's Michelin, is it not?
Yes, it is. Yeah, Michelin.
I do know we have a Michelin plant here in Nova Scotia. Sadly, it doesn't make those, otherwise, believe me, we'd be running them a lot more. But let's get back to the action. There's Ralph Regender's there, the 198 car. I'm not going to guess which flag he is, because I know I'm going to get it wrong. I'm potentially thinking Dutch. Is that Dutch flag? I think we've had it before on stream.
I don't know.
He is Dutch, thank you. I remember...
Thank you, director.
I remember my director teasing me something rotten once because I did get the flag wrong. It was comically fail, but the Dutch driver there, Ralph Reschinders, he is having a good race so far, and he is currently trying to... Ralph Reinders. There you go. It only took us 58 minutes and 52 seconds to get the pronunciation right, as I go and mispronunciation.
Yeah, and if you look at him here, you can see he's got an LMP3 behind him, which could be beneficial, or he's going to have to go wide here, let that LMP3 through. So he's going to lose it a little bit here, but yeah, he was really closing in on the FTR Esports car there to try and thought he might have had the opportunity to get him down through the S's coming up into the chicane. Again, These are what I call the corners. I'm not going to remember the names as they move on into the hairpin there. But, you know, if he can get a good braking into the hairpin, he might be able to come back at him here.
Well, that's as they go through Coppice, I believe. I'm just looking at the track map, honestly. I find that these events are fantastic for learning corner names because there's 4 hours for me to mess it up. But I think there's 2 battles happening at once on track. We had an LMP3 battle going on, and we've also got a GT3 Pro battle going on there. So this is good. I love it when you get 2 battles intertwined because, you know, they don't necessarily realize it's all happening. I mean, you can get so much from the relative. But if you're in a GT3 car, you're just going to see there's 2 LMP3s. You won't know from the same lap. You would assume so. This is where a spotter can come in very, very useful. They can get you a bit more information. But only 0.2 of a second is the Art Sim Racing car. Raf Reinder's there. We're finally getting his name right. As you can see, right up the chuff as they go down onto the Wheatcroft straight. Actually, Wheatcroft named after one of the founders of the track. I'll find some more information for you that in a minute. Rob, please carry on, sir. Tell us what's happening.
Yeah, get on board here. You know, really good job not getting into him there, but he's right on his tail here. He's going to get a really good pull down through here. If he can keep the car tight through the corners, he's going to be able to have a really good pull coming up into Coppice there. And then if he can stay on him through Coppice, you know, he'll have a really good draft down into the S's, and possibly he almost took him into the hairpin. As this has now become a 3-way battle with, you know, as they've caught RPM racing. That's a different timing screen.
No, I think you're right. If not, we're both wrong. Let's just stick to it and
I'm looking at 2 different timing screens here. So yeah, we're looking at they've caught Richard Rosado. Looks like, so, which is our P4. So yeah, just looking at the timing here. Yeah, they are all in a nice little battle here, and. You know, LMP3 is going to throw themselves into the mix here to, you know, mess them up a little bit. This is where it gets interesting. You've got all 4 different classes here coming out of the hairpin. Everybody coming up into Goddard's. And again, these are just 2 really, really tricky corners, and your exit means everything coming out of here for sure.
Oh, definitely. You know, some people like to go and throw it in deep and then just trying to, you know, hang on to the exit. Myself, I'm more of a slow in, fast out kind of guy, and I remember that lesson back when I was in the UK. I actually had the chance I could have a Mark II Revision 3 Toyota MR2. I could have had the car for free, but insurance in the UK would have literally been per month. It would have been 3 weeks' pay. So it's fair to say that didn't happen. But you see here, the Rosado Motorsports currently under fire now. They're in 5th with Art Sim Racing 2 behind them in 6th now. Raf Reinder's there. He is definitely, you know, he's bringing a fight to the battle. As you can see here, the traffic is going to make things interesting. He's going on the inside. There's space left. It's clean so far. Rosado Motorsports dropping back. That's the founder as well, Richard Rosado. We got to speak to him, I believe it was Daytona week 1. Nope, try again. Round 1. Consistent as always. Round 1, we got to speak to him in the booth, so it's good to see him out on track as he is trying to chase back Reinders now. See if he can get that place back.
Yeah, definitely. You know, you don't. I've been there. Sometimes, you know, somebody takes that position away from you, and it's all because, you know, personally you've looked at it and went, I've just made a mistake and gave it to him. And depending on what you're running for a spotter, maybe somebody's yelling in your ear going, well, why? How'd you let him past you? And it really plays on you. You want to try and push the car a little bit more and go grab that position back. But again, you know, we're an hour into this. These guys have 3 more hours to go in these cars. Now, if I remember correctly, our director told us we've even got a couple drivers that are doing this entire thing on their own. The entire 4 hours, single driver. That is commitment.
That is definitely commitment, and to be honest, it just sounds uncomfortable to me. I mean, you know, I'm not as quite as seasoned a gentleman as you are. You know, I'm still, there's like a little bit of, you know, salt and pepper on this guy, but certainly not the full Montreal steak spice. As you can see, Ivo van den Linden exploring the sand a little bit there as he's trying to go past the GT3. He's got a battle he's chasing for as well. You can see the Goyo Autosport car about 1.5 seconds ahead of him now. He's certainly not going to want to see him get away, but that's a beautiful thing. Traffic could go and condense him back up again, but you know, that's not the main battle going on right now. FTR Esports Gold, the 122 car, he is hot on Rosado Motorsports. They are going under heavy fire now. I'm wondering if there's something up with the car. Is just Richard not quite having the best drive right now, but LMP3 tucked in the middle behind him as Tyler Campbell is keen. He wants to go and get that extra position, that 6th place. He is chasing, and you can see there the LMP3 is going to go on the inside into the Melbourne corner. Just absolutely pushing it. Rosado leaving plenty of space there. Well, I say that, it looks pretty
I didn't leave him much.
Oh,
yeah, I think if I was the GT3 there, I probably would have lifted a little bit earlier to let that LMP3 through. But a little bit of contact there. They both kind of gather it up. Hopefully that will be okay for the two of them. Now that is our 6th and 7th. That is Rosado and Campbell. So that is 4th position. That little tap there, the two of them in the corner. So we'll have to see how this plays out. You know, maybe they'll both settle down here a little bit, but. Definitely, you know, Rosado wants to go and grab that position from, Campbell wants to grab that position from Rosado.
And I'm just having a quick look here. Our stewards are hot on the press. They can update us that the penalties have been served. This is good. We've seen that as well. They're currently typing away as we speak. That makes me nervous, but not as nervous as some of the people in the car could be. As we see there, Rosado is being taken on the inside of that little bit of a nudge there. You can see there, Tyler for the Sim Racing 2 is having a really good battle there. He is pushing. He is definitely pushing. And you can see there side by side as they keep going. You can see the track map in the corner, and they're coming up to the chicane. Let me find my map. They're pulling it up to the chicane before they go down to the Melbourne straight. Absolutely pushing it there. So that was through the S's just there. You can see not quite able to get 2 cars wide as they're going to head down this straight now. Rosado Motorsports hot in the rear end as well, but there's another car behind him, thankfully not for position. But Rosado Motorsports really falling back through the pack. I don't know, maybe it's just he's off his game at the minute, you know, he's not having the best race. But as we look here with the 11 Temps Racing team, they are having to still, they're sticking to that 111 Porsche right there. You know, they've been running with the RPM Racing Blue for a while, and they've gone past them now. Now, different class is a car, but you know what? They're having a nice, clean race. It's keeping it, you know, keeping the podium secured. You know, they're still 24, 25 seconds ahead. It's a comfy spot to be in there. So, but I'd like to take a quick look at the Sim Racing 2 if we could, the 198 car, because they're currently showing as only 3 temps back, 2 temps back now from the FTR Esports back. There we go. Let's have a quick look here. As Ralph Reinders, he is back in the action. This guy is trying to get paid by the screen time, and in which case he'd be doing quite well at this point. He's been very popular on the stream tonight. You can see here he is he under attack? No, he is doing the attacking. He's going after the FTR Esports black. Absolutely pushing it. Ferrari versus Ferrari as they go through Coppice there, turn 8 and down to Starkey straight. Good drafting opportunity here, but you know, going into the SS turn 9 to 10, I don't know if you want to really try and push through that. You're better off trying to carry the draft and then push on the inside for the Melbourne hairpin. You know, it's a nice long straight, but I think it's just too far back now. 4 temps, he's not going to be close enough. You see here, FTR Esports Black, they're not having to defend that one, but you see using all the track, almost dipping the wheel in the grass there as they head towards turn 12, as they head towards Goddard's. Rob, carry on, sir, carry on.
Yeah, really good battle going on here. You know, and I mean, you gotta give it to these drivers. Just sometimes the respect they show, that they know they're in a battle. Maybe they want the position, but sometimes, you know, just show the respect for the driver in front of you. Your time will come. You sit and you wait for the opportunity. As we look at, we ride on board here with VD Linden and our split screen. I love the split screen. This is awesome. As we look at VD Linden going after Blancart in the Stage 1 Racing 83. You know, getting through some traffic here, this is definitely going to give Linden a bit of an advantage. Ooh, he's going to get stuck here behind this GT3 that wanted that draft. In through the chicane here, coming up, and they're going to go into, just trying to catch up on the corners here. And I got get caught up here as we got our GT3 battle up on your top left and our LMP3 battle down on your bottom right. Great job by our director here, giving us all the action that happens to be happening on track. Always great to see. And we can see it's closing in a little bit here, but just can't seem that GT3 traffic seems to have held him up a little bit. The 39 there just kind of opened up that gap. So he's going to have to gather it back up here as we focus here. I'm going to focus here back on this GT3 battle, as these guys, you know, they haven't given it up. They've opened up a little space between each other, but they definitely have not given up. What you know, battling for the position here. Going to get a really good draft here down the straight. you know, coming into Red Gate. It's just going to be all on brake, and deep brake there to try and gather up some space and close some of that space off. So we ride on board here with Landon Patramorge in the 132. And now is this battle for position, just double checking here, and that may have been, okay, so GT3 but not the same class. So we've got a Pro and an AM. So definitely working together there for a minute. Now they got an LMP3 coming through. So Landon Patmore, and now we're on board with Chris Neesham in the 225 GT3 AM. He is running in 7th right now. You know, good place to be. Really nice, you know, comfortable. Car's clean. Looks like he's doing okay here. You know, backmarker racing orange. Definitely not, you know, 7th place. He's not a backmarker. He's mid-pack there. Nice place to be. We are just over an hour here. We're 10 minutes past the first hour into this race, and you know, everybody here, again, been very respectful for the most part. We've had a few incidents. We've had a few penalties thrown out. Haven't seen a caution yet, which is always a good thing. Haven't had incidents that are big enough to cause us to get a caution. But everybody kind of settling down here now, from what I can see based on what I'm seeing on timing screens and tracks. Everybody just kind of holding it up as we get in GT3 Pro, FTR Esports has now got Art Sim Racing 2 right on his tail here, going for a position in our GT3 Pro class. So as we ride on board with Christophe Pendu, the 220 in Arctic Racing, he is currently in 2nd, 22 seconds behind our GT3 AM leader, but putting in a good run. He's got a 4-second lead over 3rd place right now, so very, very comfortable place to be. You know, in that 2nd position, not really any pressure behind him. Can just kind of settle in, get a draft from the GT3 Pro car. I believe that is a GT3 Pro in front of him. Yeah, red. Yeah, so that's a GT3 Pro in front of him. You know, just catch the draft on him, save some fuel, give himself an opportunity to get in there and, you know, maybe take a little bit longer on the pit stop and maybe gain some, you know, gain a little space in that 22-second gap. We jump on board here with I'm going to get this wrong, Renders. Art Sim Racing 2, you know, currently running in 5th, but he is, you know, right back on the tail here with FTR Esports. Just does not want to let him go, and he looking at the lap times, they're running about the same. The Art Sim Racing's got maybe about a 1/10 of a second on him in the last lap, so not really able to close in on him, but definitely able to run with him here. Look for the FTR Esports. You know, if now it's me in that car, I'd be like, okay, I can sit here and, you know, just try and maybe, you know, peek a little bit here, peek a little bit there through corners. See if you can get him to make a mistake and just gain that advantage on him. Great racing by these guys. Definitely, so we jump on board here with Dan McFarland, who is just, as much as, you know, he's just running away. He's just having a nice leisurely day drive, you know, 43-second lead over the, you know, over 2nd place. Just very comfortable, sitting back, relaxing. You know, great drive by him. He's kept the car clean. He's been, you know, taking his time getting through traffic. And right now, just, you know, settle in. He's 2-3 more hours in this race. You know, if the stewards end up throwing a caution, that could really throw all of this out the window, which is the other thing we haven't really looked at yet, as to, you know, will they see a caution? And that was, yeah, I think he was expecting that GT3 to move over to his left there, but, you know, sketchy little move, but he kept the car clean. He's still going as we jump back on board here with our GT3 battle. Renders and, you know, still going at them there, but now they got to deal with traffic, which is, again, it seems to be opening them up. It looks like Anderson or Campbell can, or hold on, I got to get the line up here. There we go. So yeah, it looks like Anderson's getting through the traffic just a little bit better, which is allowing him to open up that gap a little bit and give him some breathing space to try and keep that number 198 off his tail. Yeah. I will hand this. So this is our P4 battle in GT4. We haven't seen a lot of our GT4s today. We've been concentrating a lot on the GT3s, but these are teammates. So I'm sure there's team orders there saying let's not wreck our cars. But yeah, definitely, I'm sure maybe he said I'm a little quicker than you, let me through. Yeah, it's always different when you're battling a teammate. You want that position. There could be team orders coming down the pipe saying, you know what, give him the position. He's quicker than you. But it looks like they're running about the same pace right now. Just going to take a look at my timing screen. So let's see what their last laps were here. So yeah, we're looking at they're running about the same. Alexander ran a little bit quicker the last lap, but they are running it around the same pace. Mind you, now it looks like Austin is just dropping off pace just a little bit here. So he's probably going to let him go. That's probably why he let him go in the first place. We jump back on board here with this GT3 battle. Now this is GT3 AM. We are on board with Christophe Van Poot. Try and get it right in the 220 of Arctic Racing. Again, still got that gap to Squadron Veloce. P3 is closing a little bit, so maybe he's lost a little bit of pace here. We are through another fuel stint here. Again, I didn't really catch the pits last time as to what they're really getting out of a fuel load in these cars. So I'm just looking at the timing here. I think they might be due maybe in another 10 minutes, maybe another 3 or 4 laps.
I do believe they have a 75% limit on the fuel tanks there, so that does force for a quicker pit. Certainly, it just forces pit stops as well and adds more tactics. So that's it's been pretty good as well. If you see Thomas van der Busch, he's got multiple flags going on, I believe, but Squadron Veloce by Fastlane Motorsport there in 3rd place. Looks like the best battle though still. It looks like FTR Esports Black and Arts Racing 2 still going at it. This is great news. I love a good battle. There we go.
Yeah, they haven't given each other up. They haven't really been. They've got that. It's that 0.6 of a second gap. Just hasn't really been able to close it up and let us see what they can do when they get side by side. But yeah, they've really been sticking with each other here.
Well, that's sometimes the way to go. For me, an endurance race doesn't actually feel that long if you've got somebody to battle with. And it's like I was saying, that stint at Spa, I think if I remember rightly, I was battling the whole, I had a battle on the go and I was catching them. It was going really good. But there's been races where I've literally had a guy come in, we battled for an hour, he's pit a couple of laps after, and then I pit after me, and then we've gone again. As you can see here, Ralph Rinder's making it through the lap traffic there, the GT4 cars. Oh, it's going good so far. An hour and 17 minutes down, and we still got about 2 3/4 to go. It's a clean race so far, no yellow flags. Famous last words. Stefan Legrand, the 145 Belgian driver. That's a GT4. Okay, yeah, he's passed us. Looks clean. That's the Grasso. A little bit too wide a line there, sir.
Yeah, I just came in through there a little bit too hot. He had that car, the other class car near him there, and just kind of gave it up there and went for the, give the grass a little bit of a trim there and then get back on track and gather it up and get back into it.
All's going clean so far, though. I'm not seeing anything too crazy there. As you can see, the huge ass car take it to the outside, trying to stay out of the way. That looked pretty close. No, that's contact.
No, that's full contact there.
Nearly bounced between huge ass and huge ass. He would have been, no, can't say that, but basically it would have been a very colourful scenario for sure. I'm sure we'll see the stewards lighting up very shortly. Actually, speaking of which, let's see what's in the announcements. I can see there's been a couple of incidents reported. 3:15 p.m, so about 10 minutes ago now. Goyo Autosport, the 39 car, they were under investigation with the 310 Rosado Motorsports Apex, and there was a penalty there for the Rosado Motorsports Apex. That's a GT4 car, 10 seconds for causing a collision. And then incident 7 as well, that was only a couple of minutes ago. RPM Racing Blue, the 111 with 381, the Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab, under investigation with TFR Lab. A warning Unnecessary.
Yeah, I think that's the one we were watching there a few minutes ago, where they just kind of, they got into each other, and they both gathered it up, and they were okay. So, happy with the stewards, giving them a bit of a warning there. Just say, okay, guys, settle it down a little bit. We'll let it go this time. But I'm sure if either one of those cars gets into an incident again, the stewards are probably going to slap them pretty hard.
Oh, definitely a polite slap on the wrist there, If you're getting a warning, that's definitely better than getting a penalty, as we see here. Samsung GT4 Flo Darms, currently the Canadian driver. Atta boy! Do it for Canada. I'm not the right guy to say that. Rob, I believe you're Canadian, am I correct?
I am pure blood, 100% Canadian, redneck.
There's nothing wrong with that. Whereabouts are you from, Rob?
Toronto. Well, I'm actually in Hamilton, but most people, I'm basically in between Toronto and Niagara Falls. Those are my mainstays of where I am. So I have the Falls, and I have good old Toronto to go to it whenever I want. And then, of course, we have Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, which I feel is a very, very underrated track. I've said this before, and I mean, you've said it earlier. If iRacing is watching this, I mean, I really wish they would update Mosport. There have been so many changes to that track since the original iRacing release, and any updates they've done. I mean, there is no more grass in turn 2. They've taken the bump out of Moss Corner. I mean, such a different track now. I really wish they would update it and give us Canadians some love, as we only have 2 tracks. We have the Montreal track, so it is considered Canada.
John, I am sorry to hear that you're in the Toronto area. My sympathies to you for that. There's Khalid Ramadan there, the 39 car from UK and Ireland. Okay, interesting. Is that his team? Is this guy running solo as well? We'll find out in a bit. But Khalid Ramadan there, he is... No, Autosport. There we go. I got you. He's currently trying to chase down anyway. Stage 1 racing the 72 car. He's about a second back now, 1.1 seconds. So, he can see the rabbit ahead of him, and he's certainly going to be the greyhound trying to chase down that rabbit.
Yeah, see if he can close up the gap here. And that's the thing too. I mean, that is the one thing with endurance racing is I know, again, for myself, if I was sitting in the cockpit of that car and I'm seeing that car in front of me and I'm watching my timing screen and, my crew chief is screaming at me in my ear, I know I'm pushing and I want to close that gap and I want to go grab that position. But sometimes it can be detrimental too. But no, he's closed this down into under a second now. So he definitely going to go after this position for sure. Whoa, hard into the wall. That is... Ooh, who is that?
That's Elias de Vries, 144. He is the Dutch driver. I'm learning my flags. And this time he is starring in the movie Face Off with Nicolas Cage and John Travolta. It's fair to say that Ferrari has got some weight-saving measures, albeit unintentional ones. And looking at that, I'm going to say he's probably going to head straight to the pits. I do wonder, perhaps we can get a quick onboard camera shot. I wonder if he set the toe out by having that nudge. You can see the front nose cone has left the chat. And as we look over, now the wheel appears to be quite straight. What do you reckon, Rob?
He hit it pretty straight on, so he may be okay. Yeah, pretty good straight wheel there. A little bit of a click. Looks like he might have a little bit of a twist to the left, but I mean, just the angle he hit that wall almost dead straight. It's going to hurt him, but I think he, as again, they don't have fast repairs here, so it's, do you want to run like you're running? Can you handle the car? In traffic is basically going to be what it's going to come down to. Is it worth it to jump into the pits, or is he able to keep his pace here as we're on board with Landon Patmore coming through here, 2 wide, just kind of taking this time. It's 18th position, 132. So that, in that position they had 18. That is overall, I believe, is it not?
So I think what's happening there is because the GT3 class within iRacing, you cannot separate classes. I'd say that's where you probably get the 18th from. As we looked in there, he was, let's go back to Ivan van der Linden a minute. He is still chasing down the 83 car. Still chasing down the LMP3 car, the Stage 1 Racing 83, and he's closed the gap down to under 0.6 of a second there, as it just flittering on the line right now, but you can see there, they're going through the S's, they head down the straight towards the Melbourne hairpin. And I gotta say as well, quite a fiery paint job on the Stage 1 Racing car, the 72. I'm not sure what it is by the exhaust port. Oh, that's a Lion, I'd say. Does that look like a lion to you?
That looked like a lion to me. So right now he's roaring. He wants to go and he wants to get him. Oh, a little mistake there. It's going to close that gap. Kind of slid it into the corner in front of him there. So I'm sure, like I said, sometimes you see that on the car in front of you and your eyes get really, really wide and you're like, oh, I can go get him, and just settle down. But yeah, he's definitely closing this gap up. And I'm sure right now he's just thinking of a way of how he's going to go and take that position away from him.
Excellent camera work there from our director, Daniel Costello. As this guy, he must be a big fan of Katy Perry right now, because you're certainly going to hear him roar, at least the car's going to, as he is absolutely trying to chase down a stage one race. And I mean, it's hot and cold as well. He's gone from being like 5 tenths down to about, dropping back to almost a second there. He's definitely, but is the stage one racing car going to be the one that got away, or can he light a firework in that cockpit right now?
Well, I just typed in the wrong channel. I apologize, but yeah, I have to say too. I mean, I'm going to root for him. He is, he's running my usual number that I run with. So, number 72 Lion. You know what? Put your head down and go get him. Go get him.
Oh, I've literally got. I've got a whole list of Katy Perry songs in front of me, but I've got to say, Rob is here today because our usual commentator, Mr. David Christie, he's currently doing renovations. So if you see smoke, fire, you can smell burning debris. I'm hoping that's not him. I don't know how handy he is on the tools. He may take the Clarkson approach of using a hammer fixes everything. He may be a bit more sophisticated, I'm not too sure, but I'm hoping he's well and that he can certainly make it back soon. Not to say, though, that Rob is doing an absolutely fantastic job here in the booth as well. First time actually getting to work alongside with this gentleman. Out of the three of us, I'd say he's definitely the most gentleman-like. As you can see Khalid there, he's having a very good
yeah, they're getting really. So he's gotten around him. He wants Gorio Autosport wants that position back, but I'm not sure if our director can get us a replay of the pass that got him around him to take over that P3. But good job on stage 172. Got around him. Looks like he got around him clean, and he's trying to open up that gap a little bit. But it looks like he is going to come up on traffic here, which could hurt him a little bit.
You could say that we're going to also as well test to see how many Katy Perry fans are, because he just went and tucked it in when, and I'm all out of Katy Perry references at this point. I think I've exhausted that as much as I can. Certainly part of me has tried to, but you can see there Khalid making it through, and this is good, but I don't think the battle is going to be over yet. It's never really over. Got another one in there. I don't even know these songs. I'm just literally reading the song list off there. But as they go down on the front straight, that looked like smoke there.
Yeah, we've got cars. We've got LMP3s coming into the pits for the pit stop. So have to look and see if we can find out how long that stint was. So it looks like it's full wholesale of LMP3s. Yeah, stage 172 is in. Stage 183 is in.
As we see here, Patrick, GT3s are also starting to come into the pits as well. So it's going to be a very busy pit lane right now. A lot of people stopping for tire and fuel, and this one we're not really seeing too much of Aiden Neat today. The 162 of Brabham Esports GT3, they're having a really good race though so far. Pulled out almost a minute gap at this point. I mean, if I have a quick look here, where's he gone? I'm trying to find his lap time here. I'm not doing a very good job of it, but I will find it. Bear with me here.
127s.
There you go. So 127. So he's not quite into lapping territory, but he's certainly he's heading in the right direction to make a really big difference. And you can see why they are in the GT3 Pro. Absolutely, total control of the car, having a clean race so far. So we see Jonathan Valgarin, he's now in the car for Squadron Veloce by Fastlane Motorsport. And we're not really seeing it too much, but you can see here that the guys like to take a very, very wide line going into Redgate. And certainly if you're coming out of the pits, that would definitely make you nervous. You're going to hope that they're going to leave you some space here. As more and more people find into the pits, Khalid Ramadan, he just pits one lap later than the stage one car. He was fine as well. So potentially this battle could continue in just a few moments.
Yeah, able to run that extra lap, or chose to run that extra lap. Again, that's where endurance racing all comes in. Can you save fuel? Do you have the opportunity to save some fuel? As we ride back on board with our leader here, Dan McFarlane, as he dives into the pits for his pit stop with heavy lead right now, but you know, it's going to close up a little bit. I'm sure the one thing we're not looking for right now is that dreaded color that we don't all like. But the pit exit here is scary. I have to say this is a scary pit exit because cars are moving over to catch that apex and get as much speed through that corner as they want. And you've got 3-4 cars coming out there and you're coming blasting down there. It is frightening that you may have to get on the binders really, really quick because those cars are not up to speed yet coming around the corner.
Definitely need to be aware of the field around you, and to be aware as well, I just counted, I had about 7 Katy Perry references in there, I believe. So, you know what, that's I need to get out more moment for me, certainly.
Katie's had her limit.
Yeah, she's had her limit. I should have kept the tab open. I'm going to try to go for one more, but I do remember actually the World Cup team for England many, many years ago when I was a boy, they actually tried to get as many song titles as they could into interviews. And
so we have a new driver in our LMP3. So David Johnson has now taken over the 23.
Dan McFarlane driving that before, so this is good. But it looks like they've got a good gap as well to Longshot Racing. So we're currently trying to look through the field. The pits will shake up a lot of things as well. You can see Will Coffey, Longshot Racing, he's moved up to second. I believe he's still driving the car. I've not seen anybody else take that car yet.
Yeah, I've been trying to keep track of drivers change, but just haven't really caught them all. Looks like GT3 Pro FTR Esports Black is doing a driver change, so Trevor Anderson is getting out of the car. Brabham Esports, I think Yanis Alburn might be getting out of the car.
Definitely a few driver changes going on, and this is what you're on about just there. You see, so busy going into Redgate there. And, you know, it's a lot to try and sort it out even for the same class of car, but we don't just have one class of car. We've got 3, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the LMP3s, the GT3s, and the GT4s as well. So, you know, just trying to, you've got to really manage the situation, manage the track, manage your surroundings as much as you can, try and keep it clean. As you can see here, this will be quite a hot spot as well, that McLean's corner there. We've seen people go a bit deep on that. Thankfully, no issue there for Brian Fretian for the Equipment Geek Racing, the 285 car. He's keeping it clean. I think he's just got in the car as well. I've not seen his name yet pop up. So all is going well so far. And as you were saying, we're yet to see a yellow flag, so this is good. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, yellow flags, they do add an extra bit of dynamic to the race. But, you know, generally you want to avoid them. You just want to keep the racing going, keep the battle going, and, you know, try and keep things stable. As you can see here, David Flanagan. He's on the tail of the GT3 car. That's the FTR Esports Black, the 121 car, and he's going to make a move as they head into Melbourne Hairpin. He's pushed past. You can see the LMP3 locking up a little bit in front of him. David Flanagan, a little bit of side-by-side potentially. No, not quite. Is he going to go on the outside as they head into Goddard's? Certainly pushing it. I've got my binoculars out. There we go. And he's behind right now, right on the bump of that Ferrari.
Yeah, good battle going on here. You know, dealing with a lot of traffic. Had a whole gaggle of cars there. You know, just and so you know, you're not just and that's the thing about endurance racing. I mean, you're not just worried about the guy that you're trying to pass, or you know, the guy that's trying to pass you. You're you know, that's probably one of the reasons that, you know, in these kind of races, you usually find me either in a, you know, I'm usually in the fastest class. Because I don't want to look in my mirror. I just want to look straight ahead. And I mean, these GT3 drivers, these GT4 drivers, I mean, you're looking in your mirror, you're looking forward, you're looking in your mirror, you're checking your relatives. I mean, it is mentally draining over a 4-hour race because you got to worry about these guys that are coming up on you, faster classes, the guy that wants to take your position. There's just so much mental work. And you know what? I'd rather just look forward and only have to worry about getting past those slower cars.
You say that as it looked like we've seen a Ferrari going off the track there and dropping back, but I mean, to sound like Wally, you think Wally? Shortcut, or was it short circuit with like so much input? You know, that's basically what's going on if you're a driver in a
short circuit. Yeah.
But I mean, perhaps, ooh, that's tight. I didn't know if they were going to get away with that. You can see Mateus Ronzani there for the Eagle Speed Academy B 184 car, really absolutely using all the real estate available, as he's not currently in a battle right now. He does have another GT3 ahead of him, I believe, but not one full position, so potentially trying to catch on to them, use the draft. And that is the thing with GT3 Pro and GT3 Amateur. You know, just because they're in a different class doesn't mean you can't use the car. I mean, even the LMP3, the straight line speed of them is not that much different. You can get a bit of a drop to try and help pull you along those straights. As here we're back, Roy Mars now taking over the Stage 1 Racing 72 car that was piloted earlier by Hugo van den Linden, absolutely weaving through the traffic there. It's as if, you know, he's in a hurry to get somewhere, and I believe it's because he's chasing the other car of Stage 1 Racing 83. We have another battle back. Oh! Look at that Porsche behind us second though. Was that our 11 Temps Racing team I'm seeing there with no front bumper? Oh dear.
Yeah, it looks like no, I think that might just be the paint job.
I'm not so sure.
No, he's missing his bumper. I'm seeing tires. Yeah, I'm seeing tires. So I'm not sure what happened to him there.
Definitely something gone on there, but thankfully they're able to hold on to the lead. But we'll see that 30-second interval. Is that going to stay intact? As you can see here, whole queue of cars surrounding him. It looks like a GT4. Little lock up there from the LMP3 next to him. But Raf Reinders, he is still getting in on the action, giving us a quick flash. You know, he's camera famous, and here we see De Vries Art Sim Racing 1. That is an Urba car missing the front clip. This is the one we saw earlier as well. I think he's finally decided to come in. Thankfully, the car was able to run, and not only run straight, so he's going to be in the pits for a while, it's fair to say.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it looked like he was holding on okay there, but I mean, without that front bumper, I mean, the car's just going to have no pace, and all he's going to do is he's going to watch other cars go past him here. Oh, is that a different car? I apologize for that. I need to get caught up.
It's okay. There is a lot happening. It's quite a large field as well as I look through here. Let's see how many cars we got. There must be 40 cars. Yeah, 38 cars. There's a lot going on, you know. And not only that, it's not just 38 cars in the same class. We've got 4 different, you know, battles going on, 4 different championships almost within the same series, the Sim 3D Sports Car Series, again, giving us that multi-class racing experience. Thank you for that. As you can see, Matteo Ronzini there, he is still chasing that GT3 car ahead of him. Definitely a different class, though. As I look at that 220 car, I believe. Let me have a quick look here. Let's see, who is he chasing now? And that is Nick DeBoo for Arctic Racing. There you go. So that is the second for the amateur class there. He's the guy who's chasing 11 Temps, so that's interesting to say the least for sure. But
yeah, it's unusual to see, you know, the pro, you know, kind of sticking with the AM and just you know, maybe, oh no, there go the lights. I think he's had enough of sitting behind him here.
Yeah, I mean, like, just because somebody's in a different kind of class car, you know, doesn't necessarily mean they're quicker, especially where it's, well, not a different class championship, you know, he could be really on a hot lap, you know, like, so as I look at Nick DeBoo, he is like a 2600 IR, and then if you compare to the other gentleman here, if I can find him, I've lost my mouse, there we go, Matthias Ronzini, the 184 car, and where is he now? He is 3200 IR, so okay, he was keen to get by, that's why there. So, oh indeed.
LMP3 out heavy off.
That is a wing missing, I believe. That has become a detachable extra at this point.
And that is our P4 stage. Was that the Stage 1 Racing 72?
Stage 1 Racing 83, I believe, sir. And
or was that the 83? Ooh.
Not what he had in mind. David Van Slembroek, he is there, and he is in a bit of bumper. Let's have a quick look at the replay. Rob, take us through it.
Yeah, I'll have to see what happened here. It just, so just see him coming in. Yeah, his wing's already gone here. So, yeah, he's got no downforce at all. His ring's already gone, and then that rips the bumper off the Porsche.
Well, at least we know.
So I'm not sure where he lost his. I'm not sure where he lost his wing, but maybe I just missed that on the. Maybe my eyes didn't move quick enough. But yeah, definitely not having his wing compromised him into that corner. So yeah, definitely not the way he wanted this day to go. As Huge Ass Black is in the pits. Was that the 338? Was that the Porsche that lost got his bumper ripped off?
Now that'd be 11 Temps Racing. You can see them right ahead. Alex Coffard there for Huge Ass Black. That is a GT4 car. Hopefully just a scheduled stop, but at least we know now why the 11 Temps Racing team, why that they lost their front bumper. So, you know, we've got the other part of the story there, so that's good news on that front. Hopefully it doesn't slow them down too much over. At the minute, they're still holding about a 30-second gap over Arctic Racing in the GT3 amateur class standing. So, you know, this is going well for them so far. We're not even at the halfway point yet, though. So it's still a lot to fight for. As you can see there, David Van den Broek, oh, excuse me, he is off again. I really think he's going to have to start coming to the pit soon, because as we can see here, I mean, you get a muscle memory for the track. You know, you memorize the corners. You can see the line on the side of this one as well. It looks fantastic. And you can just see, you know, it's obviously the car's a bit unbalanced now compared to what he's used to. And at the point now where if you're going to start dropping pace and start having incidents, you know, either the stewards will penalize you for these incidents, or you're going to wreck the car. You know, at this point, should you come to the pits and try and get, you know, that car fixed?
Well, I mean, GT3s, I mean, you know, you've driven them as well. We've both driven them. And I mean, you know, you lose your wing and it really, really compromises the car. You can drive it, you can get around, as we see the pass here. You know, you can do it, but these LMP3s, I mean, you lose that rear wing, and the LMP3 has so much torque through the corners. It's going to be really, really hard to hold on to that car without that rear wing. And you know, with so many cars on track right now, I would probably just, you know, dive it in the pit, at least get that wing fixed. And as we got a car off track here, we look at the 198 Art Sim.
Seems that things are definitely getting spicy now as we're an hour and 40 minutes in. We're seeing more cars with damage, more, as I say, cosmetically challenged vehicles, and if they really get it wrong, it becomes mechanically challenged at that point. So, you know, but Mark Baxter Jones, he's back in the car for 11 attempts, and he seems to be doing all right so far. You can see that is the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car. He's trying to get by, and he's through pretty clean. Obviously, the fresh driver there, that's David Johansson in there now. He's doing a nice clean run in the LMP3.
Well, and you got to remember again, you know, we've only got I can't remember if we actually got the actual count. We've only got a couple of drivers here that are doing this entire event on ourselves. So, you know, new driver, you know, we're into our first driver change. If I remember, like, if I go through everything, this is the first time we've really had a driver change. So, you know, a lot of these drivers are coming out on track conditions. Maybe the car's compromised a little bit. You know, and being basically thrown right into the mixer, going, you don't get any space to open this up like the guys that started the race. You're in traffic and you need to make your moves, and it, you know, maybe just causing a little bit here is the battle in the GT3 Pro between RPM Blue and FTR Esports Black is heating up here too in GT3 Pro.
And I've just been looking at the stewards discussion as well. That LMP3 car that we've been seeing there that's been missing the wing, it sounds like they still have not taken a 10-second penalty and have an additional 20-second penalty as well. So irony is a beautiful thing in some ways, I guess, not for these guys, because they're now 30-second penalty they need to serve and fix the car. You know, at this point, the 83 car, let's see, who's the 83? Stage 1 Racing 83, David Van den Broek. He has not had a good stint so far. You know, he's 30 seconds. He needs to serve in the pits. He still has no wing. You know, things are just accumulating, stacking up. Absolutely. The teddies are going out of the pram for this guy's race.
Yeah, and I mean, I've done the same thing with a few endurance races. You know, I've had, you know, I have a few teammates that I drive with in the endurance races. It is my team, so I'm a bit of a team lead, and there are times where, you know, he's like, oh, you know, I pitted and I did this mistake, and it's like, you know what, go get it fixed, go get it done. Again, you know, 4-hour event, you know, get in there and get the service done. You never know what can happen in the next 2 hours. You know, I've seen half a field be destroyed by one incident with, you know, a half an hour to go. So, I mean, you're never really out of it. With, you know, with the time we have left, get in there, get your service, get your penalties done, get everything out of the way, and see where you end up. You could end up a lot better than you thought.
You see, this comes into the risk versus reward strategy, and Daytona, not this year, but the year before, our car was actually caught in some damage, and we had like just under 15 minutes of repairs we were required to take. And at that point, I think, no, that might have even been this year. At that point, it was a case of, you know, a lot of the guys like, you know what, retire the car, and I was not having it. But we'll get back to that point in a minute. Potentially here, or are we good? No, we look to be pretty good. Mark Baxter Jones there, He is, well, I suppose if you've already lost the front bumper, why not rub a little bit more? You can see another GT3 car there, making a move on the inside. Potentially, you know, it's not for position though. You know, he's got his own battle.
Well, that is RPM Racing Blue, the 111, who's got the FTR Esports Black, you know, coming right at him here, working through the traffic. So, you know, battle there for 4th position. Traffic opened it up a little bit. FTR Black lost a little bit, but looks like they may be able to get back on it here. As they're coming into a little bit more traffic. The 111 has the RPM Racing Blue's gotten through it fairly clean. And but now Esport Black has to get around this car in front of him to take it back at him.
Yeah, I believe we've got a freeway battle going on there. We've got FTR Esports Black at the back there, RPM Racing Blue in 4th, and we've got another team in 3rd as well. We'll see that scroll in just a few moments. But I think the 11 Temps Racing team, they're just trying to get out of the way of that battle. A little bit of collateral at that point, potentially, frankly, avoided it. So, you know, this is going to be good. Certainly, you know, we're an hour and 45 minutes in. I don't think these guys are going to be too aggressive, but RPM Racing Blue, you can see there. Now, this gets to add another dynamic to it as well. So even though we have individual teams of like the FTR Esports Black, FTR Esports Gold, these guys are more inclined to, you know, potentially work together, as they appear to have dropped off quite heavily. What's gone on there now? I could have sworn this was a freeway fight.
Yeah, not sure. Maybe just traffic just got in the way, and you know, and that's the thing too. It's all in getting through traffic. Isn't getting around the traffic as fast as you want. It's where you actually hit the traffic. I mean, I know for myself in some endurance races, and even just regular everyday races, it's all about where you catch the car. But I mean, in endurance and multi-class, it's definitely about where you catch the car. Maybe lift a little bit so that, you know, you'll get a run on them out of the corner and be able to get around. Wow, that was a really wide exit. You know, try and set yourself up so that when you get to that lapped car, you can get around him cleanly and not lose a lot of time. And sometimes, just depending on, you know, you're in a battle here, you know, he's in a battle here to try and take a position. Sometimes you just don't think about that of, hey, if I lift half a second earlier than normal, I can carry a little bit more speed around the corner and maybe I can get around him quicker. So definitely, you know, multi-class racing, lots of decisions to be made while you're racing, lots of decisions to be made while you're driving.
Oh, for sure. Certainly, you know, the different strategies involved as we're looking at a GT3 amateur battle here as well. Things were spicing up a little bit. As you can see here, Ivers Van Sand in the Van Sand in the G-Trax racing sim racing team, the 233 car. You can see here he's getting passed there by an LMP3. But I was just looking quickly. Aubrey Kundal, quick mention, LMP3. I wonder if this is what potentially separated the freeway battle up in pro a little bit. You can see here by timing that's now coming back together. But you know, I did see they got held up. There was the Aubrey Kundal in the LMP3. He locked up and span out in Goddard's a few laps ago. He's having a bit of a rough race. And also I'm seeing race control. The Stage 1 Racing 83 car has been black flagged, ladies and gentlemen. Black flag. This is not good. First time I have seen a black flag come out this race. Not good news there. And they are currently in the pits. Oh dear.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt, but you know what? If the stewards decide that's what has to happen, and I mean, if you're out there running with a, you know, car's got a little bit of damage, the stewards are gonna eventually take you off the track for sure.
Yeah, Hans Blankart started the race and he was doing really well, and then sadly David Vanson he's got in and caused absolute chaos. And as I read the stewards' decision, incident number 10, 60-second stop and hold is what it accumulated to for multiple incidents resulting in damage. 30 seconds for incident number 10, 30 seconds for unserved penalties to this point. So in other words, you know, there is like a certain time frame they expect you to serve them by. But then not only that, he went out and caused more chaos as well. So he is not a very popular person with the race stewards right now. And I can see there more incidents occurring. Incident between 225 Black Market Racing Orange and 285 Equipment Geek Racing. Now, 225, that is a GT3 car, and the 285 is also a GT3 car as well. So at least that is in the same class, two Ferraris as well.
Well, this battle's heating up here with RPM Blue and FTR Esports Black. You know, really, really close here now. Running it, you know, looks like the Esports Black's a little bit quicker last lap. It's got about 5/10 on him, so definitely closing the gap here. Really good battle going on between these guys. You know, P3, P4, P5, if I'm reading my timing screen correctly. So yeah, this is for a podium spot, and I mean we still got 2 hours to go, but these guys are not going to give it up. They've definitely all closed in on each other here, and sure, deep break to try and close that gap. See if you can get a good run out of the corner here. And all this battling too is going to allow this 111 to come back at them here. The more these two fight, RPM Racing Blues can just kind of say, you know what, you guys fight it out, and you two take each other out, and I'll take the position.
And it's also as well, we've got multiple different cars involved. As you see there, the car ahead of him, the BMW, is a 248 car. Now, he is the GT3 Amateur. He's in 5th place. So he is not part of that battle, but he has it all happening right behind him. So, you know, if I was him, I'd actually be feeling a bit nervous right now. You know what? I'm thinking I'd actually probably lift and let him go by. I don't want to be anywhere near this battle unless it's behind it, you know. Because potentially the guy behind in that Ferrari, as I have a quick look here, let me just scroll back.
Yeah, yeah. If I was him, I'd definitely be lifting here out of on exit out of Godard's and getting over to the left and letting these two guys go around me and battle. I'm really surprised he's not letting them through. I mean, he's definitely holding them up, and you know, again, this isn't something the stewards are going to deal with. I mean, he's driving his line. It's up to them to get around him cleanly. If he doesn't want to give that up, and he doesn't want to give up his racing line, that is his choice. That is his ability to do, and that's how it works in endurance racing. You don't have to give up the position, and that's usually when we see some incidences. You know, faster class drivers or quicker drivers, just, you know, you hit that impatient spot, and because the guy's not letting you around, he's not giving you any space to get around him. Yeah, this is going to get tricky right here. You can see it. You know, he's got no choice but to follow behind him, but he's just not giving him the. It's almost blocking him running around the middle of the track. I don't know if I'd really allow that, but yeah, he's definitely holding him up here. Is he going to get him out here and come into the hairpin and dive underneath him here?
He's definitely making an effort, but at the minute, all that he's doing is slowing himself right down. Like, you know, this is where you need your team principal to be stepping in and saying, look, let these guys pass. It's not worth it. You will gain so much more and be safer on the track if you let them get out of the way. You can see the LMP3 car, I think that's Audrey Collier, I believe. Aubrey Kundal is trying to make his way through there as well. A few laps ago, having a spin there in Goddard's, but, you know, this has actually worked out really good for Ralph Reinders right now. He's now able to pull away a little bit because now the other guys, they have to try and get past that the GT3 of Track Limit Racing 248.
Yeah, and he's shown he's not, you know, he's not going to give up the racing line. So, you know, RPM Racing Blue here is, you know, he's got his work cut out for him to get around him and be able to, you know, take it back on him. We look at Eagle Speedway, 7th and 8th here. The Eagles, just got to find my mouse now.
I know the feeling. You can see here, Eagle Speed Academy B, hot on the tail of Rosado Motorsports, where they definitely drop back a little bit here, but you can see Lamborghini versus BMW as Rosado Motorsports dips it in the sand a little bit there.
Yeah, and I think we've got a really good, just looking at my timing screen here, not seeing much of a gap between P2 and P3 here in GT3 AM, but it doesn't look like the timing is the same on our broadcast. So maybe I'm just seeing things wrong here.
I'm not too sure, honestly. It's so hard to keep up, but I'm looking very quickly now. So that GT3 amateur car is the track limit racing one. That was the battle we were watching earlier with the BMW M4 that would not get out of the way. And already, if I look on track, Ralph Reinders, he must have pulled at least a second gap on this guy. So he is currently, you can see David Flanagan's behind him. You know, this GT3 in the other class is definitely causing havoc. But right now, we're still on board with Matthias Ronzini here as he is fighting Rosado Motorsports. Here we go. That's what I'm looking for. You can see here the GT3 car ahead of Tom Minot in the track limit racing car. He is definitely a Lord of the Rings fan at this point because he is starring as Gandalf and he is saying, "You shall not pass." You know, he is keen, defending his line, not interested in compromising his race. And to be fair, he's got pace, but As I look ahead, though, you can already see right ahead of you, see leaving the front of your shot there now. Ralph Reinders absolutely pulling away. This is working out great for him. I mean, he's currently third in class, I believe. You know, really, really good use of, you know, how traffic can influence a race. It's David Flanagan right up the chuff as they're heading into the S's now.
Yeah, it's just, you know what? And again, like I said, I mean, I'm sure there's even people watching this, you know, watching this broadcast going, why isn't he getting, like, just get out of the way. And you know what? If you can, you know, sometimes you don't want to compromise yourself. You don't want to compromise your pace. Maybe, you know, you think you can make up some time from, you know, the previous driver, or just maybe an incident that happened. As we see, you know, it just, sometimes you just don't want to let them go, and as mad as you can get, that's endurance racing, and it happens in real life as much as it happens on the sim.
Well, you say that. Talking to the sim, I believe that Porsche of David Flanagan has just disconnected or had a hardware issue. They appear to have disappeared from my screen. As we look on the stream as well, you can see there's no longer a blue and grey Porsche involved, so hopefully no technical difficulty there. I'm not too sure what's happening. I've got my sim live on him, but you can see here Alexei Piskunov in the backmarker racing orange wheel. We've not really seen too much of the GT4s, but currently with the GT3s here now. Piskunov in the backmarker racing orange. He is keen. He is hot on the tail of Equipment Geek Racing. Ferrari versus Ferrari right now.
Yeah, this is where it all comes down to driver and setup. And I mean, another thing we haven't really talked about a lot is just the setup on these cars. You know, for anybody that's not familiar with iRacing and just enjoys watching racing, I mean, the drivers can set up every aspect of this cars. They can set up how the springs react. They can set up their braking. They can set up their gearing. They can set up where their wings at. There's so many adjustments you can make on these cars, and a lot of these teams will spend all of the off time between events just, wow, that's okay, that's not very nice, but and that's good, yeah, but you know, back to my point of the setups. I mean, you know, you may be driving the same car as somebody else, but his car may just handle a lot better than yours through corners and certain ways, and that's always an aspect in endurance racing.
Oh, absolutely. And I was saying about David Flanagan for RPM Racing Blue. He did indeed disconnect with an upload packet loss. So now Robert Lancaster's got in the car. That's really going to hurt them in the standings. That's put them out of that battle. But I can say that they are now back on track, albeit at quite a large disadvantage. So, you know, it's definitely not what they had in mind, but at least they are back on track. Hopefully there was no damage to the car. I'm having a quick look around it now.
Yeah, while you're looking at that, I'm just looking at GT4 here. It looks like we've got a battle for top spot GT4 between Sapphire Simport Alpha and Samsung GT4. It's only 6/10 are behind the you know, first place in GT4.
Interesting. Yeah, GT4 having a good battle there now. I'm just seeing you know, seeing battles all over the place now. We've got Rosado Motorsports having a battle as well. It looks like we're going to multitask at this point. That is so fantastic.
We got Greg Hubler in the 399, which is the so that is the P2 right now in GT4, and he is bringing it to Mark Pearson. Really wants that top spot. And, you know, haven't given the GT4s a lot of love today, and I mean, they really deserve it. You know, a lot of people say, GT4 kind of easy to drive. Get in one of these cars and try to drive it. They can be a handful, not a lot of power, but enough power to, you know, really keep you on your toes, especially on a track like this that is winding and high-speed corners. You know, they're heavy cars, they're short wheelbase, and
I'm sorry to cut you off there, Robert, but I was just watching the GT3 battle happening in the top left. Alexei Piskunov going off in Goddard's. He went a bit too wide there. And I will say as well, these guys were the only people I've seen going too wide through the S's as well. But potentially that could be the end of that battle. We're going to see backmarker racing orange now. He's currently showing as 8/10 ahead. So perhaps it was Equipment Geek Racing I saw go off. But, you know, we'll get a bit of a shot there very shortly, but certainly spread out a little bit more. You can see there, Mark Baxter Jones still, the 211 car, still in the lead. He was about 30 seconds ahead earlier. Well, even with a damaged front clip, front hood, I suppose, front, I guess, for a Porsche, they are pulled away even further now, 40 seconds ahead of Arctic Racing.
Yeah, great. As you were saying earlier, I mean, great battles all over the track here. I mean, there's really not just one thing you could focus on, be it leaders of a particular class or anything like that. But yeah, no worries. Hey, if you find something I don't see, I'm always happy if you interrupt me. Not a big problem. You know, is this battle still going on for the GT4 for P1? And we've actually got a P3 and P4 battle going on here in GT4. So, you know, our slower classes are starting to bring it a little bit. You know, our LMP3, GT3 Pro, GT3 Amp opening up a little bit. You know, pretty good gaps here. Everybody's settling down, maybe just dealing with traffic here. As we are on board with Mark Baxter Jones in the 211. You know, still, so Tense Racing, you know, oh, jeez, that was tight. You know, LMP3 mixed up in there, the leader of the GT4 mixed up in there. And I mean, that's, again, this is where it all comes down to, you know, there's not just one thing happening per class. I mean, multi-class racing can really affect individual classes, as Greg Hubler has closed in that gap a little bit more. Can't really get on the rear of Martin Pearson, but I mean, definitely doing his best here as we ride on board with him in through the S's. You know, gonna head up into that Melbourne hairpin, see if he can maybe outbreak him into the Melbourne hairpin and gain a little bit of space, close that gap a little bit. Very deep braking. Looks like he's gonna get a really good run into the hairpin. Yeah, right up on his bumper now. Really good braking, really good run out of the hairpin. He's definitely going to bring it to him here into Goddard's. See if he can get a good clean exit out of here. This is where, this is where he's, you know, he's just a little bit quicker. Sapphire's just a little bit quicker than he is out of the corner. Open up that gap, but he's definitely not letting him.
Definitely not, and they continue to have a battle there, but it looks like we've got a couple of different driving styles. It looks like Hoop was quite early on the brakes in comparison to the Sapphire Simsport Alpha car of Martin Pearson. As you can see here, he has pulled away a little bit though, but we've got Porsche versus Mercedes. Now, I can't say that I've driven the Mercedes AMG GT4. Also find it quite low grip as well. Like, it's like a GT3 car, but without all the aerodynamic help. Definitely a little bit down on power as well, but we was watching very shortly ago. That looks
a lot
smoky.
of dust.
Oh dear.
And that is our 121.
I'm sure we'll get a replay of that very shortly. But that battle that Trevor Anderson was in, where we saw that GT3 that was absolutely adamant on not giving way, not blocking the line. Well, he was actually mentioned in the stewards. Incident 14. Sorry, apologies. Incident 13. There was obviously a complaint there. It was from the 198 Art Sim Racing 2, and the steward's decision was no further action per rule 10.6. Blue flags are considered advisory as per iRacing rules. So in other words, he didn't have to give way, and he definitely didn't, but he sure rattled the competition around.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. We got a replay coming up here from our director. Let's see what we got on board now. So this is the 121 of Trevor Anderson. Just, you know, he's right there. He's expecting that car to lift and give him the room, and he's just not going to do it. And he just, you know, tries to dive in underneath him. And I mean, yeah, that's, you know, in my opinion, that is definitely on the 121 car. I mean, you know, he does not have to give up his line, and you make a dive like that, not really going to end well for you.
I think what happened there, the 121 was keen to get past the track limit racing there, the 248, sorry, and I can see there's more incidents happening with the stewards. I do wonder there. Honestly, Trevor Anderson, I'm sorry, I think you may get penalised for that one. I mean, that was kind of on you that one a little bit there, but we'll see what the stewards have to say. They are also independently you know, an independent opinion as per, you know, but I think what's happened there is basically, you know, Trevor's got sick of being stuck behind, and he's just seen a gap and he's gone for it, and it didn't quite work out for him. A bit too close there. You see Iris Van Sant side by side nudging Ferrari, trading paint, and I do not mean the act, I mean the bodywork, absolutely trading paint here. Very hard to go too wide through there. They've managed to get through clean as they're going to go through once more. Still, oh, not quite side by side as they're going to head towards Coppice next, I believe. No, McLean's next. Here we go. So they're heading towards Machines as they go under Starkey's Bridge.
Now I'm just looking at so there's a report on the 285 and the Stage 1 Racing 72, which is currently under investigation. As we got a Ferrari way offline there.
That is the one that was having the battle. That was the on battle. So that's Ivis Ben Sand. Obviously, that 2x2 for a while, they ran out of time frame for doing that. Something went wrong, but I'm wondering if we got more carnage happening. Potentially, we'll see a replay shortly. As you can see here, he's managed to clean it up pretty good, though. Looks like maybe just a little bit of hurt pride, you know, but the car seems to have come out unscathed. As we actually hit the 2-hour mark now at this point, so we're halfway there, and I'm not. Well, I'm a big Bon Jovi fan, but I wouldn't say we're living on a pro. It's pretty clean racing so far.
Yeah, and as I said, I mean, it's just, you know, or maybe elbows out a little bit too soon, maybe just a quick little mistake. And as I'm just looking here, is our, you know, been doing a good run today. Stage 1 Racing 72 has been given a 5-second penalty for forcing a car off on track on an unsuccessful move. So, you know, he's tried to dive for a position and forced the other car off track, or maybe it wasn't for a position, just tried to force the other car, force his way through, and now he's, you know, he's got a 5-second penalty under his belt he's going to have to serve.
Absolutely, and for those watching at home, that 72 Stage 1 Racing is a LMP3 car, currently driven by Roy Mars at the minute, but we're here with Jel Verstraeten in the 145. I believe that was also driven by the other Belgian driver as well. I can't remember now. I know we've mentioned them frequently. We've got so many different people. Certainly, we've got almost 40 cars in the field, and imagine not all of these cars are driven by the same driver at once. Only a handful of them solo drives today. Certainly for 4 hours. I know that with my bladder control, I could do it, but he is currently, you know, it looks to be pretty clean. Nice clean run, 911. It's almost matching paint scheme right behind him. As we see here, we're going to go back with Trevor Anderson, the 121. He is back in a battle with the FTR Esports Gold versus the FTR Esports Black. It is, well, I guess it's a battle of the brothers almost at this point, you know. Certainly giving a bang, and that car ahead of him, that is the one. That is the one to watch there as well. We know that they will definitely have a hard time getting past, but we have a guest in the booth as well. We have Hunter McDaniel, who has come to join us. Hunter, who are you running with, sir, and what can you tell us about your race so far? He's currently muted. Hold on. He's muted himself. Well, I guess he's here in the booth, but he doesn't want to say much because he is currently muted. So we'll see here. Hopefully he'll chime in a few moments. Hunter, if you get your mic sorted, by all means, just cut me off. I want to hear from you. There we go. He's away with our director for a few minutes. So we're gonna keep rolling here, and as you can see now that Trevor Anderson, I believe, has got past the 285, if I'm not mistaken. Rob, what are you seeing on your end? Okay, let's try again with Hunter McDaniel. I understand you're with the LMP3 team. Tell me a bit more. Apparently. We're going to give that a go. Missions thing. Here we go. Hunter McDaniel, third time to come. Are you there, sir?
I'm there. How are you guys doing?
Hey, perfect. It's good to get you on board. So you are running with Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, the LMP3 car.
Oh, I'd have to correct you there real quick. So I'm actually the iRacing manager for the Brabham Esports entry.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
I'm saying nice things about you guys.
Well, I hope so. You know, only nice things. I also have to get Calvin on.
Oh, that's okay, but 100%. So currently, Yanis Albert, he is driving the car. Definitely not a slouch behind the wheel. Pretty much calling 6K IR. So far from where we've been sat, you've had a pretty clean, spotless race. Absolutely pulling away from the field. By far my favorite paint job on the grid. I mean, just, you know, my personal opinion. What has it been certainly going into this? What have you done in terms of a setup? Because like we were discussing kind of downforce and stuff like that. What did you guys do for an approach?
Well, the setup was a bit interesting because the cars just got an update the other week with the season. So trying to figure out the new kind of meta, as you will, with setups, and especially with the Mercedes, it's quite a bit different to drive. So I think just from a driver's perspective, just adjusting to the the changes that were made and getting to grips with the car. You know, they spent a bit of time with our engineer Andy Foxy to kind of facilitate the the set development for this week. And I think even up until this race, we were still trying things like going into this race. So it was very last minute, but it looks like the boys kind of figured it out and ended up settling on something good. And I think the big thing too for us was just qualifying first. It looked like RPM was very close. So I think being first, especially in multi-class, really helped us out to get a good start for this good race.
Absolutely. Then you're certainly not got to worry about the cars ahead of you as much. And certainly race starts, they can either be an absolute gift for positions or a race-ending opportunity. But I'm still going to, if I can tease you a little bit, you know, like in terms of downforce, you know, do you want to share a few secrets? Did you go for like lower? Did you go for like a mid? Like, if you're comfortable, by all means, give us a hint. What kind of setup direction did you guys head?
I mean, usually with Donington, it's usually quite a high downforce track. I mean, you're not going to be running minimum wing here. It's usually max or close to max, and I think that's kind of where we ended up. I think the thing is with the Mercedes, though, is it has so much straight line speed, it could look like you're on a lower wing than you actually are. So with all the power being equal, the Mercedes is probably the fastest car in a straight here. Just in the corners is where we're struggling a bit. But again, it looks like with the set, we're kind of, you know, and just, you know, doing all right with what we got.
Well, it certainly seems to be working out for you well so far. I'm actually quite surprised it was a higher downforce setup, but I've got Rob Kobe here with me as well. He's our commentator, co-commentator with us today. Rob, what do you want to ask Mr. Hunter McDaniel here for the 162 Brabham Esports team?
Well, you know, you kind of caught me because you asked him about the downforce, but just overall, I mean, with the traffic, and it looks like most of the traffic's been pretty respectful. But you know, how is it trying to maneuver this Mercedes? Because I know, like you say, it's great down a straight line, but it can really be a handful in the corners. You know, what's it like managing all this traffic and these, you know, these other cars coming blasting past you?
I think it's always tough. I mean, any multi-class event, and like I've raced FTR in the GT4 class last season a bit with Steven Workup, and it's always tough. It's always just trying to do your best, and especially at tracks where it can be a bit single line for quite a bit of the track. And then you have the LMP3s, which aren't, you know, that much faster than the GT3s. Of course, you know, the GT3s are brought to kind of facilitate passing, but it's still a bit difficult. So I think it's just doing the best you can, just trying to stay out of trouble in longer races like this with penalties and damage and stuff like that. The more you could just stay out of trouble, just the better it is. You know, maybe you lose half a second to a second in one corner, but it'll play out in the long run.
And how's your now? Are you able to do any fuel saving with the car to maybe extend you know, a couple stints or anything like that, or is it pretty much you know, put the pedal down and you know, get to the end of the race as fast as you can in the best position you can?
I think it's a bit situational. The fuel save can help, you know, especially even, you know, not just in terms of like the stint length, but the actual tire wear and just keeping the overall pace up. Like these new tires are quite weird because even though the wear percentage will be low at the end of the stint, like you'll have more tire than you previously would, the pace difference is quite big. You know, you could still cook your tires quite easily if you're not careful. So I think saving in that regards helps out there. But I think in a few of the quarters, like the hairpin here, we're, you know, able to lift and so on. But I don't think we're doing anything incredible, especially too with the safety cars. It can be a bit hit or miss with the strategy, so you kind of have to adapt like on the fly.
Yeah, and now, so that's just, you brought it up, so I will continue on with it. How much does you know, if a safety car, you know, we're 2 hours into this event, and it, you know, how much does it throw a wrench into everything if we, you know, a safety car comes out right before your pit or right after your pit, or, you know, even just in the multi-class series, if a yellow flag comes out, how much is that really going to affect your rate?
I think it all depends where it comes out in the stint. Like if we've just pitted and then the safety car comes out directly after, I think we're in an okay spot. But if, you know, we're, you know, a few laps from the end of the stint, or, you know, some team pits before the safety car comes out and we have to, you know, stay out during the safety car until we can pit, it can create problems. So it's all about where it comes out during the stint and where you are at track. Sometimes you can get a bit lucky, sometimes you get a bit unlucky, but it's just how these types of events go with the safety cars.
That's perfect. You know, great information for anybody that's new to watching the endurance racing. You know, doing a great drive here in your car right now. You know, just sitting in the, sitting in first place. And I think, nope, I'm sorry, I got to go to the wrong one here. Yeah, first place, GT3 Pro. So you're doing really well. I apologize. It's just a timing screen, and I will pass you back over to our other commentator, Daniel Zippi here, and see what else he's got for you.
Yeah, it was absolutely great to have you in the have you in the booth. Hunter, is there anybody you guys want to thank while you're in, just to wrap up your interview?
No, in particular, but well, actually, I guess we'd like to thank our engineer and our drivers for this event. It's always trying to, because the drivers we had for the previous event weren't available for this event, so we kind of had to change the lineup a bit, and especially just getting ready. We had other events going on this week, so we couldn't put a ton of time and development into this series as we may have wanted to have. But I think we came out with something good. And yeah, thanks to Calvin as well. The series sponsor Sim3D, always thanks to him. And yeah, I think that's it.
Well, it's been absolutely great having you here in the booth with us, and certainly good luck to Brabham Esports going forward. So, certainly since you come out, I've seen you guys at Bathurst, an absolutely top-notch performance, and you're continuing to keep that pattern going now. But ladies and gentlemen, that was Hunter McDaniel for the Brabham Esports team. And we're going to get back to the racing now as well. Let's have a quick look, see what's happening as we got David Johansson for the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix team. He is currently bringing it into the pits now. And as we look through as well, it looks like we had a couple of battles going on. This is the biggest one on track right now. Rosado Motorsports is sadly under attack yet again from the Eagle Speed Academy B. These guys were battling it out earlier on, and you can see here, it's a pretty close battle, down to just meters at this point, and even temps, half a second in it, 6 temps.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you there. I was just looking at, you just brought up the Rosado Motorsports, and actually they've just been issued a 10-second penalty for unnecessary contact with a car, sending a car around without damage. So that's going to hurt them a little bit right now. And then we have another penalty to Digitrack Sim Racing team, and Art Sim Racing is under investigation.
And you say that as Steve plays, the Belgian driver of Eagle Speed Academy B, he took a scenic route and they're going to mow the lawn a little bit there. So definitely some action happening. An hour and 45 minutes to go. There's a few people going in and out of the pits. You see Brabham Esports GT3, they're currently in the pits as well. Certainly Hunter McDaniel, he must feel pretty lucky having a whole fleet of top-range drivers to choose from, so that's a good position to have. But Richard Corthrow back in the car for FTR Esports Black. We seen them fighting earlier, the black versus gold kind of deal. I feel like it should be like an R. Kelly song or something at that point. I don't know. I'm not too good with music. You see the Brabham GT3 car right behind him, and he's going to tuck right behind the FTR Esports Gold. This is fantastic, and the boys are back together. Ferrari versus Ferrari, and the battle continues as they go down into oh my gosh, I've forgotten the corner name. It's coming back to me now. It's coming back to me now. Let's have a quick
downhill S's. That's what it is.
Yeah,
Craner curves, old hairpin, Starkey's Bridge, McLean's. Downhill S's as far as I'm concerned.
I do wonder as well if Donington Park was at one point sponsored by Die Hard, potentially having Mr. McLean there, the star, often played by Bruce Willis. Oh, actually only played by Bruce Willis. As you see Sven Demmel, we've seen him on the show a few times before. This is in the GT4 car now for Huge Ass Gold. That's the BMW at the back of your picture there, taking a beautiful line through there as well, really using all the track. Cutting the sand a little bit there as they head under Starkey's Bridge and up through turn 6 into McLean's now. And this is the reason we're watching this. He's in a battle with DX Droid Sim Racing by Let Room. I'm sure there's more to that. 326 car currently, so he's fighting for that last podium position there as they go up through Coppice.
Yeah, sure. His eyes are nice and big right now too. Be able to catch a draft off the GTC, move over there. I don't know if I'd make that move over like that. Kind of block that Mercedes. I'm sure that Mercedes is not going to be happy about that. But yeah, it's allowing Huge Ass Gold there, Sven Demmel, just close right in there. Or am I looking at the wrong? No, there we go.
Side by side as they're going down into Melbourne Hairpin. This is Rob Covey's favourite place of pass around Donington.
Yeah, it seems. It is, man. Like I said, if you can get the exit out of the hairpin, you have such a huge opportunity to stay right with them. And even Goddard's here. I mean, they are, to me, under this configuration, two of the prime passing points. It's all about breaking an exit.
as they go down the Wheatcroft Straight there. And a little bit of history on the Wheatcroft Straight. Now, the reason it is called the Wheatcroft Straight is it was actually the track used to be a storage facility back during the Second World War, fell into disrepair until a local construction entrepreneur, Tom Wheatcroft, revived it under his ownership in the 1970s, and then it went on to host a Formula One race in 1993, but became more famous for the British round of the MotoGP motorcycling championship. So that's why we have the Wheatcroft Straight, ladies and gentlemen, just in case you were wondering. A little bit of track history there, courtesy of Wikipedia.
But poor Span here, I mean, he's got his mirrors full of you know, the DX Droid sim racing car. Just you know, try and keep his eyes forward, but right now he look in the mirror, that's all he's going to see is, you know, he's going to see that car behind him and not want to let him through.
Oh, for sure. Certainly the battle is definitely on, and it's definitely not over. You can see there the GT3 car, I think that's the Evil Speed Academy, just trying to sneak past as well. You know, definitely things on the go, and it's all very good having a battle, but then when you've got the faster class traffic, you got to decide when do you want them to go. Myself, I always prefer to lift and let them go before they get to the corner, like let them go on the straight, but he hasn't got the option to do that right now, not really, because it's just going to open the door for the guy behind him, Albert Parrish, in the 326 car, that AMG GT4, you know. But at the minute we've got Huge Ass Gold, DX Druids, there's currently a 911 between them. I believe that is the one that had a disconnect earlier, the 220 car, I'm not too sure. No, that's Arctic Racing, they're currently in second place. See there, a 45-second gap behind 11 Temps, who are absolutely having a fantastic race. But Albert Parrish there, he is not out of the running yet. He has dropped back a little bit though. The gap now 1.3 seconds behind the Huge Ass Gold.
Yeah, I kind of got caught up there, and that's the other thing too. You know, when you let off to let you know, another car through, as we see Martin Pearson come out of the pits here. If that car has a little bit of a wiggle, or you know, just doesn't get out of the corner instantly, it actually hurts you a lot more by letting them through because you can't get on the power. And you know, just when I was watching there, that's kind of looked like what happened to him there, and that's why he kind of lost, and that gap opened up a little bit as the Porsche got around him, but just could not get the exit out of the corner.
Well, certainly it's not over yet. The gap is still under a second now as we're on board with David Johansson. Well, I say on board, we're watching David Johansson, my apologies. The Swedish driver here. Sweden, famous for a few things. First of all, being Volvo myself. Definitely a biased opinion on that. I've got one. I mean, shame on me. I also drive a Beamer. That's probably the worst decision, financially at least. But you can see him there going down the Wheatcroft Straight. Having a great race so far. He's got like a minute plus over Huge Ass White. So at this point, you know, 2 hours, 20 minutes in, you just need to keep the car clean. And we have seen it before where Sim Racing Grid Phoenix has been leading an event and then ended up getting into an incident that has cost them that winning position. Hopefully that's not what happens today. You can see the huge closing speed there. The LMP3 able to carry a lot more grip through there. They're really on the outskirts of the track, almost dipping a toe in the sand at the beach, as it were, as they come around McLean's, using all of that track up the straight, and they're going to head into the blind corner of Coppice, so it makes it a very challenging bit before heading down Starkey Straight.
Yeah, great on board here. Just you know, what it's like to drive one of these LMP3s. You know, a lot of people maybe haven't had you know, experience in you know, high downforce or just understand the high downforce. And I mean, the LMP3 is not you know, significant to an LMP2 or the new GTPs, but there's still a lot of downforce in these cars. You can really throw this car around the corner. Sorry about that. So yeah, we're just riding on board here now with Christophe and Deput. You know, just trying to get caught up. So this is our T2 and GT3 AM. About 46 seconds behind first place. Having a good run, good drive today. You know, the car looks really clean. You know, it's been just nice and consistent. Good clean driving. As he's coming up on the, just trying to catch the car here. So that is a GT3 Pro car. As we jump back to our GT4 battle here with Huge Ass Gold and DX Droids, as you know, Sven Demmel and Albert Perrick continue to battle it out, but have to keep dealing with traffic here, and it just it keeps opening up that gap. It just as soon as he sees that he's maybe got to run on him, and just faster class car gets in the middle of them and just kind of holds them up and opens that gap back up. As we got, so in our GT3 Pro, we've got FTR Esports Gold battling with FTR Esports Black. And those are pretty much our two tightest battles right now, from what I can see. But so yeah, if you're, we're 2 hours and 20 minutes into this. So we have Sim Racing Grid Phoenix in first in LMP3, followed by Huge Ass White in second, Glorio Autosport in third. In our GT3 Pro, we have Proudmon Esports GT3, followed by RPM Racing, which is about 29 seconds behind. And then currently in third is Art Sim Racing 2. In our GT3 AM, we have 11 Tenths Racing Team with a 42nd lead over our number 2 Arctic Racing in GT3 AM, followed by Squadra Veloce by Fastlane Motorsport. And in GT4, which is the battles we've been watching, we've got Huge Ass Black with about a 7-second interval over Huge Ass Gold, followed by DX Droids Sim Racing by Lechner.
See there, Sven Demmel. Excellent battle there, and he is now in the pits, taking a little bit of a break. But you can see here, David Johansson is still there. Yep. You can see there. Okay, I'm confused. Anyway, carrying on. You can see here David Johansson currently in first. Richard Corporal there in fifth as well. The FTR Sports Plan. He's had that battle going the whole time.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking at some of the penalties that are going through here. A couple of appeals on a couple of penalties going on right now. As we head on board here with Richard Cawthron, FDA Esports Black, currently bringing up to the bumper of FTR Esports Gold. Now, I have to wonder, is there any kind? I mean, obviously these are the same team. But is there any, kind of team orders between the black and the gold when it really comes down to them fighting? Or is this something where the team owner, the team director just kind of says, you know what, guys, just don't kill each other and put on a good show? As they get the TV time, they get to show their sponsors, and definitely something that always comes into play with team events.
Oh, for sure, and you can see here, even though it is a team event, you can got the FTR Esports Gold, the 122 versus the 121 of FTR Esports Black. This battle still going on and certainly makes for a good race, and it's almost matching paint jobs at this point as well. There isn't a lot in it. Certainly, if we're going to play spot the difference, I'm not going to win other than a spot in the car number on the side of that Ferrari, and keeping it under 6-7 tenths now as well. A close battle going on, and it'll be clean as well, but what else have we got going on here is we're on board with Christoph van der Put, the Belgian driver there, the 220 car Arctic Racing. Now, they've been in second place for a good portion of this race, if not most of it, and certainly 11 Temps Racing in the 211 car, just continuing to expand that gap there. But Squadra Veloce 11 seconds back, so at this point, you just need to put in nice, clean laps, consistent laps, and keep bringing it home. With certainly an hour and a half left to go. Thankfully, no yellow flags as of yet.
Yeah, we've had we've definitely, we've had some penalties handled out. We've had some drivers get a little squirrely on track and, have their incidents, but nothing really significant enough that has caused them to bring out a yellow flag, which is always nice to see. I mean, sometimes, if you're in the car, a yellow flag is maybe something you want to see, just to build things up. Is we are getting an interview here with Sim Racing Grid leader Dan McFarlane. How you feel about the race so far there, Dan?
Hey there, thanks for having me. Yeah, we're having a great time out here. We're really enjoying it. We've got a little bit of a lead going, a little bit of a cushion behind us, so I feel pretty good about that. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun so far.
Yeah, you really kind of took off there and opened up a really nice gap there off the beginning. What's it like just maneuvering this LMP3 through all of these different you got GT3 Pros and AMs and GT4 cars just weaving it around these different speed cars and driving.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty tricky, especially just the differences in downforce, especially through like turn 4. You really got to be prepared to adjust your line through there so you don't run into the back of anybody. And then, of course, there's just the multi-class chaos of overtaking cars who are overtaking other cars, and just trying to put yourself where you have the lowest probability of getting hit.
Yeah, and like I said, you guys have been so clean so far right now, and some really good driving on both your part and your co-driver there, David. Now, what you mentioned the downforce there. Now, what is the downforce really feel like in these cars, especially down through Craner curves, the old hairpin? That. Well, as I was saying to the other Zippy there, our other commentator, I basically call it the downhill S's, but they have different names. What's the LMP3 just feel like going, full tilt down through that sequence of corners?
Oh, it's a blast. When you can go through there without any traffic, I mean, it's a 4th gear corner. You're really carrying a lot of speed through there. You have a lot of faith in the car and the downforce. I mean, it's how it works. The faster you go, the more downforce you have. So it takes a lot of commitment to go through there, but it's so satisfying to hit that corner right.
Yeah, I know how that could be sometimes. So there's certain corners, there's always, certain corners you get them right, they're always very, very satisfying. But, our other commentator here, Daniel Zippy, doesn't drive the LMP3 as much, so I'm sure he's got some questions for you over what this car's like on this track.
Oh, I was actually just reviewing because I'm used to seeing the name Dan McFarlane usually sat on the pole, and I've been fortunate enough to be here for each event, and certainly at Daytona, as I look at that, it looked like you guys. I think that was where you guys had the unlucky one there, where Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. That was a good one. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. You got the first there at Daytona, and then it was Bathurst where it went downhill. So it's good to see that you guys are certainly looking back on form. And as I was saying earlier, it's one thing to pull a big lead, but you certainly got to maintain it. So while your comrade is in the car, David Johansson, while he's in the car, what are you kind of whispering in his ear? Are you like I know I'm bad for it, like, oh my gosh, mom's driving the car, like you got to shut him up, like he's so wary, like getting damage in the car. What are you like as in the spotting position?
Oh no, I mean, first of all, David is a very, very capable driver, and he's been faster than me this weekend, and when we're in the car, when I'm spectating, we're really just I'm helping him plan through the traffic, really. Just say, hey, I don't think you're going to make it. You're going to get this guy before the chicane. Hey, I think maybe you should take an outside line here, keep the speed up, those sort of things. Of course, it's unfortunate that, the small mistake at Bathurst cost us a lot there, but that's how it goes. That's what this hobby is all about. It's one little mistake and your day can be ended. So, but hey, we don't let that get us down. We're gonna come right back swinging and make sure we can keep up the momentum.
Oh, absolutely. Like as it stands right now, you're currently 3rd. Like I'm not counting any points potentially from Donington for this part, but certainly you're currently 3rd in the LMP3 division with 45 points. Longshot Racing ahead of you with 47, and then Goyo in 5th. In first with 50. So this is looking like it could be a good day for the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix.
Oh, absolutely. That's the goal this season. Definitely, we want to make sure we get that championship. It would really mean a lot to us. We fought really hard in the TCR category last season, and we did blast there. It's a shame that we're not running that car, but we really wanted to get that championship, and cards didn't fall our way. So this time we're even hungrier.
Well, certainly the TCR car against the LMP3, that's quite the jump. Like it's completely opposite ends of the spectrum, but it seems to be working hard for you so far. Now, excuse me. I know some of these teams here, they have like a dedicated race engineer. They have a guy who is there, planning and spotting deliberately. What about yourself? Do you have somebody specific?
We don't have a dedicated spotter, but David is the one who builds the setups for us. He builds the setups for a lot of cars on our team, and he's a really talented creator. Not only setups, but he also does deliveries as well. So David's a real powerhouse. I really, I have to give him a lot of the credit on how the car is handling right now. I mean, he did a fantastic job putting in all the hard work, getting that car ready to go.
Well, it's definitely good if you get into the car and it's a stable setup and it's something that you can trust. I know myself, if I don't trust the car, I can't push it at all. And currently it looks like you're sat pretty good. So would I be right in saying it's mainly just the two of you in the team?
Yeah, it's just the two of us for the season. We're the dynamic duo.
Well, it certainly seems to be working out well for you. Obviously, great recognition for your teammate there, David. I do sense a little bit of rivalry potentially as well, and that's okay. I'm all right with that. I know I certainly do the same. Track temperatures can influence lap times as well, so if he's a little bit quicker right now, don't worry. I'm sure if the conditions go in your favor, you can just take the honors from him. Just, a little bit of friendly rivalry there. But is there anybody else you want to thank there, Dan?
I want to thank Landon and Mark driving for Sim Racing Grid Phantom. Unfortunately, scheduling didn't work out for Mark. Lando had to try to solo the race, and unfortunately, it just didn't work out. But yeah, shout out to those guys. Always fun racing with them, seeing them around the track.
Definitely, for sure. Is there anybody in there in particular that you think is your main rival? Who are you most worried about in terms of competition for the season?
That's a fantastic question. I've been really impressed with the pace of the guys at the Goryeo Autosport team. They've definitely kept us honest so far. But I mean, I think the high level of competition in LMP3. It's great to be racing against teams like Huge Ass and Long Shot Racing and Stage 1 and even Eagle Speed. I mean, these are all high-level teams, so it's great to be racing alongside them.
Well, it's definitely it takes one thing to be able to bring competition and be competitive at each event, in which you've certainly done so. You've always been on the money, you could say. And the big thing about racing as well, I mean, it's going within the rules. We're seeing every now and again where the rule book comes out, but you know what? It's been great having you in the booth here, Dan. And I do wish you the best of luck for the rest of the race and the rest of the season. And potentially we'll be catching up again with you later. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That was Dan McFarlane, number 23 car of Sim Racing Grid Phoenix.
Cheers.
Sorry, Rob. Go ahead, sir.
I was just going to say, it's always good to, really get a chance to talk to some of these drivers, after they've come out of the car and just, kind of find out what they're feeling and, what their view is on the race so far. As we've got some battling going on here. There's Stage 1 Racing 72, they've gotten a penalty. They've had to back up a little bit, but it looks like they're trying to move themselves back up through the field here. So we've got battles in pretty much just about every class right now.
Yeah, and I'm just seeing that the stewards are active right now as well. The 122 car, the FTR Esports Gold, has got a 10-second penalty for unnecessary contact resulting in a spin. So that could be the end of the FTR Esports battle going on there. Certainly 10 seconds is not pocket change. As we're here with the backmarker Razzle Dazzle car, not really seen too much of them today. Justin Clerk behind the wheel. He's currently sat in 10th, and he appears to be doing all right. There's while it's not a strong position as he'd like, he's got no immediate battle on the horizon. You can just see him there pressing a huge ass car right there as well. Car seems to be pretty intact, pretty clean, so that's good. And you can see he's right in the mix of traffic as well.
Yeah, I think the battles are going to start opening up here as we come into 2.5 hours into this 4-hour endurance race. You're past the halfway point. You got to do what you can do now because, again, we haven't seen one yet, but something could happen that we're not seeing. But yeah, as we ride on back here, this battle is picked back up between RPM Racing Blue and FTR Esports Black. Right now, that's just the GT3 AM car he's behind. But as you can see, he did have was closer to FTR Black. But now FTR Black is taking it to Ryan Chevalier in FTR Esports Gold.
Well, the bad part is they will be facing a penalty early, if I am correct, yet the 122 car. So even if he beats him on track, he's got to potentially worry about you know, serving that penalty as well. The 122 car, he's currently the one that is ahead. So, you know, it begs the question again, do you go in and serve the penalty earlier? Myself? No, probably not. But knowing where, like, if I'm not mistaken, you can go do your pit and then on the exit you can go and do it. I believe I've seen some guys do that. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure I got
No, that's been pretty much what they've been doing. And actually, I'm just looking at the stint here. And you know what? I'm starting to think. You know, looking at the stint numbers, he's probably due to come into the pits here in probably another 3 or 4 laps, anyways. So yeah, I'd just stay out there and you know serve the penalty at that point in time, jump back out and try and make up that 10 seconds.
As you can see here as well, there is another person in the contacting stewards. He's saying number 17 car for ignoring blue flags multiple times, and it's very straight away. It's not even one of the race controllers doing it, but it's one of the competitors, Justin Michaela. He is there pointing out blue flags to advise you. They do not need to move out your way, and then the race controller basically saying, yeah, absolutely right. You know, the guy's on point there, but certainly, you know, as we're going back here, everybody wants to get past at this point. It's getting to the point in the race where things are getting a little bit more spicy. You can see Stage 1 Racing currently 8 tenths behind the Eagle Speed Academy in the 4th and 5th, but we did have a battle going on in GT4 for a little bit. I'm not too sure if that's still happening. It could have just been with the pits and stuff like that now, but all potentially LMP3s, are they moving around? Let's see if we can get eyes on that as soon as we can.
Yeah, just to your point there, Zippy, you know, the blue flags, and I mean, it's probably the most misunderstood flag within the iRacing service, or just to, you know, any kind of sim racing where you know, you don't deal with it in real life. It's an advisory. It's saying, look, this guy is quicker than you. He's in a different class. You don't need to get out of his way, but don't, you know, be careful kind of thing. It's just an advisory flag to let you know that he's faster than you and he's probably going to get around you. Try and make it easy on him, but it's not something you are required or mandated to do by any league.
Well, either way, there's another thing that you can add to like the whole blue flag thing, especially in an endurance race where just because somebody has a blue flag, you know, it means they're a lap ahead of you. If they're like coming behind you a lap or more ahead of you, doesn't necessarily mean that they're slower. So especially in a team event, you could have your, you know, you could start with one of your less seasoned drivers gets in the car, does the race start, do that, okay, survive, then you put your quick guy in, and all of a sudden, oh my gosh, this guy's like 2-3 seconds quicker. And all of a sudden, you know, he's in a position in the field of cars where he's like, okay, this guy's actually running like front position pace right now, you know, so it does happen. But I like the fact that these guys are like, no, blue flag does not mean you get a free meal ticket pass, you do not get a wave by, and you know, you want that, you're going to have to go and fight for it. And not only that, you got to fight for it clean here, as we're watching the Digitrack Sim Racing team, the 233 car. Again, a little bit of shrapnel on that potentially. It could just be the paint. Yeah, no, that's the paint, quite an artsy paint there.
Yeah, it looks like he's got some signatures or something on it there. But yeah, just to finish off the blue flag, I mean, I have a teammate, or had a teammate, don't know if he's going to be on my team this year, but I mean, he would always, you know, when that blue flag came out, he would always just seem to, you know, back off and always let the blue flaggers through. And, you know, it took me a good, you know, year really to tell him, like, it's a blue flag, man. You know, if you feel like he's a pushy driver, fine. I don't mind you lifting and letting him through. But other than that, don't compromise your line, run your line. And, you know, once he kind of got it in his head that blue flags don't mean move the hell over, there's a lot better racing by him for sure.
Certainly some people see a blue flag as dive out of the way. So we're going 3 wide now. This is the LMP3 battle I was on about. Oh, so close. That's contact. The GT3's managing to avoid it, but the Eagle Speed Academy car there, Alex Baynes there, sideways. Looked like they tried to go too wide in the S's, and I'm so grateful that the GT3's managed to avoid that. And that's more contact there. Eagle Speed Academy, Alex Baynes absolutely fuming, trying to force his way through. I'm waiting for the steward's box to start lighting up.
There's the bullying. Like, you know, sorry to cut you off there, Zippy, but I mean, that was a bit of a bully move by him. I mean, you know, I realize the LMP3s are faster, but, you know, he had the corner. I mean, to dive underneath him like that, I mean, it's not his fault he turned into you when you come at him that quickly at almost the apex of the corner.
Yeah, he's definitely keen. Perhaps we'll get another shot of that shortly after. You know, there's so much happening on track as well. But I think that one of the main battles we've had today so far has been between these two FTR esports car, the GT3 Pros, gold versus black, and they are still within a second, well, not even that, 0.3 of a second right now.
Well, and you look down and it's the same thing in the GT4. It's huge ass gold against huge ass black. So it looks like it's a battle of the black and golds here tonight in a couple different classes.
You know, I'm going to start trying to find a song reference if we keep this thing going. So I'm sure there's one. Maybe R. Kelly did one. I don't know, you know, but maybe he did something useful in his music career. But anyway, moving on. You can see here, AMG, though, there's a slight difference. We've got an AMG GT4 versus the BMW GT4. So perhaps we'll see where one car is stronger potentially than the other. I know I certainly struggled with the brakes on the Beamer GT4 as well. Alex Coffard, he is driving that huge-ass black car, the 338. Right behind the 337 car, the huge-ass gold. Oh, so close. So close. Two great battles going on. You can see the LMP3 battle. It's a shame that it came to contact, but we'll see as well if there's anything more that comes from that. Potentially they could catch back up.
Yeah, and I mean, I apologize to everybody in our and our even the stewards. I mean, I have a couple leagues where I actually do. I am one of the main stewards for the league. So yeah, if I voice an opinion, I apologize. It's just that part of me takes over and kind of just makes me spurt it out. So.
And you can see here Ryan Chevalier. He's leading the pack of the FTR cars, and it adds another dynamic as well. I mean, do you end up getting in a battle with basically your other team's car? Like, you know, our director's telling me that obviously sometimes the huge ass gold cars will just run basically, you know, in a pack. And to be fair, it's a good tactic, you know. Then you get to the whole idea. I mean, like, you know, is there a team that you think's got better odds potentially scoring points? Do you perhaps initiate a pass to say, look, you know, you guys can use the points more? I mean, we're only into round 3 of a round 6 event, you know, thing, so maybe it's a bit too early for that. I certainly would not want to be told as a driver that I had to give away some points and potentially position. And if you're huge ass gold, a podium spot like that.
Well, and I mean, just to, you know, and we've talked about, you know, fuel saving, we've talked about drafting, and I mean, even, you know, these guys here, if, you know, as we look on board, I mean, even if the, you know, who's in the black car, I got the wrong screen up here.
It looks like we've got Ryan Chevalier in the 122, and then I believe it is Richard Corford in the 121.
Okay. So yeah, so I mean, it's, you know, it's beneficial to Richard Crawford right now. He can save fuel, he can lift. I find it interesting. I can't remember if these drivers kind of switched positions before, just based on pace, or maybe even, you know, coming down. We're down to an hour and 15 minutes to go here. Maybe if they swap positions halfway through a fuel stint, they both save a little bit more fuel, and maybe close that gap to P2 and P3. But to your other point there, I think, you know, run together, keep it clean, do the best you can. And when we're down to maybe 15 minutes to go, boys, whichever one of you gets it. Just don't wreck each other.
I remember in was it Racing Point, India, that used to have the Formula One, where they were notoriously bad for taking each other out. I think Esteban Ocon and I believe it was Sergio Perez at the time, or was it even maybe Pierre Gasly? I'm not too sure. A few people went through that team, or certainly the pink and white Formula One cars of certainly yesteryear, but Ryan Chevalier here, he's currently leading it from the FTR Esports Black. He's done a pretty clean race so far. He's surrounded by traffic at this point now. I think that's Aubrey. Is that Aubrey? Yeah, Aubrey Kundal there in the 57 car long shot racing. And as I look in the stewards thing, it's still pretty quiet. So I'm not seeing any incidents yet for that LMP3 incident, which is quite surprising, actually.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised at that too. That there wasn't even, you know, somebody saying, "Hey."
Yeah, if I look in the contact stewards as well, nothing in there. Just one team just saying they've got a penalty to follow up. But I gotta say that Race Control doing an absolutely fantastic job. I imagine in some ways it's a bit more peaceful than Bathurst. Bathurst, not a forgiving track at all. Donington.
Bathurst. Bathurst. I just love to drive around that track in a 2-mile-an-hour car just once. I'd still be happy.
Well, you are welcome to it, and I'm seeing race control potentially come through now. Just checking quickly here. No, that's more about the penalties. We'll see. We'll catch up with that later, though. But currently, we've got Alex Coffard in the 338 huge-ass black car. He is still resting behind the huge-ass gold, the 337, as I try and find this guy's driver name. My apologies here. 337 is... Can you beat me to it there, Rob?
I'm kind of doing the same thing here, so yeah, where are we here?
Sven Demmel.
Sven Demmel,
there we
yeah.
go. Sven Demmel. Yeah, so their guy...
With Alex Coffard, yeah.
Yeah, Sven Demmel and Alex Coffard. But here we see that's Brian Crawford for the 1110s racing team. Now, do they have a front bumper again now? See, perhaps we'll see it in the next shot. Yes, they do. That car has been reassembled in the pits. As you can see, that is a Rosado Motorsports. I recognize it because of the pink and silver paint job, I'll be honest. Hopefully they're having a better race at this point. Certainly been in a little bit of heat with the stewards this round at Donington. So as I look at the announcements as well, this could be it. 84 Eagle Speed Academy. Now, who is that? Let's have
that was, I'm pretty sure that was it, and that's under investigation.
Yep, Alex Baines there, Eagle Speed Academy, and Stage Racing 72, which is Roy Mars. They are currently under investigation, so we'll see what happens with that. That was the incident we saw earlier with the two LMP3 cars trying to go through turns 9 and 10. Not the best place to go too wide, but they certainly tested the theory, and it's landed them in the hot seat potentially with the stewards. Jeffrey Belk looking into that now. But Brian Crawford, he is still, that gap's actually fallen a little bit. That was up to 45 seconds earlier. It's now dropped down to 34 seconds. Still not enough that I would be worried about it too much. You know, it is a pretty comfortable gap. What say you?
Yeah, the field has opened up here a little bit. You know, I think everybody, you know, this is that everybody take a breath stage. I believe our next set of pit stops is coming up, which is probably when we're going to start seeing driver changes again. As we ride our water here with our leader, David Johansson. You know, again, you know, and we talked to his co-driver. I'm sorry, the names are out of my head today. There you go. And I should know that name really well. I should know the last name very, very well. But yeah, just putting on a great drive here today. You know, just you know, just basically running clean and running well.
Did you see that?
I did see that just as I wasn't sure what I was looking at. But yeah, I did. I don't know, maybe our director can catch that back really quick, but it looked like somebody had a little bit of a, you know, just a real wiggle moment there on them. But yeah, I mean, congrats to them. So far, they have just put on a great drive, and I hope the coveted curse does not affect them. As you can see, just you know, just the wheel work he's doing here, just in and out, back and around, and as McFarlane was saying, you know, there's areas of this track where you don't even really lift, and it's. I have driven this car, and sometimes where you think, you know, you're like, oh, I got to lift here, and it's so scary going through there flat, and just for the first time in a car like that.
Well, not only that as well, where the LMP3 car has that much more downforce than I find as well driving like a car like the Radical SR10, you will go into a corner and you'll be thinking like that, no, there's no way that this can go around, but the aerodynamics having such an effect on the car, like it sends you through at speeds you didn't necessarily think were possible, and that's almost part of the challenge of the LMP3. I mean, it depends on what kind of driving style you're at. Myself, I would be in a Beamer in the GT3 field. It would be what I would be most competitive in, and by competitive, I mean I'd be back at the pack in this field like this, but that's okay, you know. I will happily own the fact I'm back of the field. But as you can see here, we got a couple of pit stops happening, and that's potentially shook up the order a little bit, but Sim Racing Grid Phoenix still going really strong. As we got Eagle Speed Academy B is off the track, the 184 car, the Lamborghini. As I see the tire marks, the witness, the evidence of the potential crash, the incident, and potentially we'll see what happened there. But this is we're back with the Brabham Esports GT3 car. They're still running pretty clean. 162 is the magical number there, and they are doing well, 26 seconds ahead.
Yeah, you know, we spoke with you know, the head of the team there as well. I mean, another good drive. Just good driving by everybody here, but especially our leaders here. You know, they've kind of opened up their gaps, preserved their cars, made, you know, good decisions, good clean decisions, getting through the traffic that they encounter or letting traffic through that's coming at them, and just in a really good position here right now. And you know, almost we got about 8 minutes before we're down to a full hour, 1 hour left to go. So yeah, definitely want to try and keep it together, and you know, just hope that somebody in front of you doesn't make a mistake which causes you issue. And if it is, they're probably going to blame it on us for keep saying it so much, but it happened.
Honestly, if the commentator's curse was a real thing, I would have been rid of my enemies a long time ago. But I can see there's a little bit of activity happening in the steward's announcement channel, so I'm very eagerly waiting on that. The potential incident there between the 84 car of Eagle Speed Academy and 72 of Stage 1 Racing, as Miguel Torres brings that BMW GT3 into the pits for Rosado Motorsports. This is your race leader, Martin, well, class leader for GT4, Martin Pearson. He's been having a really good run, but as you can see here, even 3 hours in almost, Samsung GT4 only 1.6 seconds back. That is quality racing right there. That's the kind of stuff you can see. You can just see them behind there in that AMG, but the front bumper there on the 11/10 racing car, it is reassembled as they're going past. It's on, but it's not on by much. Potentially another bit of damage for them. I'm not too sure at this point, but certainly another battle happening in GT4. It's not over yet. The huge-ass gold guys, gold and black, they've spread out a little bit as well. And the FTR esports guys, they're still having their battle. But potentially, you know, I'm wondering if in the next hour or so, if Samsung GT4 can catch the 392 car, Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha. I do wonder indeed. As, you know, we're going to keep going here. Patrick Gannon there. Miguel Torres, he is out of the pits. I'm just seeing a little bit of the messages in the chat now. Hoping it was the stewards. I had another chat going. My apologies there. But Miguel Torres is now in the car. You can see Rosado Motorsports. We've not got to speak to them yet today. It's not been their best day, so maybe we'll give that one a miss here. As Steve plays, he brings that 184 Lambo in to the pits. You know, we saw him go off very shortly ago, and here we go. Now we got a battle. Fast Lane Motorsport, the 145 car with RPM Racing Blue, the 111 right behind him. Porsche versus Porsche as they go through the S's and they head down the straight towards the Melbourne hairpin into turn 11. You can see here there won't be the Porsche particularly good for late braking. As you can see, the 111 car, he is right on the inside. Robert Lancaster doing it for the Union Jack right there, side by side as they're heading towards Goddard's. Quite a lot of space left. I say that now as it gets closer, as they're going through Goddard's, through turn 12. Going to see an over-under here, potentially. Side by side, almost. I think that he's just got the legs on him. He has. He's got a better exit. And you see here, Fast Lane Motorsport holding on as they go down into Redgate. Certainly they're going to get a big draft. A little bit of a hot entry there for the 145. He's constantly pushing there, as you can see there, as they're going down into the craning curves. Car's going to feel very loose. You're going to want to get tight to the left, hard on the brakes, just carry as much momentum as you can, as Robert Lancaster does. You can see here, going to go through the left-hander just past Starkey's Bridge, and they're going to go into McLean's now. He's going on the inside, he's got it, it's tight. Oh, side by side. I thought there was going to be contact as they head up the hill towards Coppice with an LMP3 car entering the mix. That's Aubrey Kundal in the long shot racing 57. He's going to be keen to get by as well. Hopefully he realizes there is another battle going on as they head down Starkey straight towards the S's. The LMP3 splitting them up a little bit. Almost contact, and there's contact. Aubrey having contact there, damaging potentially the Porsche. Oh dear, why would you get into that battle there? Aubrey Kundal, the 57, he's third place for LMP3. That was not worth the reward. The American driver there making a mistake. It looks like his car came pretty much unscathed, but you know, potentially, well, it's definitely separated the battle there that we had going for the GT3s there. But let's have a look. I'm seeing something in the steward's announcement. Let's have a quick read. No further action. Okay, interesting. So for the first protest, it was 2 protests for this one incident. The 72 car overshot, no contact, and then the next one, the 72 maintains overlap, 84 to normal line, spins off the nose. So no accident there, racing incident. So that's good. You know, it's clean racing at its best. As we're looking at the FTR Esports black car, the 121. Is that the other one just gone in the pits? Nope, still going. Still going, this battle continues. No, I was right, it has gone in the pits, 122, and they will have to serve a penalty, I believe. I will double check. Yep, they got a 10-second penalty to serve, so they're going to be busy for a few moments as well. Somebody trying to contact the stewards as well, just saying that basically they served the penalty. So all is well, all is balanced. Another penalty being served there. Daniel White in the Goya Autosport car currently in second place as well. GT4, yeah, let's get a quick eye on GT4. That gap's closed down. We were at 1.5 seconds. Well, not anymore. Greg Hubler hot on the tail, and that's a very short battle. As the Sapphire Simsport Alpha decides to duck out and take the pits. That's one way of doing it, you know, but quick strategy change there. Contact, and that is FTR Esports car. And 246, who is that now? That is Jonathan Valgarin for Squadron Veloce by Fastlane Motorsports. That's a GT3 amateur class. He's in third place. Oh, as soon as I said it's got quiet, these guys went and delivered. Absolutely edge of your seat action here at the FTR Esports Sim 3D Sports Car Series. As that car looked a little damaged as it went in. Martin Pearson now, he's back behind the wheel in the 392 Simsport Alpha. Dropped him back a little bit, but he is there. That's a huge ass car right next to him. I don't think they're on the same lap though. I'm not so sure. We'll have a quick look later on, and you can see there Sim Racing Grid Phoenix right alongside them now. They're going to get done and get out of the way. Who's driving that right now? David Johansson still in the car there. He is absolutely going for it. Nice clean stint. Just two drivers in that team. A little bit of a wiggle there from the AMGs. We see another LMP3 coming through. I'm not quite sure who that is yet. We'll get there in just a second. They're going to get by pretty clean anyway. Sapphire Simsport Alpha having a nice clean run. Brian Crawford, 11 temps, he is in the pits. You can see there, looks like the bumpers get a little bit damaged. And this is Richard Corfu. You see, he had that incident shortly after. There was a penalty involved. That looks like another GT3 car, same class. Who's ahead of them? That's the 260-something car. Can't quite read it. Different class there. Thomas van der Bos, he's leaving the pits as well. Squadron Veloce currently in third. Must be nervous on the pit exit. Final pit stops as well. If they can make the hour, I don't know. We may see another pit. I don't know if they can do an hour on a 75% tank. I don't think they'll quite make it. And 11 temps coming out of the pits. That car still a little bit damaged on the front splitter. David Johansson, absolutely fantastic stint. He's coming in there. And you see the GT4 behind. That was Samsung GT4, I believe, in the pits as well. Brabham Esports GT3. It's fair to say that the pit stops is a very popular place to be right now. Rob, what do you think?
Well, this is gonna, based on their stints, we're looking at 1 hour to go here. So we're looking at 2 more pit stops, if my math's correct. So yeah, drivers are probably going to try and run their stints a little bit further now. Make sure that car is topped right up when they get out on track. We may even see a couple come in for splash and goes here near the end of this race. But so we can watch Dan McFarlane coming out of the pits here. Jump over to Aiden Neat in the 162 with Brabham Esports GT3. Again, they've been having a great run here today. Really nice setup on the car. Saying that that Mercedes has a lot of speed, straight line speed. This is probably the trickiest part within this Mercedes because the rear end can get a little loose on you and snap around if you're not really careful. So definitely something drivers have to look into here. Really good, nice and smooth through the corners. A little bit wide there, a little bit on the dirt. That can be scary sometimes. You catch a little bit too much of that dirt and the car's got to break loose on you. But so far doing a great job here running in P1 with 28-second interval over Art Sim Racing 2. So yeah, good run by them. So I'll just go through here. So with 1 hour to go in our LMP3 class, still leading is Sim Racing Grid Phoenix in the number 23. Let me get caught up here. And in the number 23 with Dan McFarlane is currently in the car. I assume he's probably going to finish this stint and take this all the way through to the end of the race. Then in second, we have Huge Ass White in the 37, 1.13 seconds behind. with Gorio Autosport in third. So now we jump down into our GT3 Pro. We were just looking at Brabham Esports GT3, who currently leads in the 162, followed by Art Sim Racing 2, 29 seconds behind in second place. And RPM Racing having a good run here in third place, just 13 seconds behind currently of second. Down in our GT3 AM, we have 11/10ths Racing Team, the 211, with a 22-second lead over Arctic Racing in second, and Squadro Veloci by Fastlane Motorsport in third, about 40 seconds behind the two of them. And then back down into our GT4, with Huge Ass Gold and Huge Ass Black have taken over first and second place here. I must have missed that. But they do need to pit, I believe. And then we have Sapphire SimSport Alpha in third position, about 14 seconds behind them. So yeah, you can just see them getting up through the corners here. Oh, we've got a car off track. That is our FTR Esports Black in the 121. Have to see if our director can get us a look at that and see if he had any help with that little off track. So we've got Long Shot Racing is now in the pits with Aubrey Kandal behind the wheel. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Yeah, it looks like he's, full service. Get that car filled up. These are so. We got a replay coming up of that incident. Let's just see what happened to Richard here. He's kind of all on his own. Looks like, maybe just the car just broke loose on him. We'll have to see here as he comes into the corner. Yeah, he just clipped a little bit too much of that grass on the outside, kicked that rear end, as I was talking about earlier. That grass can bite you very, very quickly as, you see him coming out of the pits here. Was probably close to a pit stop. Figured, you know what? He might have done a drive-through. I'd have to look at the steward's comments. Take a look and see if there is a penalty for the number 121. I don't see.
122.
They had
a penalty for incorrectly served. They had a 10-second penalty serve, and they only stopped for 9, so they ended up getting a 5-second time penalty as well. Do not mess with the race stewards. Do not try and cheat them. They will catch you.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, we just got confirmation that he did a drive-through there, and I'm just looking at the one up above that there with the first 72 overshoots corner, no contact, 72 maintains overlap, 84 attempts to take normal line, spins off the nose of the 72. So it doesn't look like there's going to be any action on that. I haven't seen any action posted yet.
Yeah,
so
that was the LMP3s earlier where we saw them go try to go too wide through the S's, but currently we've got Robert Lancaster in the RPM Racing Blue, the British driver. He's doing quite well. About 1 second back, 1.1 seconds back from the FTR Esports Gold. So potentially another battle happening there. Obviously, some of the FTR cars have been spending a little bit of time. Oh dear, that was close. That's reduced the gap quite sufficiently. The FTR Esports Gold taking the scenic route through the grass, potentially a little bit of cold tires there. As Robert Lancaster goes, thank you very much. I'm going to take that. And now we are back on FTR Esports Gold. The 122 car will be chasing, wanting that position back.
Yeah, and I'm just looking up our grid here, and I'm just taking another look here at our LMP3s. I have to check the lapping, but I believe only Huge Ass White, only 115 behind, and that is my fellow Canadian Giovanni Romano, currently in that car, having a good run here. Not sure. We'll have to keep an eye on that gap to see if maybe he can close it up near the closing instances of this race. But I believe he is on the same lap as our leader, so we'll have to see how this comes out too, with under an hour to go.
I'll tell you what, I'll be very impressed if he can try and pull back that kind of time on Dan McFarlane. That's who we were speaking to earlier, Dan McFarlane for the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix team, the LMP3s. But we're back with Richard Corford, the 121 car of FTR Esports Black. And these guys just want to seem to keep delivering because we've got the gold versus black cars yet again. Oh, back at it.
Yeah, it's great to see. It's great to see teammates go at it. I mean, I know for myself, when I'm driving in an event where I actually have teammates driving in a different vehicle with me, you learn from each other. You see, especially if you're driving the same kind of setup on the car, you can kind of learn from each other different nuances of the track, different ways to take the corner in the car based on the setup, and it's educational as much as it is just running with a teammate and running close to a teammate and just the joy of it, right up on the bumper there.
That's the 11 Temps racing car, the 211. I find a good thing about the 4-hour races as well is it actually gives me a chance to learn the paints, and that is a GT3 Pro versus a GT3 Amateur, but he is giving the corners to the LMP3 there. Not sure which. I think that's Aubrey. Is Aubrey in the car? No, we've swapped over now. That is David Vansenbroek, I believe. No, I was right the first one. Aubrey Cundall is still in that car. My apologies there, the 57 car long shot racing. But you see here, he's making his way through the field as he's going to try and make the same move on the 11 Temps racing team. But Richard Corford currently in 6th. He is currently 20 seconds back from FTR Esports Gold. So the battle is not necessarily with the two FTR Esports cars. It's with, there we go, RPM Racing Blue, the 111, and the FTR Esports Gold. That's making more sense now. RPM Racing Blue, I believe, is that blue and grey Porsche as well.
Yeah, so we look at the you look at the number plates. So our GT3 Pros, if you go by the number plates, our GT3 Pros are running the red number plates, and our GT3 AMs are running, I believe, a white number plate. If I see one go through here.
I've got so used to seeing that 11 Temps Racing Porsche. I can recognize it pretty quick. Let's have a quick look at a replay. Something's obviously gone on. Let's see what's happening here. So that is Stefan Lagoon, the Belgian driver in the 145 car, Fast Lane Motorsport. You can see he's there in the Porsche, getting a nice little bit of draft there as they're coming up into the S's. And, oh, that's ambitious. Oh.
Yeah, that was, I just tried to get the braking there, and I think he just realized, you know what, he wasn't going to get him in the corner there. Good job backing out of it. Good job, keeping the contact a little bit there. Just nothing really to deter anybody or ruin anybody's race. So good job on him, realizing he broke too late and saved the car. So come back at him another time.
And I'm seeing an incident here. I'm wondering if this is tied to the replay. We're going to find out in just a second here. As that is the 233 car of Glenn Grondlayers. Oh dear.
Ooh, oh, heavy hit into the wall. Yeah, it looks like the car just didn't want to rotate on him at the corner there. Maybe he had too much speed, maybe a hardware failure on his end. Just looks like he came in there a little bit too hot. Front end broke loose and wouldn't rotate for him, and end result was not good.
Well, I'm going to get back. This is incident number 20, and it wasn't what we just saw, thankfully not, but FTR Esports Black yet again under heat from the stewards with the 246 Squadra Veloce by Fastlane Motorsport. So I don't know, we don't know which one of them is under heat at this point, but they are under investigation right now. Race Control having a clean look at some footage. About 3 hours, 4 minutes in, they tell me, I've got to say, Race Control are giving us such great information, not only just for us, but for our competitors as well. As we can see here, Richard Corford, he is going side by side very briefly with the 11 Temps Racing, and who very wisely has backed out of it. That is not their battle. They have nothing to gain from fighting with them. Mark Baxter Jones having an absolutely fantastic drive, but you can see here, that's Corford still alongside. And honestly, I'd just give him the line, tuck behind him, like there's no gain you fighting this guy, know when to get into it. But there has been a 30-second penalty. That's a big penalty. 30-second penalty to the 246 Squadra Veloce by Fastlane Motorsport. Entered track in front of traffic, causing collision. The stewards are not happy with that, and they have duly shown their appreciation with that time penalty there.
Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, you know, the rejoins is one where, I mean, I think just about in any series, you do a rejoin, and it's a rejoin like that. I mean, it's going to cost you less to wait than it is to take that penalty that the stewards are going to give you, and I'm sure it's going to be a lesson learned this round, and maybe clean that up for the next round, as he just almost into the back of that LMP3.
This is Alex Baines. This is the car we saw earlier. This is the 84 car. They were getting into a close fight with the 72 Stage 1 Racing, and that is exactly who we have fighting again. So obviously Alex Baines, he's got the pace. Are we going to see another racing incident, another 2 racing incidents potentially from these drivers? You know, there's still a lot to play for. 4th position, while it may not be a step on the podium, obviously the higher you finish, the more points available to you now. As you can see here, they've ducked out of the battle. They have gone in the pits. That's the end of that one for now, but we'll see. It may develop later on in the race. With still 45 minutes to go.
Well, and that's a strategy decision that we were mentioning earlier. Is just, do you just dive out of the battle, or do you keep trying for that position? And I mean, if you're close to your pit window, which I believe all of our LMP3s are, and I believe our leader is even in the pits again. Nope, that's just my timing screen updating. I apologize. Just the, sometimes it's going to be more to your benefit to dive into the pits, maybe take your stop a little bit early. As I said, I really haven't figured out the stints on these what everybody's been doing, because there's just been so much action on the track. But I believe they're going to have one more after this. To reach the LMP3s, maybe 3, and the GT3, GT4s, I think we'll have 2, if the math that I'm doing in my head is close to what it should be.
I'm certainly just shotgunning off. Normally I can get about an hour of fuel to a GT3. I'm finding the GT3 and GT4s are similarly capacity for runtime, but certainly the LMP3s, that's something I've not explored too much. And you can see there, not only that, they have a 75% fuel tank capacity, which is something to encourage, certainly encourage more pit stops. But nice pit stop there from Geoffrey Roulance for the 384 Eagle Speed Academy there. And Dan McFarlane, here we go, hugging the inside round Goddards, absolutely powerhouse there. And at the minute, Huge Ass White, you were saying Giovanni Romano, he was putting in some good times as I look at the laps. So currently, the best time in the field for LMP3s is held by the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix with a 121.9. And they're the only guys to get in the 121s at this point, albeit barely. The next closest being a 122.2. So they definitely got the pace. But, the 122.2, that's set by the guy who's back in the field in the class. So, what do you do at this point?
Well, and this is, and we've touched on it and we've talked about it, and this is where traffic comes in. If Dan McFarlane Sim Racing Grid gets held up with behind a stack of GT3s, battling for position, GT4s battling position, and we've seen a few instances here where they come up and they've got 5, 6 slower class cars in front of them battling for position. And if Huge Ass White Giovanni can take advantage of that happening to him and get through the traffic cleaner, he can close that gap. So I don't know. I'm not saying I would safely say that Sim Racing Grid is not in the perfect position right now. They don't have this locked up at this point with 45 minutes left to go.
Certainly, there's still a bit to play for. At 45 minutes to go, it's definitely not over yet, but I'm reading a bit more action in the stewards. And as I see there was another incident, number 21. You see race control have been busy today, and that is FTR Esports Gold protesting RPM Racing Blue. That was the battle we was watching earlier. That is the 4th and 5th battle, I believe. 111, 122. Yep, that's correct. And the stewards have issued a warning to the 111 car, the RPM Racing Blue 911, for moving under braking. So certainly a protest has been made and a warning has been issued. So, potentially we could see some more action happening back there very shortly. But Dan McFarlane having an absolutely cracking drive. Very friendly to talk to as well. it's great, you know, when you actually all the drivers we've seen so far, you know, whenever they've come in the booth, have all been very, you know, respectful, polite, and just encouraging and appreciative of the series overall.
Yeah, and to your, just back to the stewards there, for anybody that's, you know, not familiar with you know, that kind of saying, okay, well, what do you mean moving under braking? Aren't you supposed to move? Well, you know, there is a braking line, and then there's a turn-in point in the track, and if you try to block somebody and basically move your car in any way, the significant amount left or right, coming through that braking zone, it is a penalty. It is something that you are not allowed to do, and that is again, like I said, with what these guys have done, that is a real life rule. If you move under braking like that, it's actually considered blocking, and they can actually slap you quite hard for that. They should really take that into account, that they only got away with it with a warning.
Absolutely, certainly, you know, it's we do encourage good sportsmanship here in the Sim 3D Sports Car Series, presented by FTR Events, as here we see Rosado Motorsports now, Miguel Torres behind the wheel in the 156 car, and to be fair, Rosado Motorsports have definitely not had the best day today, but you can see they're right behind the 11 Temps Racing Team again, the 211 car, and different classes for sure, but potentially, you know, do you want to just sit behind them, see if you can get a bit of a draft? Because further up the road from them, about 3 seconds in fact, is the FTR Esports Black car, the 121. So, you know, potentially, if 11 Temps are setting a good pace, perhaps they can give Rosado a tow. But traffic ahead of them are plenty, as you see the AMG dipping a wheel in the grass there.
Yeah, and I think we got some information here too that our GT4s have actually made what should be considered their last pit stop. They should be able to go for the final 40 minutes of this race. So that would be the last pit stops we see on the GT4. So with that in mind, so that, yeah, and as we got our LMP3s coming into the pits. So yeah, they're getting about 18 laps per tank. So they're going to need at least one more stop. Our GT3 Pros are probably going to run another few laps, I think 1 or 2 before they have to pit. And I believe that will be their final pit stop too, before we reach the 4-hour mark.
For sure, and then not only that, we've got to remember as well, they may see some people pitting quite late due to incidents where they've had to come in, so penalties and stuff like that. I mean, certainly a penalty I don't think would throw you off too far, like even a 30-second penalty would put you out of sync, but it's not even a lap. It's more if you had damage and you had to stop and repair that can definitely push you out the order. The other big thing as well that can mess up pit strategy is a yellow flag, and thankfully 3 hours and 20 minutes in, we have yet to see one, and hopefully we can stay under green flag conditions.
And there he goes. He sets off the curse. So, so yeah. I mean, this has been great. I mean, you know, not to see a yellow flag. I know Dan, if he watches this back later, he may give me a slap, or maybe his teammate will come in and give me a slap. But I mean, I'd really like to see a safety car right now. I'd really like to see this field bunched back up here for the last 40 minutes and see if anybody can really give Sim Racing Grid a battle here in the last 40 minutes of the race, and basically all the way around.
We go to a quick replay here. Something's obviously happened that has caught our director's eye, and that is Alexei Piskunov, and he's tight on the inside. Okay, that seemed okay.
Yeah, that was a fair move. It was a little bumpy there, but let's see. Apparently we got a little bit more to watch here. Let's see what happens here. Oh, he just locked up the rears, and rear end just broke loose to him on at the apex of the corner.
Well, that was a brilliant demonstration of weight transfer. As you see, he went in there. A lot of the weight would have all been on the nose, and certainly when I was, I don't know if you know this, Rob, I actually have my racetrack license for the local establishment, and one of the things my instructors was trying to teach me is that if I only have $1 for grip, for example, each 4 tires, you know, they can only have like up to like $1, like 100 cents, like up to 100% grip, right? So as you brake, more of that moves towards the front. Certainly if you're going into a corner, say you're turning into a left-hander, the right front will take most of the weight. And what's happened there is you can see the fronts took a lot of the weight, and there wasn't quite enough in the rear, the grip wasn't there, and the car has actually kind of spun around from it.
Yeah, and I mean that's a great analogy by from your instructor is just you have to understand that as even just over bumps and just as you make maneuvers in the car, the contact patch and the amount of grip you have on each individual tire is going to change, and like in a right-hander, you might be, oh, I've got a lot of grip, but does that right front have as much grip as you think it does on that corner? And you're going to pay for it if it doesn't.
Oh, absolutely. And certainly, Mark Baxter Jones, he is demonstrating that he knows where that limits of grip are. Keeping that 211 car, I'm pretty sure they've led the GT3 amateurs for the majority of the race as I look there. Shows them down 2 positions overall, but again, that's because the iRacing and the class thing, you can't separate cars within a class. That's you could almost say a limitation of the sim, but that's because these guys are organized with an amateur and a pro class, which is absolutely great. Punch within your own kind of field kind of deal. But absolutely great race for them so far. They picked up damage earlier, but it's certainly not cost them. That gap, however, that gap between Arctic Racing, that was as high as 45 seconds earlier. And that's dropped down to 23 seconds at this point. We've seen it go from 45 to 35, now down to 23. I'm wondering if these guys are going to be able to hang on to the end.
That will be interesting. I apologize, but I'm watching the clock between Dan McFarland, Giovanni Romano, and Huge Ass White. I'm watching that screen, and I'm watching that number come down very, very quickly.
Yeah, they're down to 40 seconds now, so obviously something's going on. I mean, we know the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car has got absolutely outstanding pace, but remember, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, they did go in the pits. Yeah, full fuel and no fuel. So I imagine that gap is going to extend again shortly, but as we have a quick look here, we got another replay. Is it Piskunov going right? Yes, it is Piskunov. And you can see here he's trying to make a move yet again onto the going into the Melbourne hairpin. That is a LMP3 on the inside. And oh, there he's turned in.
Got touched, yeah. Just punted a little bit.
I will say though, he is good at getting out of the way when things go wrong, so power to him. I've not seen anything light up in the stewards thing just yet, but I'm going to scroll up just to be sure. Nope, it's still quiet on the western front.
Yeah,
so
I got an eye on that one too. It's just to say, I think we're probably seeing it probably 3 or 4 minutes before it's actually going to show up in the stewards, because we're seeing it, basically live. So it takes a little while for them to get their hands together and, say something to the stewards and get them to look at something. Because usually the stewards, unless it's something very blatant, the stewards are only looking at it because somebody has made a comment or has done a report.
Certainly, I know I wouldn't, as a steward, be looking for more things to penalise people for. 21 incidents so far, they have had enough to deal with. I can't remember how busy Bathurst was, but certainly, there was times where you was grateful for a yellow flag to give them a break. Well, at least that's what you'd think, but no, they were so busy trying to reorganise the grid, they had a lot going on there. But as we see here, Giovanni Romano, the Canadian driver in the huge-ass white car, currently has the gap at 40 seconds, and to be fair, I imagine he's probably going to have to pit yet again, so I think that gap will extend. Certainly, even then, to catch 40 seconds in 35 minutes will take some going, but, we've got another replay going on. Let's see what's going on. Rob, take it away.
All right, so we're on board with Jonathan Elsner in the 310. It comes through the corner here. Oh, the car just continued to turn on him. That's a heavy hit into the corner. That I believe is going to be car done, unless he can get it. No, he's still driving it. And apparently he's in the pits getting that car repaired. So heavy hit, but still drivable, which is always good to know.
Definitely, nobody wants to retire the car, let alone tow the car, but you got to weigh up the risk versus reward. And I'm also trying to see if I can steal somebody for an interview. We'll see about that a bit later on as we're back on board with Alex Coffard. Coffard, sorry, I apologize. First time I got his name wrong in about 3.5 hours. Then he is currently in the 338 car. He is in 4th. But it's not Huge Ass Gold ahead of him this time. It is Sapphire Simsport Alpha. That is the Porsche. They were the race leader earlier, so perhaps this could be down to pits. Perhaps there was an incident, but certainly we've been pretty good at keeping up with the action. And he's hot on the tail. absolutely hot on the tail as he's letting the GT3 car go by. That's probably one of the FTR esports cars as he's threads the
that's
needle in
it.
that gap.
That's somebody who knows where his car is, that he knows he can squeeze in there like that. That was extremely tight. Now, I'm just wondering here too. So, I believe the information is that the number 23 we saw him pit. The number 37 of Huge Ass White still needs to pit. So, my curiosity here is Sim Racing Grid going to run into a problem with fuel having pitted that much earlier or that much later than Huge Ass White?
As we're going to keep with this battle for the few minutes, so where they're down to under 0.3 of a second as they're going to go hot into Goddard's. That LMP3 is up and out the way. As you can see here, closing that gap, staying down at the 0.3. I thought it was closer, certainly from the in-car view here. That big, long landmark of a bonnet of the Mercedes absolutely holding the big sledgehammer of a V8 underneath it. As you can see here, they're going down into Redgate through turn 1, and he's going to be getting a bit of a drop off the GT4 car ahead of him, going through turn 2 and down into the crane of curves. And you can see here, like, you can't really try and make a pass there, but certainly going around the old hairpin, which to be honest isn't much of a hairpin, he's getting even closer now, down to just 1/10 of a second. He's gone under Starkey's bridge. You can see there the 392 car trying to cover off that line, but going into McLean's, is he going to do an over-under? We'll see here. Potentially, yes. Will they be able to go side by side through Coppice? He's pushing hard. He's putting the nose out, but not quite gone for it yet. Just not close enough. Nose to tail. Barely, probably 3, 4 feet, 5 feet there as they're going through Coppice and they're heading down the Starkey Straight.
Yeah, I think he's going to go at him. He's going to go at him here just after the S's. I think you're going to see him take him here in the hairpin. He's got a little bit tighter line. Looks like he's a little bit heavier on the brakes. Lost a lot in the S's there.
Yeah, they've got the GT3 car surrounding him, and it's kind of like moths to a flame at this point. That GT3 car really absolutely upsetting the flow of that battle. And they're in then there is another one right behind him as well. But we'll see how that battle continues to go. Certainly, yeah.
Yeah, that's going to open them up a little bit there. But yeah, I mean, that's where we go back to the blue flags there. He is under no obligation to give up his line for that GT3 car coming behind him, and he didn't. He took his line. He's in a battle for position here right now, and he's not going to give that line up just because he's got a faster class coming behind him.
Definitely not, and this is where the multi-class racing gets a little bit more interesting. But I've got a report from our race stewards. I was wondering about the incidents in the other races, and Daytona was pretty quiet, just 10 incidents there. Bathurst, actually 18 incidents. There was less. It was just, I think we had 2 red flags there. But certainly, Donington has been a lot more provident. But as that's contact door to door, Alex Coffard in the 338 Huge Ass Black AMG, and he is side to side with the Sapphire SimSport Alpha, nose to nose, tail to tail. I almost thought they were sideways then.
Yeah, he just didn't want to give it up there. Really good battling by the two of them, both keeping it in there. But now they got some faster classes coming at them here too. So a lot to work with. Very well. You picked a lot of grass there. That's going to kill his momentum.
Definitely using all the track. You see there another GT3 coming through. They want part of that action. I believe that's no, that's not an FTR esports car. My apologies there, but certainly it is a car that is in the way going on, and they continue to battle. You see the GT3 is going to probably make that move on the inside going into Goddard's. Yes, it has. That meant that the Cayman has had to go quite wide, potentially giving a chance for the Huge Ass Black car to make a move, but not quite close enough.
Yeah, but he's gonna get a bit of a draft down here. He's still keeping that distance. Looks like he might be a little bit slower on the straights.
Oh, the battle continues, but we're gonna keep that. We'll get back to that very shortly. We've got an interview here with Mr. Trevor Anderson for the FTR esports car. You guys have definitely been having a colourful race. Certainly had the FTR esports cars close together. Now, in that scenario, have you been, team strategy, or has it been more for, gloves are off, let's go?
So far, when we've been near Ryan, the other FTR car, he's quick. We've just been kind of hanging out right behind him. There hasn't really been too much stress on fighting or anything. Yeah, it's just been a messy race. So every time we're near him, it's like, okay, well, maybe take it easy a little bit and try to save some of these incident points.
Certainly, speaking of incident points, are you guys under a certain cap before you're automatically issued a penalty?
Yeah, so you get 40, and then you get a drive-through. And we were we were ahead of schedule pretty early on, so we did eventually get that.
Oh, absolutely. Certainly, you know, if you average it out at 10 per hour, but we're watching I don't know if you're tuned into the stream right now, we've got a GT4 battle happening as well, but certainly, like, you and yourself and Richard Corford have been having a fun drive, and it's good to see as well that you've had people to play with, but definitely, was it you guys that were having a little bit of heat with the stewards, or would that be your comrades in the 122?
I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think we've had any yet, thankfully. I do know Ryan had, I think the other car did have an issue with the stewards. I think he had a 10-second penalty, and then I think he served like 9 out of the 10 seconds, unfortunately. So that was an issue. But it's tough to avoid all this stuff out there. I mean, we've been messy on our own too, so not exactly the race that we wanted to have out there. We've tangled ourselves up and tangled with some other cars. So. It's been an uphill battle.
Definitely being framed there by guilty by association on that point. But as you head down into the last half an hour, is there anybody you want to thank so far?
Yeah, just all the guys back at FTR, Rich, all the guys that make the stewarding happen, Jeff Belk and Brandon and all of them. So just all the guys at FTR that help make this happen, and all the sponsors that help make it happen as well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I believe my comrade has a question for you. We'll make it quick because we want to get back to this GT4 battle. Well, what do you got to ask?
You brought up the point earlier. Just wondering, what is this Ferrari like driving around this track?
Oh my gosh! Well, it feels good in the high-speed sections. I think this might be the same for every car, but in the 2 hairpins towards the end of the lap, we are having a lot of issues in the rear under traction. They're very stable, but yeah, the rear end does not like exiting these corners, these slow ones.
Oh wow! Yeah, thank you very much for the interview there, Trevor. We're gonna get back to this GT4 battle. We're happy to have you, and good luck in the rest of the race.
Thanks so much, you guys. Yeah, happy to be here.
That was Trevor Anderson for the 121 car, the FTR Esports Black, currently driven by Richard Corford. But we're alive on board with Alex Coffard, the 338 car, and he is hot on the tail of Sapphire Simsport Alpha, just a 10th of a second in it right now. Absolutely putting up a tremendous battle. Isaac Barkley at the wheel, I believe.
A little tap. Sorry, Zippy, just a little tap there in the corner.
Oh dear, you can see there the GT3 car wanting past. Personally, I don't know if I want to get in the middle of a battle like that. It's not just a battle for, position. It is a battle for the final spot on the podium. And, even though these guys don't get to physically go and stand on the podium and collect hardware, we all know what that means. We all want to get that podium. As you can see there, great shot from the view of the AMG. I do wonder if we could potentially, in some corners, get a shot from the rear of that Simsport Alpha car. Looking back, that would be really good. I just want to see how close. As you can see there, an LMP3 just absolutely snakes up the inside trying to sneak by.
Yeah, those are the ones that always scare you. I mean, if I'm in the GT4 and that LMP3 pulls that move on me, I mean, I may not be on the radio saying a few choice words, but I mean, in my head I'm just, really unhappy as to, dude, you couldn't have waited until I got out of that corner. I'm in the battle with somebody here. I'm in a battle for position. Whoa, that was really close.
The difference between myself and yourself there, Rob. I don't use push to talk, and sometimes, my viewers or, my teammates get to be on the full action of that. There's full authenticity. Even though the racing may be virtual, the emotion is very real. As you can see there, that gap has closed down again, back down to 0.3 of a second. And certainly, these guys do not have to pit again as well. So this is going to be a battle that goes on all the way to the end. Now, we didn't give the GT4s much action earlier. As you can see there, the huge ASCAR has gone off a little bit, dipped a toe in the sand. They're heading towards the beach, but they have a teammate right behind them as well. That's Brian LeBlanc in the 339 car, which sadly That is actually, no, that is the same class of car as well. It's an AMG GT4.
Yeah, as we see Ryan Chevler here coming out of the pits in the 122. And we saw earlier just, you know, we had a car actually, he had to hit the brakes coming out of the pits as we were riding on board with that GT4 battle. Just giving you an idea of how scary it is coming out of the pits in multi-class racing.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I was just checking in on the timing. That huge-ass blue car, Brian LeBlanc, was the AMG that popped out behind that battle. He is currently, he's not in the running. He's a few positions down. So we're not going to worry too much about that. I do hope that huge-ass Black can catch back up to Sapphire SimSport Alpha. Of course, as soon as I say we're going to get a battle to the end, he goes off. So my apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. It's not intentional. It's just sometimes that's the way she goes. See Dan McFarlane crossing the line. Richard Corporal in the 121 car, FTR Esports Black. Thankfully, they've stayed away from the stewards quite a bit. Their teammates in the 122 car apparently not so much. So, you know, they are right in the middle of that battle as well. You can see there's the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car getting passed by not one, not two, but 3 cars now. That's not a reflection on him. That is just that they are in faster cars with a faster class.
Yeah, traffic going to really be, you know, coming down with 20 minutes to go here. Traffic is going to be key here. Maneuvering around the traffic, letting traffic through, just keeping the car clean because, you know, we've got some drivers and we've seen it, you know, 20 minutes to go. This is it. Get what you can, get where you can, and do it as quickly as you possibly can. As we see the 122 in the pits here at FTE Sports Gold for his last pit stop.
Potentially here, you know, certainly you got to wonder that, oh, I thought the GT3 was going to put a nose in on the LMP3 there. The Rosado Motorsports taps a little bit too late on the brake in there. Race leader potentially having a whole litter of kittens. If you'd like to adopt them, they will become available after the event. It was certainly a bit of a touch and go moment there, but you know, it is one of those things that, how we do for track temp as well, I'm wondering as well. Certainly, we know that rain is coming to iRacing. I'm not sure if it will become part of this series or not. It'll be a whole new dynamic, but
I'm so looking forward to that, and I am so not looking forward to that.
I think it'll be a test of throttle control or lack of thereof, but we shall see shortly. As I'm seeing the Alex Coffart, the 338, he's getting really put under pressure by cars trying to pass him. I'm really hoping that he can catch back up and get back into that battle. Currently, as it stands, the 338 car, he is forward back to 2 seconds back, but you know, Sapphire SimSport Alpha's got to take as much as they can and just run away as much as possible. As we see here, Mark Baxter Jones, he is currently your amateur leader for GT3, still continuing to go strong. That gap now back up to 32 seconds now, 33 seconds over Arctic Racing, so hopefully they can keep it safe and bring home that #1 spot.
Yeah, with the pit cycles there, I mean, everybody's kind of opened up here. You know, as we hit our 20 minutes to go mark, you know, we got, so we've got Ivo Linden coming in the Stage 1 Racing 72 for his final pit stop. This should be the final pit stop for all LMP3s at this point, I believe.
I would certainly hope so. They don't have, they got a lot of aero, but they definitely don't have a lot of aerodynamics. It's aerodynamics, sorry, a lot of fuel even, sorry, I knew what I meant. A lot of aero, not a lot of aqua. There you go, close enough. As you can see there, the Flo Dahm's currently leading the GT4 field, Samsung GT4. Canadian driver as well, attaboy. I don't know if I should support the Canadian or the British. I mean, I live in Canada, but I'm from England. But I left England for a reason, so there you go. You know, we'll support Canada. Sorry?
We got a replay coming up, I think. Did I catch it? Yeah, and we got a replay coming in. Let's see what our director has caught. So this is the 72. Oh, just outbraked him. Just outbraked himself. Just last minute. Maybe he wasn't looking the right way. Maybe he's trying to get something sorted out. And into the pits he comes.
Well, you know what? If you want to lock up your tires right before the pits is the best time to do it. I don't know how much emphasis iRacing puts on flat spot and tires, but you definitely would have. It'd be more not necessarily like a 6-point nut, but certainly it would have that flat spot on the bottom if you did that. And I will admit I have driven cars without ABS, and not because it was supposed to have no ABS, it just stopped working. I know now why. Anyway, flat spotted tyres do vibrate a lot as well. You will feel it, and as you can imagine, as you then go and brake, it will then always land on that flat spot because it gives you the biggest contact patch. So definitely something you want to avoid. As you see here, Daniel White for Goyo Autosport. That's the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. That's their biggest rivals, and they are coming out the pits in third as it stands.
Yeah, so final rounds here going on, coming in and getting their fuel as we ride on board with the 220 Arctic Racing, driven by Christoph Van de Poot. And, you know, just got it nice and gathered up here. Just keep it clean. I mean, that is the goal at this point. Keep it clean. Don't make any aggressive moves. He's got a pretty good gap. You know, kind of sitting lonely in second place, if I could say it that way. So just keep it clean, stay out of the steward's radar, and you know, really good. They'll have a really good finish here at the end of the race.
Essentially, yes, as you can see here, Mark Baxter-Jones bringing it in, but I'm back onto that GT4 battle now because the huge-ass black car, the 338, has caught up. They're now within about a second to the Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha, and I'm predicting that's probably all down to traffic now. As you can see here, Flo Darms, that's your GT4 leader, but the battle is further back in third and fourth. Hopefully we're going to get a little bit of last 20-minute action there. As you can see there, holding a steady second right now, but it all depends on traffic. As I look at Alex Coffard himself as well, I can see now that traffic is now gone. He has a GT3 ahead of his competition ahead of him, but after that it's just going to be Coffard versus the third place car of Isaac Barkley.
Yeah, it's nice to come down near the end there and know you only really got to have, you know, you've only got one thing to do, and that's you're close enough to the guy in front of you and you can get past him. You know, so a good focus here now for the last 15 minutes. That gap is closed, and we've seen these two, you know, bumper to bumper. We've seen the position change, so we know, you know, we know Huge Ass Blast can get around him. It's just going to be a matter of, can he manage traffic enough and get close enough as we come down to 15 minutes to go to get around him.
As you can see there, the Ferrari GT3 just trying to get up and out the way and avoid that battle. Certainly not something I would want to be involved in. As we get down, as you said, 15 minutes to go. Who's your money on at this point there, Rob? Who do you think's going to end up taking that third place?
You know, it's really going to come down to, as we spoke, traffic. You know, we've seen these guys door to door, and you know, they're both got a really good handle on the car. They both know what they're doing here. But I do think the Mercedes kind of has a little bit of an edge on the braking, and he seems to just have, when we were doing his onboard there, I just felt he had a much cleaner line through the corners, which has probably given him, you know, allowed him to close back up here and put this battle on for us in the closing minutes of this race.
Well, we've got another battle happening as well. As you can see there, we've got the side-by-side. We've got Stage 1 Racing, the 72 car. They are having a battle with the Eagle Speed Academy eSports car, unless I'm much mistaken. That is the 84 and the 72, the LMP3 car. So two battles going on live on the track, and two at the very opposite end of the spectrum as well. We've got the LMP3 cars, the fastest car on the grid, and then we've got the GT4 cars, which are the slowest car on the grid. They're not particularly a slow car, but they're less performance. But I think we're going to focus more on the GT4 right now. As you can see, Alex Coffard right on the tail, 0.2 of a second from the rear bumper of that Porsche Cayman.
Yeah, maybe we can get our director to give us a look out of the back of that Porsche and see how close we can see that emblem on that Mercedes. He's going to make the move down on the inside here. No, he's going to have the outside line through. He's going to have the inside line through here. See if he can get him. Just couldn't get the power down. But yeah, great battle by these guys. I'm sure they are white knuckling that steering wheel right now. I know I would be if I was in either one of their positions, especially that LFP just kind of throws his nose in here. But looks like they've, whoa.
That was tense. As you can see there, they head into the S's, turns 9 and turns 10. I thought it was all going to be over for a second there, and they are absolutely sending it down that straight, heading towards the Melbourne hairpin.
Yeah, and this is where the Mercedes is going to get him, I think, right here. Is he was able to get on the brakes a little. If he can get on the power here, he's going to pull out. But you know, the Porsche is going to have the inside line into Goddard's, so we'll have to see if he can hold on to it. It just seems the Mercedes just can't get on the power fast enough. But I really like to see. This is going to be a great battle to watch the end. These guys are going to put on a great show for us because neither one of them, you know, this is for podium. This is for P3. And I don't care who you are, as you know, Daniel was saying, you get on a podium, it's a big high, it's a big way to come off a race, and it just gives you so much more confidence, makes you feel so good. I know I've talked to a few people, they actually have a little, you know, 1, 2, 3 stand, and they'll go stand on their stand when they're done a race just to give it that thing. As he makes some moves on the inside here, but we've got another car coming in here. I believe that's a GT3 behind him. He's going to be trying to throw himself into the mix here. Just keeps peeking his nose in there. They're doing such a great job. Oh, a little contact. And look, they're going to get the GT3 car down through here. So, oh, he's got him underneath. Now, can he hold on to it? That's the thing. He's got around him, so he has taken that position over from Sapphire Sinsport Alpha. But I'm sure he's going to bring it right back to him here, coming into the next corner. See if he can get through the S's here. The Porsche seems to get through the S's just a little bit better than the Mercedes here. Is going to try and grab him underneath here, coming into the hairpin. Whoa, not almost like he lifted out of that there. Yeah, he might have had a slowdown in the S's there. He did take that first part of the S's pretty heavy. That's going to allow Huge Ass Black to build up that gap a little bit. However, they are still dealing with traffic, so Isaac can get back underneath it, use the traffic to his advantage, maybe try and give him a run back here, as we are 12 minutes away.
Yep, just 12 minutes away, heading towards 11, and I'm hearing in the contact commentators, heartbreak for 198 Art Sim Racing 2. iRacing has just died on Raf Reinders there, who we've seen quite a lot of today in that Ferrari GT3. Just wanted to throw that out there, but it looks like we're still getting a really good battle here. Isaac Barkley, he's been pushed down to 4th place, a Scottish driver, and excuse me, Huge Ass Black trying to run away from it, using the traffic as much as possible.
Yeah, but it looks like he might get caught up a little bit here. You know, the gap is, as long as you see that gap number in the yellow, it's not over yet. These cars will pick up a draft just under a second. So you want to get in the corners, maybe catch a little bit of a draft off these faster classes that come through you, and just use them to your advantage. He's going to try and pull back up on here in the 338 if he can. Ooh, really loose there. Really tried to take it through the S's there. Car didn't want to hold on. Good job by him to catch that.
Well, one of the things that instinctively you want to do as a driver is push harder and harder and brake later and brake later. And it's such a test of self-discipline, I find, because as soon as you start doing that, I find you actually get slower. You start overdriving the car, you start understeering. Basically, you'll be turned and you'll be literally just as if you got like a huge adjustment of toe too much, and you'll be, oh, that's Ivan van der Linden. Van der Linden, what happened there? It's like he just locked up massively. Points for stylish re-entry, but that was scary. I wonder if he potentially just locked up the stage one racing number 72 car, keeping the action spicy there. As you see, Richard Corporal in the 121 FTR Esports Black, he seems to be doing okay, but we'll potentially get another replay of that shortly. But chaos, absolute chaos. I mean, oh, not what you want to have near the end of a race. You've got 10 minutes to go. You just got to try and keep it in the bag. And as I was saying earlier, you got to try and discipline yourself so hard. Let's have a quick look at the replay here. It's got to be Van der Linden. Yep, Ivan van der Linden. What happened?
Yeah, probably that's really not a good line for that car. And it looks like he just locked up the rears. Maybe forgot to change his brake bias coming into there. If he's somebody that changes his brake bias while he drives, I know I do. A lot of people don't like doing it. I find it really helps with my pace, but if you forget to change it back for a particular corner, yeah, it can come back and bite you pretty hard.
Oh, definitely. I'm certainly, it's something that I tend to leave alone. I adjust to the car rather than adjust the car. But you can see here, We got Steve Glaze in the Eagle Sport Academy, the 184. You know, he's doing all right, top 10 in GT3 Pro, so that could work out. Potentially some points for him on the horizon. You can see there, I think that's Dan McFarlane behind him yet. Dan McFarlane in 23. Spin Racing Grid, Phoenix car there, our race leader. But, you know, as I'm looking back through the battles, you see Huge Ass Black appears to be pulling away from the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car. The gap currently at 1.5 seconds here. And here we go back with Mark Baxter Jones as well. The 211 car, that gap back down to 30 seconds. But again, with 8 minutes to go, you know, short of absolute chaos, I think they've got it in the bag. Until I said that, potentially, you know, I apologize if anything is to occur, but hold no liability for such instances.
Don't worry, you're not cursing anybody. But yeah, I mean, the gaps are pretty opened up here for everybody. So I think everybody, you know, unless somebody has a little bit of a moment and somebody managed to gain, we're probably pretty close to looking at what these guys, how this race is going to finish with just under 8 minutes to go. But I mean, so far been a fantastic race. There's been battles all over the track, some huge moves by certain drivers just to hold on to the cars as we come on board here with Dan McFarlane. With 6 minutes to go, 6.5. So you just keep it clean. He's got a really nice lead over P2, Huge Ass White, and it looks like they've got this one in the bag.
It definitely seems to be going well from so far. A pretty much flawless race from them. I've not seen any incidents from them, and certainly we know they've got that 40-point incident cap. So at that point, it adds another potential dynamic to the racing. I mean, if you know that you can take what I call a technical off-track for the sake of performance, if you've got 8 minutes left to go and you've got 40X and you've only used 10 of them, you know what? That leaves a lot of off-track opportunities. You know, even if you go...
I've been known to do that from time to time.
Oh, you naughty boy.
I will never do it in an official iRacing because it will hurt you. But in league races, yeah, definitely you'll exploit those. Man, just the way he takes those S's, just frightening. You'll take advantage if you've got it. Use it. You know, if you can get away with it, take it.
Absolutely, and that's the one part about racing as well. You don't just race the track, you don't just race the car, you don't just race the people, you also race the rule book as well. How well can you interpret and understand and potentially exploit those rules? I mean, it's all fair game, you know, as long as it's in there. You've got 40 incident points to use and you finish with 0x. Well, you know what, that's 40 potential off tracks you could have gained time on. But saying that, if you're first place in the lead at this point, I don't think I'd even bother. I'd just try and keep it on track, you know, keep things stable. But he's got a car ahead of him. I'm not quite sure yet who it is, but you know, they're getting out of the way, and understandably so. I wouldn't want to be too near the race leader as well. But that is, I wonder if that was a Huge Ass White car, the 37.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he just put him a lap down. Yeah, so he's basically. So does that put the rest of the field a lap down too? Because if he's past P2, that means he's pretty much past everybody else, does it not? So yeah, so he's got a full lap on the entire field of LMP3s. He can coast home.
Yeah, at this point, you know, he could turn that drive-through into a natural drive-through, you know. It's certainly when the pits have been busy, it would be a great place to open a donut stand for sure. I know I could definitely go for a donut right now. He's got 2 laps on P4 as well. I'm duly informed by our director. Thank you very much. Very in tune with the racing, that man, and even better on the cameras and the controls. But you can see here having an absolute breeze of a time right now. I mean, is it an LMP3 car he's driving, or is he sailing a cruise ship straight to the winning spot on the podium?
Yeah, definitely got, you know, he's definitely got this car under control. But as director reminded me, I had mentioned earlier with the time that he stopped, does he have enough fuel? But I mean, the thing is, too, is if I remember correctly, you can actually change the fuel map in the LMP3. I can't remember if you can. But, I mean, having a full lap over the entire LMP3 field, he can save so much fuel right now. He can lift it like 300 boards if he wants. And, I mean, it's really not going to be an issue for him.
I know whenever I've tried to fuel save, I certainly have not done it successfully. And generally all it's done is cost me time. But you know what, when you got a lap ahead of the guy you're fighting for position, you know what, you've got time to do that. Certainly with 3-4 minutes left to go. He can stop, pit. You know, I don't think I'd bother changing tyres at this point. But hey, if he wants to come over on fresh rubber, you know, why not, right? But you can see he's having an absolutely clean race so far. Sven Devil, though, the huge ass gold car, they're currently in P1. That snuck up on me. I didn't think they were that high up. I felt sure that they were in third. So this is good news for Sven Devil.
Yeah, I think they basically took over that P1 during the last pit stop rounds. I think they've been there for a while, but yeah, a great run by them. The Samsung GT4, for all I know, they may have had a moment and Huge Ass Gold got around them. But yeah, good drive by them to be up in the front. I'm sure Huge Ass Black would like to go up and maybe contest for that P2 position, but with under 2 minutes to go, I don't think we're going to see that.
Yeah, certainly the battle we was watching earlier between Huge Ass Black and Sapphire Simsport Alpha, that gap has grown even further. It's now up to over 3 seconds at this point. It's fair to say that that is the end of that, as we see Oleski Piskunov. He's coming in the pits now, definitely not had the cleanest of runs. Ivo van den Linden in the Stage 1 Racing 72, he's coming in the pits. That's a shame to have to pit at... Oh no, it's a drive-through, even worse, you know, definitely not what you want to do. I'm imagining potentially for that lock-up incident there, a little bit of chaos and screwed. But no, actually, you know what? I've got another theory. I wonder if he's hit the incident point limit. Let's have a quick look.
Yeah, we just learned that an incident point limit will cause them a drive-through, and I think he was saying they were coming really close to it. So and that's the thing too. That was the drive-through limit initially. So if you already receive a drive-through, generally with most leagues, it's like half that number before you receive another one. So yeah, that could have actually been a drive-through pass-through that he had to serve just from that going over there.
I know I've certainly done endurance races where we have been literally on the edge of the incident point limit, just praying that we don't even get an off track. And what's worse is if you then go and get it, you just feel like you've not just let yourself down, but you let your whole team down as well. And it's hard, even though you might not have been in the car and accumulated most of them, you're the guy at the end of it that's just got to keep it clean as well. And you know, that's part of it. That is endurance racing. You have to keep it clean. And this gentleman here, Aidan Need, in the Brabham Esports GT3, they've done exactly that. Not really seen him as much in the broadcast today. I mean, they've been having an absolutely stonking race, 1 minute and 2 seconds ahead of the next competitor, and then they got a lap over second and third. So phenomenal race there. I mean, a well-deserved potential GT3 Pro victory there, and by far my favorite paint job on the grid as well.
Yeah, as we look at it, I think I just saw Huge Ass Black just set the fastest lap in GT4. As we're coming down, and we're in our last minute, so this might be white flag for Sim Racing Grid. If not, it's going to be one more lap, but I believe with under a minute to go, it should be white flag.
Well, we're going to find out in just a moment, as I see a little bit of a lock-up from Dan McFarlane there. I'm watching, and Barney's waving.
Barney with the white flag.
Yep, white flags. So this is a final lap here for Dan McFarlane, the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix driver. Him partnered up with David Johansson, I believe it was. It's going purely off memory, and we're live on board with him as well now. As you can see here, we're going to do a little run through all the last lap. And you can see he's going under Starkey's Bridge now through turn 6. As he's going right up behind the GT3 car, heading into turn 7. McLean's for the final time.
Huge lift there. He got right out of it there. He wasn't going to risk anything.
Oh, definitely not. As you see here, he takes the inside line into Coppice, that blind corner, turn 8, powering on as he goes down Starkey Straight. Actually, we've got Starkey's Bridge and Starkey Straight. It took me 4 hours to realise this. My apologies for the delay. As he goes turn 9 through the S's, throwing that car through there. Then for the final time down that straight as he heads towards the Melbourne hairpin. I thought they were going to go 3 wide for a second there, but he's not. And he is right behind the Sapphire Simsport Alpha car, the 392. That is the 4th place GT4, and he is going to have no problem dispensing them. And to be honest, if I'm at this point, I'd let the guy go ahead, because it means you're going to finish a lap sooner. As for the final time, he goes round Goddard's and he heads down the Wheatcroft Straight for the race win of LMP3, the Sim 3D Sports Car Series.
Wow, great drive. Absolutely complete technical drive by both Johansson and McFarlane. Just a clinic in the car, just nice and clean the entire race. Beautiful pit stop strategy. Didn't have a splash and go. Think he might have saved there a little bit at the end. Didn't push it near the last lap. Knew he had the gap. Great win by him as Brabham Esports GT3 Pro takes the podium in GT3 Pro. We're still waiting on our GT4 and our GT3 AMs to come through.
You see there the huge ass gold, the 337. He's got a ways to go yet. I believe he's just heading up to Coppice, I believe. Nope, Goddard's. My apologies. I'm looking at the map upside down. There we go. There you go. As he goes across the line, Sven Demmel, great race by them. He secures, and we're fastest lap as well, 133.5. As we go to Mark Baxter Jones now, the 211 car. I see he is there heading into Goddard's. Absolutely fantastic drive by the 11 Temps Racing team. Actually, I'd say he was our director's pick as well for somebody worth watching. Fantastic drive as he crosses the line in first, albeit with a slightly damaged Porsche.
Yeah, and we get our second and third place in GT3 Pro RPM Racing, the 110, and in third place RPM Racing Blue, the number 111. Great drive by everybody. That's Robert Lancaster in the 111 and Patrick Gannon in the 110. So great drive by everybody. Stewards were a little busy today, but not that bad. I thoroughly enjoyed this one. How about you? How about you, Zippy?
Oh, it's been an absolutely phenomenal race, and as you said, the stewards were definitely busy. 22 incidents overall were reported and reviewed, so quick shout out to our race stewards for doing a great job. Jeffrey Belk in there, and I believe it was Bradley as well. I have to scroll back, but race control, absolutely phenomenal job. Definitely been a busy thing, but let's have a look as well. We see Dan McFarlane celebrating it, doing some donuts of victory. Myself, I could definitely go for a donut, sugar ring, apple fritter. I don't mind as long as it's food. It's been a long 4 hours. I'm sure these guys are hungry too, but we're going to be doing some interviews very shortly as well. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, it'd be good to talk to some of these drivers. We talked to Dan earlier. He felt really good about this race. I think he kind of knew where they were going to end up in this race. And, definitely putting on the celebration for absolutely great drive by him and his co-driver to take the win here today by a lap over the entire field.
Oh, absolutely.
LMP3s.
Absolutely phenomenal drive. I mean, that's the kind of race that you really hope and you pray for, kind of deal. It's the best way it could have possibly gone. And for interviews, we're going to have the winner of each class as well. So that should give us 4 interviews. We're going to have, it'll be either Dan McFarlane or we'll have David Johansson. I'm not sure who they'll send in, but we'll certainly find out. Hopefully they can find their way to the interview waiting room shortly. But until then, let's potentially go over the final standings as soon as they're available. Our kind director will pop them up. Remember, 4 classes of car here as well. And something we didn't talk about much today is the next track as well. It's going to be the Portuguese circuit, which is not yet out, I don't believe. I don't know. I'm not too sure. It's supposed to have been released for this last build. And that is Portimao. I don't know. Is that one that you've driven there, Rob?
No, I don't remember that one. As director's going to get our results up here for us. Take her away there, Zeppy.
All right, let's have a look. It's going to be the LMP3 first. That was Dan McFarlane and David Johansson for the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix number 23 car, your race winner. And Huge Ass White there, a lap behind with the number 37 car. Glio Autosport in third. Longshot Racing as well. They're in fourth. Eagle Speed Academy Esports in fifth. Stage 1 Racing 72, followed by 83 in 6th and 7th with Longshot Racing UK. Doesn't look like they started, because if so, that was a pretty poor performance from them. As we take a look at the GT3 Pros, Rob, carry on, sir.
Well, in the GT3 Pros, we have Brabham Esports GT3 with Aiden Neat finishing off the stint in the 162, winning from the GT3 Pro class, followed by RPM Racing and RPM Racing Blue taking up these other 2 steps on the podium, with FTR Esports Black and FTR Esports Gold split by Rosado Motorsports in 5th, Fastlane Motorsports in 7th, Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle in 8th. Good drive by Art Racing Sim. In 9th place with Eagle Speedway Academy, number B, taking up the 10th spot. And then we have our finals of our race, GT3 AM. Take it away, Zippy.
Okay, so we got to see the 11 Temps racing team having an absolutely phenomenal race, albeit not without a few hiccups on the way. They won that, rightly so. Great job by them. They were the number 1 winner. Arctic Racing, you can see there, we've watched them battle between like a 25 up to a 45-second gap. They came second there. Squadron Veloce, a little bit of heat. The Stewards at times, they came third, with Digitrack Sim Racing in 4th. Equipment Geek Racing in 5th. Backmarker Racing Orange, that was... I've forgotten his name, but we saw a little bit of them on the screen as well. Having a bit of a hard time with the Ferrari, especially under braking there, as it was described to us by Trevor earlier in one of the FTR esports cars. I think that was a 122 they were in as well. No, 121 FTR esports black, that was Trevor. And the Track Limit Racing car there, obviously not having as much luck with a retirement as 74 laps down, with FTR esports white 82 laps down. We take a look at the GT4s. Mr. Kobe, please carry on, sir.
Wow, some great battles in GT4 today, and huge ass gold driven in the last stint there by Sven Demo takes the podium in the GT4 class, followed by Samsoid GT4 and Sapphire Simsport Alpha taking up the last 2 steps on the podium. They're followed in 4th place by DX Droid Sim Racing by Let Room. Number 5th place was Huge Ass Black, who again saw some great battling. 6th place FTR Esports GT4. Eagle Speed Academy Esports number S takes up 7th, with another Huge Ass Blue in 8th place. Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab, and Rosado Motorsports Apex takes up the 10th spot. And Samsoid GT4, the last car on the lead lap in the GT4 class. Lost my number there. Sapphire, DX Droids, Huge Ass, Black, down 1 lap. And then followed by FTR Esports, Eagle Speedway Academy, Huge Ass Blue, Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab, and Rosado Motorsports Apex rounds out your finishing field.
There's definitely a lot to go out there. We're just trying to work out as well who is who, but I know who these 2 gentlemen are. We've got Dan McFarlane and David Johansson, the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix LMP3 winners. Dan McFarlane, you obviously seem to enjoy spending time in the booth. My apologies for that. I feel sympathy. Thankfully, you're a great driver, but you brought David with you as well. I'm going to aim a little bit more at David to start. We've not spoke to him much. Tell us a bit about the race for yourself, sir.
It was pretty comfortable. Car felt great. Nothing. It's like we could just jump in and just enjoy it and just go around. And I felt like I was just cruising around in practice session almost.
Well, you know what? If your practice sessions involve you lapping the field, then that is a good way to go. I understand as well, you made a lot of the setup, and your teammate, Dan McFarlane, he was actually being very complimentary to your skills. Could you want to elaborate on that a little bit, or was he just kind of blowing smoke a bit?
Yeah, well, he's just one of those arrive and pay drivers. Doesn't do anything else, just come here and is super quick, and I'll do all the work with the setup so we can drive quick. So.
Well, it's definitely a team event. Certainly, I've got to ask Dan, by all means, I'm going to aim this one at you. Who ended up getting the fastest lap between the 2 of you in the end?
Oh, I do believe that was me, Daniel.
Yeah, I think it was like a 10th or so. But overall, I got the quickest lap out of us, if you count practice.
Okay, so, I don't know if you guys have seen a certain particular franchise starring a certain bold individual, but I believe the quote is, it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile, winning is winning. So Mr. McFarlane, I imagine, is definitely pleased for that, but absolutely stellar performance going through. And certainly as well, the next track we head to in the series, Portimao. Now,
I believe it's going to be Fuji, since Portimao isn't out.
I was wondering.
So it's going to be Fuji.
Okay, so if it's Fuji, is this a track that you are feeling good about, or tell us a bit about it?
Dan absolutely loves this track. He did the endurance with the GT3 steering. Tell us about it, Dan.
Oh, yeah, it was. Listen, I mean, Fuji's it's going to be a great track for the LMP3, especially with those, everything is so fast and so sweeping there. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to doing Fuji not in a GT3. I'll put it that way.
Well, it's definitely a demanding track, but we'll worry more about Fuji next time. I know David's going to be busy working on the setup, then that way Dan gets to just arrive and drive. I mean, David, I'm going to help you roast him a little bit there. I mean, I may not be a cook, but one thing I can do is roast. So it's been great having you guys in the season so far. And if I'm not mistaken, that should potentially put you in the lead for the LMP3 standings. Let me have a quick look here.
Yeah, I think so. If I calculate it right, I think we should be 10 points ahead of Gioro.
I'm just trying to find the right screen here. I've got 3 screens up and none of them are the right one. Absolutely stellar job there. But certainly, I think you got good success so far. And is there anybody you want to thank just as we close out the interview with you two fine gentlemen?
You go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I want to thank the team, Sim Racing Grid. Great group of guys. It's a shame our GT3 couldn't make it through. I also have to thank David here. Like he said, he did all the work. But still, we had a great time. And shout out to you guys in the commentary booth. It's always a lot of fun to tune into the stream and watch you call the races. You guys do a really good job. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that. That was Dan McFarlane and David Johansson. And I understand Mr. Robert Kobe, he is caught up with the GT3 Pro winner of Aiden Neat there, the Brabham Esports car. We shall see if he can just come on in by. Rob, carry on, sir.
Well, congratulations there, Aiden, on taking P1 in the GT3 Pro. Tell us a little bit, how was the racing for you today?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, honestly, it was pretty good. We knew that, it's multicast racing around the track, you can't really overtake, so qualifying was going to be probably the majority of the race, really. So I was happy to put it on pole, but it wasn't by a lot. So yeah, after that we got a good start, and honestly, then it was just doing the laps, and then in the end we won by over a minute, so can't be so unhappy.
Yeah, actually, a stellar drive by you and your teammate there, just keeping the car clean. So I understand we're going to Fuji next. How do you feel about taking this car into Fuji, and what do you feel it's going to handle like there?
Well, that's the first I've heard of that. I was actually going to ask that question whilst I was here. Yeah, I mean, it will be tough, I think, in the Merc, but I think RPM Racing, also in the Merc, and they're the next best to us at the minute. And they're the person we're fighting in the championship, so we can only really compare ourselves to them. But we'll see how it deals with the curbs, because with the new update, I don't think anybody really knows yet what the cars do. We didn't finish making the setup for this race until the warm-up of the day. So yeah, we're still learning. So hopefully by then we'll have a better understanding.
Well, absolutely stellar drive today by yourself and your teammate to bring home the win in the GT3 Pro class. Anybody you'd like to thank here before we let you go and celebrate your win?
I got to give a shout out to Mr. Stephen Walkup and Andy Foxy. You can't do it without the two main men, the race engineer and data engineer. They're the two main blokes. And then Yanis he did an okay job as well, I think.
Well, congratulations on taking that P1. We'll look forward to seeing you in the next round and see if you can get yourself a repeat in Fuji. Have a great one.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you, mate.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Aiden Neat from the Brabham Esports team, and I think that just about wraps up our interviews today. We've been here live at Donington Park. It is a circuit in Leicestershire, UK, but it's been an absolutely fantastic event. I've been a lot of fun, and it's our first time as well. We get to see Mr. Robert Kobe live on stream. It's been a pleasure having you. What was your thoughts on the race as well, sir?
thank you very much for bringing me in on this one. I mean, I love endurance racing. I'm an endurance racer. I prefer endurance. As you get, I'm an IMSA guy. IMSA everywhere. So, this is great fun. I look forward to maybe being invited back to do it again. Had a great time commentating with you on this and calling this race with you. And definitely going to look forward to maybe another invite or maybe just a guest invite. Great racing to watch for sure.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure having you here on board with us in the booth. And that was the FTR Events Sim 3D Sports Car Challenge. That was round 3. But the good thing is we have another 3 rounds left to go. And we are going to see you at the next one. So a huge thank you to everybody who tuned in. That's not only that, to our race organizers as well, our race stewards, everyone competing. To Mr. Robert Kobe as well, and the guy who does not appear on camera or on mic, I believe he's shy, Mr. Daniel Costello as well. Fantastic job from him. And also as well to David Christie, who I first started with this season with. It's a shame we didn't see him today, but it's good, certainly good to be here. And we're going to catch you at the next one. Thank you for tuning in.